Well, hello, everyone. We're back for Sassy Saturday. Alex, we haven't had a Sassy Saturday in a couple of weeks. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling supercharged with
Oh, yeah?
already at all times. Yeah.
Has there been anything going on in, say, the past week or so that may have caused more than usual?
Well, no, I would say more than anything, it's probably my health journey. It makes me hormonal. We love
Oh,
hypothyroid. Yeah. So, but I don't want to give any weaknesses away to the enemy. And we're here to fight today. No, I'm just kidding. We are here to fight against Doyle and his minions
well, I
every
actually
moment.
I actually like, so I don't know that, so tonight we are watching, for people who don't know, we are watching some John Doyle videos. And to be really honest, like, so this was a combination of your idea and John Morgan's idea from guys, if you don't know,
Calling them out.
if you join my locals and come to our community Zooms, you will be able to give me all sorts of ideas that may eventually manifest into
Yeah.
reality. Sassy Saturday was a local Zoom idea. John
I never
Doyle is
came up with that. Like, gosh,
Well,
what
you came up with
brilliant
that.
genius. I know.
Well, I think that was you. You were saying, Karlyn, you're too nice, and
I was like, I love it was many different factors together, but I think what sealed it for me was the libertarian stream. Because
hmm
that was on a Saturday and I was like, this is just like this is amazing. This needs to keep happening.
Well,
So
and I have to admit, I really do enjoy our Sassy Saturdays.
thank
I feel like I feel like everyone has different aspects of their personalities, and God knows I like being a little bit of a bitch. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, just a smidge. But like I actually, I like them for several reasons. I like them because I get to watch, like, I don't watch YouTube content normally, so I get to watch content I wouldn't otherwise watch. I do, even if I hate the person that we're watching, which I may or may not. I really don't know anything about John Doyle.
we'll
I may, well,
see.
we'll see if I hate him, but like, even if I do, I think it's important to listen to other perspectives, even if
Yeah.
they are horrible and wrong perspectives. And again, like, I say this every time. I think that we give sage life advice on Sassy Saturdays.
I'm really interested to see your perspective on him as like, ex-lefty to libertarian pipeline experience, like what your take is going to be, because I'm sure it's going to be really interesting because I'm more just on the right. I've been on the right forever. And he really pisses me off because I feel like he turns people away. And it's a problem for sure.
The only frame of reference that I have for John Doyle is when I was on Slightly Offensive like a year and a half ago,
Oh, that horrible
doing
debate.
doing that debate with him and Lauren Witzke and Blair White, basically about, like, should LGBT people be allowed in the conservative movement. That to this day is my only interaction with John Doyle. And I actually texted Elijah afterwards, and I was like I wanted to actually bring John Doyle on my channel to have try to have like some sort of civil dialogue, not necessarily that we were trying to convince each other, but just that we were like, explain our different perspectives on things, because I didn't really feel like I understood his perspective after that debate. And so Elijah actually gave me his number, and I reached out to him a couple times and he never answered me. And so I was like, all right, well, I guess this is someone I don't really need to worry about. So I really have no impression of him other than I know that he's kind of like a little bit of a bro. He's a younger guy. And I hear that he does crazy, like, alt-rightish groiper type content. And that's the only
Well,
frame of reference I have.
he's really a marriage between the two sides of right-wing cringe. So he is
Mm-hmm.
your typical 90s style, very hard right, paleo conservative ish. So
What does
people,
a paleo conservative mean?
I believe, again, I'm probably gonna get hate because I don't know for sure, but I believe it's basically like very old school kind of, or like it's very extreme. So it's very much like women should be in the kitchen, um,
Oh,
go make a sandwich. Gay is wrong. You should, I don't know, die, or just, I don't know what they want to happen to
well,
gay people.
that
Probably
might
convert or die.
that might explain this first video that we're gonna watch, and this is by special request of John Morgan. And apparently he did, and it's only, this is the shorter video. Alex, we could potentially be here all effing night with the length of video that we have to watch. So
I know.
I literally have 6 beers sitting beside me right here, just in case I need reinforcement. I could get very drunk on this stream. But our first video is Gaston, and I don't actually think that Gaston is a hero in Beauty and the Beast. So this is gonna be interesting.
Definitely not. Gaston is the douche of the movie, but he's actually the villain, so he is actually the antagonist of the movie. I'd say the true hero in Beauty and the Beast is actually Belle, which heaven forbid there's a female heroine. That
we can't have that on the alt-right.
No, that should never be allowed.
And that just wants to be left alone with her books, nonetheless.
Yeah, well, but no, like I said, John Doyle, he's the combination of cringe, late 90s rhetoric, very hard right, super evangelicon BS, and like alt-right and Groyper. It's like combined all in one person. It's truly incredible. I've never been able to get through an actual video of his because I cannot stand it. So this will be really interesting to see.
Good. Excellent. So you haven't, I've never even watched him. You've never been able to get through a full video, and yet we are planning on watching 2 John Doyle videos on this stream.
What I've seen of him so far is he talks incredibly fast, at least in the videos that I tried to watch. And I think it's like you'll see. I feel like he's anxious. I think he knows he's saying BS, but he has to it's like when you feel bad about trolling because he's really young. He's like 22, I think.
I honestly didn't realize when I was on that debate on Elijah's channel, I didn't realize how young he was. Very young. Very young.
Well, you were just having a blast with Lauren.
Oh, I still feel to this day very proud of the job that I did on Lauren Witzke because, okay, fun fact, let me take this off the screen. Fun fact, I broke Lauren Witzke for like 3 days following that debate. She was going around on, so for those of you who've never seen this debate, Lauren Witzke, like about a week prior to the debate or a couple weeks prior to the debate, she had called for my husband specifically, to be deported on Twitter. And so I basically started responding and saying, at least I have a husband, Lauren. And so during the debate, this was brought up. And I said again, Lauren, between the two of us, I'm the one that's actually married in the long-term relationship. Why are you trying to break up my relationship, Lauren? And she broke for like 3 solid days and went all over her conservative social media on like Gab and on her Telegram, complaining about the fact that I was married and she wasn't. I swear to God.
Oh my gosh. She is a shitlord. She really is. She is crazy. But no, the thing that I hate the most about her is that she was so awful and unhinged that she made Doyle look okay. But he wasn't okay. And I knew he wasn't. When I watched that debate, I thought, oh gosh, he is awful. So from that debate, I knew. And it's only gotten worse. Now he's really bad. Now it's even worse.
And that's actually a really good point because I actually thought that John Doyle was like not an unreasonable person in that debate. I was just like, okay, he's just very conservative, like whatever. I had no idea how actually kind of like quote unquote controversial he is just based on that alone. And I think you're probably right. It was because he was positioned next to Lauren Witzke, and Lauren Witzke is a legitimate psychopath who should never be involved with Republicans or, like, frankly, any politics at all. Anyone. And so, like, by comparison, John Doyle did actually look like rather sane.
And I think too, there is this thing in conservative culture where maybe even on some Democrat culture as well, but people, they worship like a sense of emotional control. And he did provide that, but it's very thinly veiled. Like the hostility is very thinly veiled beneath. But because Lauren was so unhinged and so out there, people didn't realize it. But I did, because obviously I've grown up in the right and I know how those arguments go. I've dealt with them forever. So I knew exactly what I was looking at when he was talking. And I thought, oh gosh, he's awful. And I hated when all the conservatives were like worshiping him for a while. It's less so now. But I think it's because he kind of pretended to be okay. And then now he's just totally nuts. Yeah.
Conservatives pick the absolute worst influencers in the world. And I say, and for people who don't know, you might be new to my channel or tuning in because you're hate watching because you're a big John Doyle fan. Like Alex is a lifelong conservative.
Yeah.
We disagree on many
Yes.
things.
And I
But
love disagreeing with her.
yes, and we love fighting, and he loves yelling at me, and I let him yell at me, and because I think it's funny. But like where we do not disagree is that conservatives pick some of the worst influencers in the world to follow.
Worst advocates for the conservative mindset, worse, and it's even worse because he's a horrible advocate of Christianity as well, which that, in obviously, you know, in my belief, that is bad. Like that will cause issues even for your soul if you are turning people away from God. So it's very, very, very bad. You know, this whole idea, he's like a Pharisee, basically, in the Bible for any Christians that are around or anybody who knows what a Pharisee is. Very judgy. You have to be 100% perfect. He holds everybody to this insane standard that he himself doesn't live up to. Because I will point out, he always makes these talking points about how he should be, you know, everybody should be having kids and being married and all this stuff. And he's not, you know, back in the day, John, they were married and had kids at 20 years old, 19. Where are you at?
It is a fair point, and I would say he's way too young to get married. The logic, reason, function of his brain is not even fully developed yet. So I personally would say that John Doyle should absolutely not be married right now. I think that would be a horrible idea. But if we're going based on his mentality, I think that makes sense. I'm looking on my Twitter because like he did something last weekend at this Texas drag show thing that really, really, really just rubbed me the wrong way. And I'm looking at my Twitter to see if we can pull it up real quick and take a look at it, because it was one of those things, like you said, I think that he is a horrible advocate of Christianity. And it's like, this is a key example of that. And for people who don't know, like, I'm going to make statements in regards to this specifically as I'm looking for this clip that's going to make it seem like I'm in favor of the Texas drag show. I'm not. I don't think that parents should have brought their kids there. But I equally don't believe that it was a good look for conservatives to react in the manner that they did. And I think that John Doyle is one of those conservatives that I'm specifically found it. I think that he's one of those people that I'm specifically talking about in this, because what he did was just so outlandish. Hang on, I'm going to bring up my screen up so we can hear the sound real quick. Share screen, Chrome tab. There we go. Bing. And so this is what John Doyle did at this conservative drag show.
I only have one question. Why do you want to put an axe wound in between your son's legs?
That's the point. That's the point.
I need to go.
Let us in and get the ticket.
You're not making America great.
Yes, we are. What do you mean? You're making America worse. You're bringing your children to this event.
You need to go now.
You're literally someone better call this on off. Please do. We'll pray for you.
You must repent.
I'm in a cult. Says the man dressed in a dress.
I wonder if the mama bear instinct is going to come out in 3 years when the mainstream Democrat Party platform and they want to rape your kids. And they're all going to think it's one big, smug little joke, these people, by the way. Understand that there is a bigger difference between 10 years ago and now than there would be between now and in 5 years when they're openly advocating for pedophilia like they've already started doing. You people are the symptom of a dying society, and you know it.
You're scaring children. Shut the
We're
fuck
scaring
up.
children.
Shut the
But
fuck
not you.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Jeez.
You are child abusers. And you're not a real woman.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Yeah, it's both pretty embarrassing.
Be home. Your kids aren't actually gay. You've just groomed them. You're a groomer.
So, Alex, what did you think of that? Had you seen that before?
I hadn't seen it, but it's like I think both of the sides of that are a sign of a dying society.
Oh no, I mean I agree, and again, I want to be very clear. I'm not actually in favor of bringing kids to that drag show, but what John Doyle and that little band of frat boys did was, to me, just as offensive. Like that was just beyond, like, that is not Christianity. I'm sorry. That's like, and the fact that he's like, repent, we will pray for you. It's like, dude, you look like a crazy ass street preacher. You're not converting anyone.
To me, it's just I think when you're trying to do something, like some of what he said I was okay with, but the whole thing together is not okay. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
And you don't really want to use sort of that intimidation factor. Not that they were violent or anything, but I also think what a lot of conservatives don't understand is these unhinged leftists cannot be reasoned with. Like, there's no reason to talk to them. And you have to remember, which you pointed this out, which I will always thank you for this because I didn't realize it myself. You are not speaking to radical leftists that are taking their children to drag shows. That's not who you're speaking to. They will not ever be convinced. You will, hit your head against a wall so much that you'll end up dead in a bloody pulp on the floor if you try to do that. You are speaking to, if anybody, you're speaking to centrists, to independents, to left-leaning people, center-left, maybe a typical Democrat of 10 years ago, right? These are the kind of people that you're trying to speak to. So to act that way, that's not going to help with that middle ground crowd. And if anything, like you said, you're more in a position where you feel like you have to defend the other side. Well, then he's actually pushing people away.
And I absolutely hate that I get put in this position by conservatives like him, where I have to defend people that are doing things that I think are legitimately, or not even that I'm defending, because I don't feel like I'm defending the drag show, but like I feel like I have to say things where it could be perceived as I'm taking the sides of them, just because I have to criticize him for that absolutely awful display.
It was cringe. There were no arguments. It was just very weird. And I think there is a way to say that, but again, who are you saying it to? I would not argue with unhinged leftists. They're never going to see the light. I'm sorry. Like, there has to be a point where we just let them go. And you don't have to win them over. You really don't. You have to win over the center. So when he does that, it turns off the center and it makes him look just as bad. If he would have at least been polite about it and said, maybe you shouldn't be doing this or something, that would be better. But he doesn't understand that you don't have to be a complete asshole to be right wing, and you don't have to be an ass in order to convince people. But it's because he doesn't have any intelligence or any rhetoric, like any skill. He should not be leading at all. This is my biggest issue.
He's too young. He's too young to be leading. I'm sorry. He doesn't have any life experience. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know how to speak. It's a skill. Like, you have to learn. And he's doing more harm than good.
Yep. Well, I want to make an example of someone in the chat right now. So that we already have a John Doyle fan in the chat who's complaining about my position on things. And I'm specifically calling you out. I'm not going to block you yet. But because I know that we're going to have John Doyle fans watching tonight, I do want to lay down some general parameters of behavior. You will not insult me in my chat. You will not be disruptive in my chat. You will not cause bullshit in my chat. We are here to have fun. We are here to blow off steam. This is a lighthearted stream in which Alex and I will also give sage life advice. And if you are disruptive in my chat, you're going to be blocked. If you're doing stuff like this, you're probably going to get blocked at some point. So you're allowed to disagree with me. You are allowed to like John Doyle. You are allowed to express that opinion. I really wish you wouldn't do it in all caps because that's kind of rude. But, there is a line that I just want to be clear that if you cross it, you will be exited out very, very quickly and without warning.
Now we're seeing here, be polite to pedos, blah, blah, blah. It's not about that. It's about you can't speak to these people. They're not going to turn.
You are creating more Democrats every single time. John Doyle did not create any new Republicans. He did not create any new conservatives. All he did was create more Democrats.
Or it left it the same, which isn't good enough either. At the best case scenario, it was the same split. You don't want that. You're not speaking to them. You're speaking to center people. That's who you're speaking to. People that are not radical, people that would not take their kids to that. You reinforce that.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be bringing kids to this, blah, 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 because X, Y, and Z. And you could say that on your channel and put it out there. That's good. People will hear that.
I just want to say thank you for just turning the caps lock off. That's it's just like it's a nice change. It just makes it a little bit nicer for everyone. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. All right. So let me show you. We are going to be watching this. Is Gaston the true hero? Why Beauty and the Beast is implicitly right wing? That's going to be our first video, and this is about 35 minutes, which means it'll take us about 3.5 hours to react to it. And then after we're done that, maybe not that long, but sometimes Alex and I have a lot of things to say. All right. But then after that, and you know this is one of my pet peeves with conservatives.
Yeah,
he did an hour and 42-minute video about how porn is destroying the country. And I'm not necessarily like the biggest fan of porn. I don't really care about porn either way. But I think the whole idea of banning porn is wrong and against the First Amendment. It has already been ruled on by the Supreme Court. And it's like every time conservatives hammer home this point of like, we need to ban all porn. Well, okay, like first off, you are never going to get rid of porn. Porn has existed since the dawn of time. It will exist in perpetuity. The best you can do is try to protect people like, kids and people who are not doing things willingly from being involved in it, but you can't ban this stuff. And it's like, some people like it. Porn can save marriages too, and I legitimately believe that's absolutely true. Not my marriage necessarily, but like, I do believe that this stuff has a useful purpose, and I don't think we should be banning it. And I think the conservatives who talk about banning porn are just opening up a hornet's nest of problems that they have no idea about.
Right. And then I do want to address something in the chat. They said the parents grooming them to be gay was the wrong part. You can't be groomed to be gay or straight. You are going to be what you are. You can be groomed to be trans, in my opinion, though. That's a very different thing. But not gay or straight. You will be what you are, regardless.
Yeah. I agree with that. All right, Alex. So do we have anything else that we need to talk about or discuss before we get started from your end?
Well, I was requested to say a prayer.
Oh yes, we have to do a prayer. We do. Can I get my beer poured? Wait. We're gonna. Can I get my beer poured before we do a prayer? Can I tell you what beer I have?
Okay.
Just quick.
Even though it's a sin. No, I'm just kidding.
But we're gonna talk about. Fauci, we made so much progress with you turning off the caps locks for like 2 chats. Can you please just turn off the caps locks? That's like all I'm asking for, dude. Just turn off the caps locks. You're not going to win any friends. All right. So I have 6 beers with me. I have a blueberry cider left over from yesterday. I have our lemon berry squish sour left over from yesterday. But the reason, Alex, and you're going to absolve me of my sin of alcoholism when you do your prayer. But I also have this strawberry cream ale, and I have a beer called If You Like Pina Colada. But the one I really wanted to tell you about, I also have this like cinnamon toast stout beer. But here's the one I really want to share with you, because you're from the South. And so I feel like you would appreciate this.
From the South, but I'm in the South.
You're in the South. Well, we're gonna that same difference. I have a red velvet cake pastry stout.
Ooh.
How crazy is that? That's a big beer though. That's our dessert beer. We're gonna save that beer for a little bit later. But I'm just letting everyone know that I could be here all night. I have reserves. We're gonna start with the blueberry cider because people want that. We're requesting that one from yesterday.
Yeah, don't go spreading rumors about me. I may say that you're fed, but I am not from the South. I'm from Cali, as you could tell from my accent. Oh my gosh. You can tell I'm from California.
But
I definitely am.
People in the South like red velvet cake, don't they? Isn't that like a Southern thing?
I think so. People in the South are really a lot nicer than I am. And they're not that nice. So
I like red velvet cake. I think red velvet cake is
kidding.
Good.
No, they like I don't know. People in the South are very live and let live. They're very chill. They're very like they just want to be left alone. People just want to be left alone. Right.
They claim. They always claim they want to be. It's all fun and games. They're like, I want to be left alone, but we're going to ban all porn.
Well, didn't Utah try to do that? And they're like the ones that use it the most.
I mean, exactly. Well, we have a couple super chats in that I just want to acknowledge. Ty Green, good to see you, Ty. Fair warning, Doyle is a motor mouth. I watched his MLK video and his debate with Hunter Avalone,
Yeah.
and he is insufferably long-winded. Buckle up, y'all. Oh, God, Ty. God help us. Alex is
I
going to do a
know.
prayer for all of
I
us in a
am.
second. It's going to be great. And Alexandra M says, try the 1911 Jam on It beer. They sell out so fast at the stores I work at. You know, that's funny. I actually think I saw this beer the other day. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm going to check in with the craft beer store, but I appreciate that, Alexandra. I will take that under advisement. Yeah, and John Morgan corroborates. He says, priorities in the South, 1 God, 2 red velvet
Yes,
cake.
it's
Exactly.
very religious, definitely. I mean, John would know.
Mhm.
John would definitely know the South better than me, but
Mhm.
I've somewhat acclimated. I don't get stares and gawks in public anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so are we ready?
All
Are we
right, hang
feeling
on.
pious?
We're done. I'm gonna smudge, and Alex, who again is a
Okay.
conservative
Have my
Christian,
Bible.
is going to lead us in prayer. I'm gonna do this every time that John gets out of line.
Just
you're gonna beat John Doyle's ass with a Bible.
I have the Bible that's supposed to burn my hands as a gay man. It's supposed to like sear through and make me shriek in
Yeah.
horror as the gay demons inside of me
Fire,
freak out.
fire.
But I still have it. Okay.
All right, Alex is gonna lead us in prayer, both for our sanity and for the audience's sanity and for John Doyle.
Yes. Okay. So in Christianity, exactly, Phil. It might catch on fire. Okay. So I just want to say in Christianity, we are supposed to pray for our enemies. So I don't consider Doyle a literal personal enemy, but he is a political enemy. So this is a prayer. It's going to be hard because I love to be petty, but this is why some of us have to be Christian because otherwise, woo, I'll go off the deep end. Oh, you too. Okay, that's funny. Me too. Anyways, okay. So I have to like calm down every time because I'm always
Focus,
like on three.
focus.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Dear Lord, I want to first pray for John Doyle. So I want to pray that he will find the proper guidance. I want to pray for his ability to speak. And I want to pray that he will get closer to you and find some like a little bit more patience and grace with others, and perhaps even himself if he does hold himself to this impossible standard that he is pushing onto everybody else. I pray that you will give him peace of mind and healing of whatever is going on with him. And I also want to pray for me and Karlyn that we will be able to get through this with some grace and dignity, especially me, because I tend to get triggered, which you know, Lord. And I also want to pray for the audience that they will survive this as well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I like that you especially prayed for us to get through this with dignity.
Yeah, that was definitely needed.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, please mount that like button for me if you are ready to get started. Alex and I do Sassy Saturdays, not regularly, but pretty frequently whenever we feel like it. So we try. We keep it up. We do, life happens sometimes. But please subscribe to the channel if you would like us to continue with Sassy Saturdays. And also, please make sure you subscribe to Alex's channel. Just to get it out of the way right now. I do have it in the description below. Subscribe to Alex's channel. Get his Twitter numbers up. We need to get those. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get those numbers up.
I am trying. I'm trying to go into my inner clout horror. I'm trying to, get in touch with that. But yeah, thank you to everybody that has subscribed recently. I really enjoyed it. And as always, thank you to the locals community. You guys are amazing. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun plotting and doing things that scare people in the bitchcraft today.
Hatching plans, pulling shenanigans and pranks.
I'm just kidding.
All right.
But yeah, and then, oh yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and also remember to buy Karlyn's book.
Oh yeah, buy my book, activelyunwoke.com. You can also find that in the description. And most importantly, join us in locals. We have our next community Zoom call that I'm back doing community Zoom calls because my locals community was so great and supported me so much that I actually got over this funk a lot faster than I thought I was going to. And so we are going to be doing our next community Zoom call on Monday. You will get to come at 7 p.m. and hear all the private, unrecorded sass and gossip and tea and all of the things that we shouldn't talk about publicly because we don't want to let our enemies know exactly what we're doing at any given moment. All right, let's dig into it and let's watch this Gaston video. And Alex, what are your expectations for what we're going to hear in this video?
I think it's going to be very, very anti-woman. And I don't like to use that because that is a leftist thing to say, but he is the reason why leftists exist. He is the thing or like this rhetoric is what created leftists. So
well, and that's actually a really good point. And this is why I rail on conservatives like when they do stupid shit, because it's like you are literally creating more of the problem every time. You can't just rein it in just like a notch. I'm not talking about like a lot, just like a notch. Like you are creating more Democrats, you are creating more leftists, you are creating more woke problem just by being assholes.
Yes, but you don't have to be an asshole.
No,
you just don't.
No, although we're going to be some petty bitches tonight because that's what Sassy Saturday is all about. All right, well, let's dig into it and find out why Gaston is actually a hero. Oh, God. Lord help me.
At some point or another, you've probably seen the popular animated Disney film Beauty and the Beast, which was released about 30 years ago to tremendous praise from critics and audiences alike. And I'm not going to waste your time with a summary of the film because you've probably already seen it by now. And if not, you're definitely going to want to watch it after we get done because I am going to provide to you today a proper understanding of that story. And the first thing to kind of keep in mind before we get started is that how much time we spend with each of the characters, which perspectives we see them from, what we see them doing, what we don't see them doing, all of these things affect our perception of the story, who we sympathize with, who we're rooting for, etc. And Beauty and the Beast utilizes this quite well in order to push a radically feminist and destructive agenda that attacks masculinity, it attacks order, civilized society.
Does John Doyle realize that the movie Beauty and the Beast is not actually the origin of the Beauty and the Beast story?
I don't think he does.
When was Beauty and the Beast written?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it was adapted by Disney.
There are old black and white. The Beauty and the Beast was written in 1740.
Ooh, yeah.
1740. This is not. Was there a radical feminist agenda in 1740 France?
Apparently. I guess. To be fair, again, with these people, always a grain of truth and then 500 pounds of BS. Disney definitely had a feminist agenda in the 90s. 100%. That is true. But it is Disney. It's not necessarily the story.
1740. All right, moving on.
Society, strength, among many other things. There really just are so many important themes in this film that we have to discuss. And I get to do my favorite thing ever, which is overanalyze something in a way that is in accordance with my worldview. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
At least he admits it. I have to give him credit for that.
He wants to go back to that time, I guess.
He does. Ah!
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Really?
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. This will be the final video of the year, so Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all. My birthday's on the 22nd, so remember, you have to be nice to me.
Oh,
but
he's a Capricorn.
We've got big plans in store
He's
for
a
2022. I
Capricorn.
figured that this would be a good note to end the year on because it does outline a very practical political
everything.
ideology for us going forward, which, of course, is neo-Gastonism. And that's why it's been my Instagram bio for the last few months, and people are Googling it like, what's a neo-Gastonist? Well, it's you. After you watch the video, at least. So the background of this is, I think it was last spring around Easter. I was with a young lady and she wanted to watch a Disney movie. And so I'm like, all right, we'll pick one. We can watch it. So she's scrolling and she's like, well, how about Beauty and the Beast? And, I had seen this a couple times back in my youth. And so I liked it well enough. And so I was like, yeah, that's fine. So we're watching it.
You're still in your youth, John.
And then about 5 minutes into the film, the purported villain of the film appears on screen, Gaston. And keep in mind, I'm like tired. I'm falling asleep. I don't really even want to be watching this movie. So, But Gaston comes on screen and he immediately takes Belle's book from her and tells her that women shouldn't be reading books because then they might get ideas in their head. that woke me. I was like, for the rest of the movie on the edge of my seat, just in awe, watching how based Gaston is and how implicitly right-wing this whole story is. And this girl, she had to witness the most.
I want to say, I actually do think that Gaston is pretty based in this particular version. Like when he's in the lodge and he's like flexing his muscles and he's talking about all his crimes, I was like, okay, that's like legit. I don't actually have a problem with that. The guy feels good about himself. There's nothing wrong with that.
I just think, I don't know.
It's also the best song in the movie.
That's funny. I don't know. Maybe it's my toxic gay mind, but I like a bit more drama in my romance than that. It's a little too straightforward for me. Literally straight and straightforward.
Oh, he's a total meathead. I'm not suggesting that he's anyone that you can take home to mommy, but like, I mean, like, you know, like, it's just, I enjoyed that song. I don't think there's anything wrong with having self-esteem.
Yeah, I guess. Interesting take. Okay.
God, I'm already taking John Doyle's side. What's wrong with the world?
Eccentric behavior. Eccentric, not autistic, eccentric behavior that she'd probably ever seen in her life. Like, she just wanted to watch a Disney movie, and I'm like over here taking notes on my phone, like connecting all of the themes to these really esoteric references and interpretations. So yeah, this is from where I formulated the political ideology of neo-Gastonism. And it's important to remember that what we talked about in the beginning, how even with stories, our perceptions of them are often forced in order to manipulate certain outcomes that might influence our future perceptions or decisions. So anyone who watches this film will easily identify Gaston as the antagonist. And this is done intentionally because the messaging of this film is actually deeply progressive. And that's the part I'm not joking about. Like, I'm going to overanalyze it for sport, but that part is actually true. And this is most obvious with the dynamic between Belle and Gaston, but also just in the fact that the audience is made to believe that Gaston is the villain of the story. And this is because this story is basically about this like miserable proto-feminist seeking to invert virtually every aspect of her reality. And because Gaston represents the natural and ideal state of man, and because they can't change that, since we all recognize instinctively that it's true, they have to instead frame it such that our perception of it is different. So that we perceive him to be...
Gaston represents the ideal man? No, he does not. No, not at all.
Too, Gaston, pardon my French, but every bitch in that town wanted him. Like, he could have had a lot of women in that story. Like, he didn't have to focus just on this proto-feminist that's so problematic or whatever, according to John Doyle. He wanted her for a reason too. So it's maybe because it was too easy with the other hoes, but
that's probably what it is. Like, Gaston, he's probably like an Aries or something, and he likes a fight. He likes to be able to chase after things. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I mean, he's wearing red. He very realistically could be an Aries.
He does have that energy, to be honest.
He absolutely has that energy. All right.
The villain of the story, when in actuality, Gaston is the true protagonist of the story. He's the true hero of Beauty and the Beast. And so we have neo-Gastonism, which is a very simple ideology inspired by the actions of Gaston throughout the story. And it has three tenets. Number one, women aren't allowed to read. Number two, eat lots of eggs. And number three, beat the shit out of furries. It's simple, yet effective. So that's my political platform. I'm a neo-Gastonist. We've restocked the merch store for the end of the year with a few new designs, one of which, of course, being inspired by the political ideology of the future.
People call me a grifter.
Traditional gender roles, an early form of raw egg nationalism, and, of course, war against degenerate sexual behavior. And this is, of course, neo-Gastonism. So go check out the new designs. Late Christmas present idea, maybe. We've also got a white boy winter design that should be up there by now. It's a white boy skiing and kicking up snow onto George Floyd, who's stuck in a snowman. So you're definitely going to want to check that out. But anyways, I am going to give a summary of what the story is actually about.
I told you.
And then we'll go through and analyze the whole thing. So basically, when you view this story objectively, it becomes very clear that the true antagonist of the film is actually Belle, who's manifested some form of pathological narcissistic personality disorder, plain and simple. And the Beast actually serves as the supplementary character, the sort of tragic anti-hero to highlight one half of Belle's nature, which is the beast of her chaotic feminine nature when left unchecked. And so the true protagonist of the story is actually Gaston, who represents the beauty that Belle could experience if she were subject to the natural order of things under Gaston's authority. And so the title Beauty and the Beast, properly understood, is not the...
If she was subjected to the natural order of things under Gaston's authority? Are you kidding me?
I just think I don't even know that Belle was that feminist in the movie. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, when they remade the movie, then she was cringe feminist in that version. But in the one in the 90s, she wasn't really. she was just the heroine of the movie because she's the one that had to do everything, you know, and she was
Right.
put in this difficult situation. She's the one that made the choices, and you know, she did all these things. She was the heroine, she was the protagonist. But it's like, I mean, even in terms of that, like, was the Beast still not in charge? Like, was she not, when she ended up with him, wasn't he still in charge of his castle and everything?
Listen,
I mean,
talk about being subjected to masculine authority. The Beast literally locked Belle in a dungeon when she first
literally.
entered the castle. Like, I've seen this movie like 8,000 times. He locked her in a dungeon and then he locked her in a bedroom and forced her to wear the clothes he wanted her to wear and do the things he
Yeah.
wanted her to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And to me, it's just, you know, I can see why a feminist would be like, this movie is problematic and whatever. But I just think, you know, I like it because she had to use kind of her own femininity and stuff in her strength as a woman to navigate the situation, you know, and to get a better outcome in the end, which she liked somebody who's more brainy, which it's like, not every woman is dumb. Not every woman just likes superficial things. Some women are actually, a lot of women are the complete opposite, and they like to go very deep into things. And someone even like Karlyn, who goes super deep into critical race theory, for example. You know, so I'm just saying it is a womanly thing to be into reading as well, I would say.
There's nothing wrong. But Alex, do you know what the real problem is in this video so far? Do you know what the real issue is? It's my tone. My tone is the real problem
Yes.
that we've encountered so far. Not that
Well,
we're watching someone who literally says women shouldn't be allowed to read.
well, you know, John Doyle's tone is good, so that's all that matters, you
All that
know.
matters, he's wearing a sweater, you know, he looks presentable, he doesn't have half of his head shaved. Like, that's really, we were
That's
getting to
what
the
matters.
important
Yeah.
things. He has a Jesus bobblehead,
Got the
like,
Jesus virtue signal, yes.
my God.
Beauty of Belle and the beastly nature of the prince who's under a spell, but
By the
rather
way,
the
can
two
we stop
directions in which
Hang
Belle's
on.
energy can be channeled.
What's up?
The Bible does not support like idols at all. So it's not even that great of a virtue signal. Not that I'm not telling people what to do, but that's not particularly supported by scripture to have that. Just saying. Just saying. There's your little sass for me.
Well, Juan says Beauty and the Beast was originally written to help convince girls to accept arranged marriages. I don't know if that's true,
Nice.
but
well, I mean, arranged marriages worked for a long time. So, but we are at a different point in society. Yeah, I mean,
well, I actually am not necessarily, okay, this is going to get me in trouble. I'm actually not necessarily opposed to the idea of arranged marriages, to be honest. I mean, there are arranged people who entered into arranged marriages that the marriages actually turned out pretty great.
yeah.
They're really happy. And so I don't think that there's anything wrong with it necessarily, but I do think that everyone needs to consent to it and people have to, like, no one should be forced to do anything.
Yes, I agree.
Yep.
Through a weak and insecure man who will allow her to become a destructive beast, mirroring his nature as a literal beast, or through a strong and capable man who will allow her to become a happy and beautiful wife and mother, mirroring his nature as a beautiful man who has fulfilled.
The beast is not a real beast, John. He was put under a spell. He becomes a man at the end of the movie, and then Belle is left living in a castle and not a bar. Gaston owns a bar. Belle ended up in a castle. Like, she won. I'm sorry.
The bar would have been shut down by COVID anyways, John. I'm just kidding. But no, I think, I don't know. Like, I thought it was deeper than that. I thought it was like the prince was so focused on image. He was probably more like a typical right-wing commentator than most. He was completely focused on image. When the old beggar woman came, he said, "Get out of here, you ugly bitch," you know, and she cursed him because she was probably like a new age witch, like Karlyn. I'm just kidding.
No, but this is you're making a good point. Like the beast was a different like version of Gaston, and that's why he got cursed.
He was probably a lot more like John Doyle than John Doyle would like to admit, because I'm sure if an old beggar woman asked John Doyle for help, he'd say, "Get out of my face, you ugly bitch." That's probably what he would say. Yep. So he might end up being cursed. That's what it was, which Belle helped him in a sense find his own humanity, which then turn him back into a human. That's the storyline, which it's a beautiful story. That's why it resonated and all this stuff. It's really nice, but heaven forbid, women can never do anything. Women are just passive, right?
Yep. Well, George Andre Veloso Nunez says Gaston is a movie-only character. Yes, I agree. Gaston is the best song in the movie. And would you say Alex looks a little like Josh Gad? I don't know what that is. Sorry, the subject made me make that connection.
I think he might be the voice of Olaf, if I got that right.
Oh,
maybe a bit.
All right. And then Incognito
Maybe that's
says,
my double life. No, I'm just kidding.
maybe you have a mysterious alter ego. Here is to a 7-hour marathon. To my friends, cheers. Yes, we could legitimately be here all night.
Yeah,
so it's all good.
His proper role in society. But of course, we are made to believe that Gaston is the antagonist of the story because this film, broadly speaking, is feminist propaganda, which we will get into momentarily, along with so much more. But even this is subtly acknowledged during the film's best sequence, the most famous sequence in the film, which is the ballroom dancing sequence with the film's main theme playing in the background. And it sings of a tale as old as time, Beauty and the Beast. And we hear this and we think, oh, it must be the Beauty and the Beast that we can see on the screen, but it's not. The film is inviting us to read between the lines. Mrs. Potts is warning us. Think about it. A tale as old as time. This is in reference to the beginning of male-female relationships, along with time itself, which of course would bring us back to Genesis and the Garden of Eden.
My
and what do we learn from that story? That the woman's nature, if left unchecked by strong male authority, will lead towards chaos and evil. She is predisposed towards this at an accelerated rate relative to men. And Gaston understands this. He was a hero and a great man who was trying to do right by his people, and yet the narrative frames him as though he is the villain. And we will explain how he tried to save Belle and his town momentarily. But first, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 trends occurring simultaneously right now. More and more of you are electing to exercise.
No. We are not allowing John Doyle to shill on this stream. No. Denied.
I can see kind of what he's talking about, I guess, but oh God. I don't know. I think the thing is that heaven forbid a woman have any choices, right?
Right.
That's apparently radical feminism. If a woman has any choice at all in any aspect of her life, then she's a radical feminist, according to John Doyle.
And this is the road that I see conservatives going down. And we're being lighthearted, and I do think John Doyle's trolling in this video. He wants to get as many views on YouTube as possible. So I don't actually think that. I think maybe he believes some of the stuff he's saying. I don't think he actually believes all the stuff he's saying. But the fact of the matter is like every time conservatives make all feminism out to be is like women like having choices is bad, women reading is bad, you create more Democrats
and more radical feminists as well. If you don't give people anywhere to go, then they will only go to the arms of the radical woke because they're the only ones that will take them. That's not okay. This is what happened to the LGBT community as well.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Because you don't give them anywhere else to go. And if you do that to women, there's a lot more women. That's a problem. So just watch out.
Women swing elections. If you want to win elections, you need to get women to vote for you. All women, not just the women who agree with you. All women. Dragon Water says the Beast was like 10 when he was cursed for not letting a stranger into his house. Well, no, it wasn't. Well, he wasn't 10 in the movie. He was older
not in the
than
movie.
That.
Yeah,
he may have been like John Doyle age in the movie.
Probably, and I think it was 18 in the movie, but.
Yes, and guest and George says yes, Olaf and LeFou. Yeah. Oh, I liked LeFou. I remember LeFou. All right.
We're going to go through the whole synopsis of the film right now so that I can prove to you that the essence of the film is in fact a revolutionary leftist essence. What it seeks to do is promote the complete inversion of reality as something that makes people happy, something to be celebrated. Woman above man, chaos above order, weakness above strength, etc. And if you're trying to recall the story, you might think it's basically about Belle and the Beast, and then this Gaston guy keeps butting in, but it's actually more intricate than that.
That is actually
because when we first meet Belle, she's lost. And this is because she has no male influence in her life to guide her. Her father's weak, he's old, which is why
she's lost. Belle was perfectly happy.
She was. I don't
She
get
was
it. She was
perfectly
just
happy.
chilling.
She lived
She
with
was
her
reading.
father who invented stuff. She got to go to the library to get books. Everyone in town loved her. The first song in the movie is about how everyone loves Belle. And the
Well,
reason that Gaston wanted her was because everyone loved her.
and also too, they kind of judged her because they didn't understand her. So they're like, oh, she's weird. She reads or whatever. You know, she's very romantic. It was kind of that kind of thing. She was reading romance stories. I mean, you remember the movie? She's like, and then the prince meets them and then meets the girl and they're together and blah, blah. And she's like rereading this book over and over. She's cheesy and romantic and she wants something adventurous. And, you know, it's relatable. I'm sorry. It's very relatable.
I mean, that's actually a really good point. It's not like she was reading like esoteric like philosophy.
She wasn't
was
reading
like
white fragility.
she was basically like Belle was basically reading the most white trash books that she could possibly read.
I mean, she wasn't reading, you know, how to be an
And I
anti-racist.
say that as someone who saw 50 Shades of Grey in the movie theater like 15 times, okay? I'm just saying.
She wasn't reading, you know, feminist theory 101 or anything. She wasn't reading the Communist Manifesto. She was reading a romance book about a prince and a princess or whatever, you know? It's like, come on.
My God. Well, Dragonwater is very confident that the Beast was 10 in the movie, so we'll take your word for it, Dragonwater. I don't want to disbelieve you. You're usually right about things.
That relationship is established before the interactions with Gaston and the Beast even become larger parts of the story, because from the beginning, the whole story is about Belle desperately needing masculine guidance. And Gaston and the Beast are basically competing to occupy that influence in her life, but for very different reasons, as we'll explain. But remember, as we said earlier, this is indicated by the title. Beauty and the Beast are both within Belle, and the struggle in the story is between the two competing forces, which will decide which one will embody
That's true
her
of
essence.
everyone.
Will it be a strong, capable, charismatic, and therefore beautiful man to bring out her beauty, or will it be an insecure, pathetic, hideous beast, like literal creature, that will fail to control her, which will leave her miserable? Because as we're reminded throughout the whole story, Belle doesn't know what she wants. She has no idea. She doesn't know what's going to make her happy. So naturally, when she makes decisions, they basically like blow up in her face. But yeah, that's the story. So it starts out by describing how exactly the Beast came to be.
Hang on. I want to point something out. Dragonwater, it doesn't look like he's 10. Hang on. He had a whole stained glass. He has a stained glass window.
Yeah, I think he was young, you know, like he was young, but he was, at least not in the movie. That's not the impression I got anyways, but
no. And he looks like pretty handsome and manly in that stained glass window.
Well,
He's not like a bad looking guy.
He said that her dad was like this weak idiot or whatever. It's like, how is that true? Like, he was an inventor and stuff. That's not masculine enough. That's not anything. Like, what is that? I don't understand. It's crazy. She had a dad.
Yeah, she had a dad.
Starts out by describing how exactly the Beast came to be. And basically what happened was this poor, ugly old woman came to his castle asking for shelter from a storm. And she told him that she could offer him a rose. And the Beast, who at the time was a prince, said no, because she was ugly and poor. And at first you might think that this is based because she had poor physiognomy, but it wasn't. It was actually proto-Coomerism, because then the woman transforms back into her natural form as a beautiful princess. And the prince immediately starts simping for her. So it wasn't a rejection of her because he inferred from her poor physiognomy that she would have poor character, but rather that he couldn't just like lust after her. And then when he realized that she was actually a beautiful princess, he began simping. And the princess realized that he was this pathetic coomer, and so she punished him by turning him into a furry, which is like an advanced stage of sexual degeneracy. And the only way that he can break the spell and
what is a coomer?
A coomer is somebody who, this is so scarring, somebody who uses porn and comes.
Oh, wait, seriously?
And
I understand what you're saying. Someone who uses porn to get off. But like,
yes,
that they have a name for that?
Yeah, it's like Paul Joseph Watson. That's where I first heard it.
Oh my God.
But the thing is, like, he basically just said, because this old woman was ugly, she's awful, she's a horrible person. Like, now we're really getting into the psychology of John Doyle. Like, apparently he believes that if you're ugly, that you're also a bad person. So I'm telling you, he is very much the prince that would have been cursed. Absolutely.
Okay,
So shallow.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna feel like it comes out of left field, but I do think this is gonna be a reoccurring theme tonight. I bet you that John Doyle wishes and fantasizes about being one kinky motherfucker in bed. And I feel like he's one of those people that would repress all of those urges. And because he's repressing every kinky urge that he has, it is manifesting in the form of him making ridiculous content on the internet.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that he literally just tried to say it's base to be very shallow, which is crazy. That is insane.
He is
And
either
very leftist, if I'm honest. That's how liberals used to be. Remember, you have to be pretty and thin and all this crap. That was how it was when I was a kid. It was liberals that were like that. So he's more of a liberal than he realizes. And not that it's bad to be liberal. I'm not trying to trash anybody, but it was an issue on the left to be very shallow in the past. Not anymore, because, you know.
It's very true. And Sam says, what you repress, you later express.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. And Incognito says, John Doyle needs a woman to dominate him. Yes, John Doyle is definitely an example of critical dominatrix theory. That is Incognito. That is an excellent application.
That is a good
critical dominatrix theory.
He seems to be very fixated on women being in control and all this stuff. And it's like, maybe it is a bit of something he's interested in. Yeah, that's interesting because he has a very strong focus on it. I didn't think of it from that angle, but
let's just keep Sam's words of wisdom in mind. What you repress, you later express, as we make our way through this evening. And Ho Fauci, I've asked you just for one simple favor, dude. No fucking caps locks. No caps locks. You can say whatever you want.
Fauci.
No caps locks. Please.
Though.
And thank you. It's disruptive and it's unkind.
Return to normal is if he falls in love with a woman who also is in love with him within a certain amount of time. And if he can't do that, he's going to stay that way forever. And so he starts throwing these temper tantrums and like gets depressed about it and just stays inside the castle. And I will say it's hard for me not to think that the Beast is subtly based because he's basically like an autistic incel. But throughout the film, you'll see that this is just a distraction designed to make people like us sympathize with him, think he's a Sigma male or whatever, when in reality, he's just pathetic. And this is a fantastic example of the difference between the Beast, who we're supposed to believe is the hero, and Gaston, who we're supposed to believe is the villain, because both embody a position of power, but they treat it differently. It's a perfect illustration of what weakness and strength look like when they have power. The Beast acts as a tyrant, whereas Gaston acts as a noble aristocrat. And we see this.
What? Gaston is a noble aristocrat. Again, Gaston owns a bar. Gaston is not an aristocrat.
Yeah, no.
He just happens to be like the biggest guy in the town. He's like, you know what Gaston is? Gaston is like the middle class guy. And I'm not no shade on like middle class people. That's not what my point. But like Gaston is like the middle class guy in the town, but he's like has the nicest house of any middle class guy in the town. But he's not an elite. He's not upper class. He's not an aristocrat. He's not rich. He just happens to be like has the nicest middle class house in the town.
Right. If anything, the prince is more rich and aristocratic, obviously. So I don't know.
Yep.
Whatever.
Dragonwater says that I need to go back in time and repress my inner billionaire. Don't we all? Don't we all, Dragonwater?
Here when the prince acts selfishly by rejecting the lower class woman from the castle during the storm unless she could satisfy his degenerate sexual desires, whereas a noble aristocrat would feel an obligation towards the lower classes and would help them out, like Gaston, for example. Gaston is nice to his dysgenic manlet friend. In fact, he's basically his sidekick, but even when the Beast is a prince, he's a tyrant. And then when he's cursed, he still abuses those around him to where they cower in fear when he's present. And again, this is the difference between weakness and strength when they have power. But anyways, then we're introduced to Belle. She's leaving her house in rural France in this village. It takes place between the mid-1700s, mid-1800s, by the way, which is important because she has no mother figure present. Her father figure is weak. So basically, the people who were supposed to introduce her to the world, help her understand how it works, what her role is, they've failed to do that. And so she feels displaced. She's singing about how there must be something more than this provincial life. And she sings this after walking through her village, watching the community interact with one another. They're asking about each other's families, watching a mother cradle several beautiful children, etc. And she's on her way to the bookstore because since she has no sense of identity because of the failure of her parents, she has to retreat into books to derive her sense of identity. And she's on her way, and the villagers are singing, you know, that girl's so peculiar. She's not like other girls. Yeah, because she rejects her role in the village. Everybody in the village has a job. They're all unseparated from the products of their labor, but not Belle. No, she feels entitled to more than that. There must be something more.
How is he not woke?
She doesn't work towards that. She doesn't work towards.
What do you mean by that?
How is he not woke? Because he doesn't allow for any individuality at all. It's
Well,
like,
that's a great point. Yeah.
I can understand having a duty to your community and blah, blah, blah. But it's like when you're young, like Belle was in the story, you are trying to find who you are. Like that's normal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's not like in her mid-30s in the movie. Like,
right.
She's already established. Like she was figuring herself out. That's okay.
Brian says Gaston was bi and LeFou was his boyfriend.
Well, there you go.
LeFou was definitely gay. I'm sorry. LeFou was absolutely gay. LeFou was simping for Gaston.
Perhaps he was.
Maybe.
Something more. She just lives in fantasy about it. She's a single young woman with no obvious skill set. Anything that could bring her more, a job, motherhood, marriage to literally the most admired man in the village, she just rolls her eyes at that. She's entitled. She doesn't know what she wants. And the only cure to this is strong male influence.
No one is obligated to marry you, John.
Like this. This is why, to reiterate, Belle is the true antagonist of this story. Beauty, properly understood, is her appearance, and the beast is her nature. Or beauty is Gaston, and the beast is the prince. The true conflict is the weak nature of the beast versus the strong nature of Gaston. But anyways, she goes on to sing, here's where she meets Prince Charming, but she won't discover that it's him until chapter 3. And this is actually foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing and meta commentary on the story itself. And the average viewer will understand this foreshadowing as when she meets the beast, but she doesn't.
What'd you say?
Oh, she's cheesy. She's like a teenage girl.
She's a teenage girl.
Teenage girls are gonna have cheesy fantasies and they're gonna like books. Like, I mean, come on.
I hope that when John Doyle does eventually marry his ideal housewife and gets her barefoot and pregnant, I hope he has a cattle cave of girls. I hope John Doyle only has girls.
Are you cursing? No, I'm just kidding.
I am cursing John Doyle to be cursed with the burden of female spawn.
Oh, wow. That would be interesting for sure.
We'd have to do like a longitudinal study on that. Like what happens when John Doyle has like 4 or 5 daughters?
Realize that he's actually Prince Charming until chapter 3 or act 3, the final part of the story, when the beast is revealed to her to be a prince. But even then, he's not Prince Charming, right? In fact, the whole second act of the story is centered around him being very awkward and uncharismatic. But who does she meet immediately after this song? Who is the next person she speaks to? Gaston. And perhaps it is Gaston who she realizes is the true Prince Charming in the third act when he sacrifices his life trying to save her, not even from the beast, but from herself. And she realizes in that moment the gravity of her decisions and that maybe she should have stopped being so dramatic. And in fact, I will be making the argument that her entire voluntary captivity in the beast's castle was just one giant shit test for Gaston. But anyways, here's where she meets Gaston. He's hunting. He's with his dysgenic manlet friend, his sidekick. And Gaston correctly figures that since he's clearly the best male in town, he deserves Belle because she's the most beautiful girl in town. And Gaston, by the way, is desired by virtually every woman in town, but his eyes are only on Belle. And so he greets her and he takes her book and he asks, how can you read this? There isn't any pictures. And she says, well, some people use their imagination. And this is the essence of Gaston. He values the objective, what he can see, what he knows is true and real. Belle, a narcissist, only values what serves herself. Like, sure, these words are nice, but only
now she's a narcissist because she likes stories.
That really escalated. She's just a teenage girl. Like, did he never try to date when he was a teen? I mean,
he didn't date as a teenager. Come on.
He's apparently never spoken to a teenage girl before. Like, when I was growing up, obviously all my friends were girls, and I was around teenage girl energy a lot as a teenager. So I'm like, hello, like, it's not narcissism. It's just being a teenage girl. Like, you don't have that ability to, you're more self-focused as a teenager, regardless of who you are, male or female, because you're trying to find yourself when you're 16 or 15. Gosh.
I'm just blown away at the narcissism diagnosis.
I know.
It's like my experience on the internet is now, this is putting my entire experience on the internet on a new level of perspective. based on the fact that the only thing required to be diagnosed as a narcissist on the internet is to like books that don't have pictures. God. And George says him being gay was confirmed in the 2017 movie.
I know, but that was controversial.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that movie at all.
People were upset.
I like LK is having a lot of feelings about what's going on right now in the chat. It's actually pretty
No,
great.
I know. She wasn't a narcissist. She's just maybe a little self-absorbed, but she still cared about her dad. She loved her dad.
Every young girl is self-absorbed. And
Yes.
guess what? Every young guy is too.
Yes.
Everyone who is young is self-absorbed.
You're trying to find who you are when you're young.
Because I get to decide what picture they paint. And so Gaston tells her, get your head out of those books, which given the time period in which the story takes place, she was probably reading like revolutionary proto-Marxist literature. And Gaston was trying to save her from that. He says, it's not right for a woman to read. Soon she's
1740.
It wasn't communism.
It was a fairy tale. She was reading about Prince Charming. It was a fairy tale.
I mean, seriously, like, come on.
What the hell?
That's like saying when that somebody, like a teenage girl was reading Twilight and that was like the Communist Manifesto. Like, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's kind of funny, actually. I hope he's trolling. If he really is serious, dude, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
She starts getting ideas and thinking because Gaston understands that the woman is particularly vulnerable to the whispers of the serpent. But jokes aside, what they're trying to do here, if you can't tell, is appeal to this whole, no, I'm a girl and I can get educated. I don't have to have a family. There's more to that. There's more to life than that. Look at this big dumb guy. He can't even read, blah, blah, because they have to appeal to the feminist narrative, which this story is serving.
1740.
But that being said, 100 years of feminism has vindicated everything that Gaston said. So Belle leaves to go help her father and LeFou makes some joke about him and then Belle gets angry. So Gaston berates his dysgenic manlet friend and defends Belle's father because even though Gaston recognizes that Belle's father is a weak man, he still respects tradition and hierarchy, that her father still has ownership of her. So Belle gets back home and we learn that her father is an inventor, which in context means that this guy is literally facilitating the propagation of the Industrial Revolution, which will inevitably destroy the fabric of the town he's a part of through automation, through degeneration. But he does this in the name of his pride, winning first prize.
Are you
John
serious?
Doyle makes his living on the internet and he's
know.
shit-talking technology.
He is the one, he is that degeneration in town, like personified. His whole thing, if he had to go get a job, he wouldn't have such awful takes because he would have to actually work with people, deal with people in their face all the time, and he'd get fired if he acted that way. He would learn how to deal with people. He has never, I don't even know if he's ever done that because it seems like he just went straight online. So like you said, man, I'm telling you, some of my customer service experiences,
I'll tell you what, pretty much everyone like that does this sort of content would absolutely not be able to survive in the real world acting like they've been acting. They would absolutely get fired and it wouldn't even be that quick. And it wouldn't even matter if they were like the very best person at the job because they would just piss everyone off all the time. Right.
And the thing is, like, I don't know how to say this, but I might not say what I'm about to say. But anyways, it's just bizarre. You know, what he's doing is just like he sells this image of like a caricature of a conservative to conservative or far right conservatives online. That's basically all he's doing. He's packaging himself this way. So it's like he is extremely, you know, neoliberal economically. You know, he's extremely, you could barely tell the difference from what Biden does, right? Biden markets himself as a Democrat and he's this and he's that. It's the same type of vibe and it's the same grift because with Doyle, there's no substance, just like with Biden. I mean, Biden, there's no brain or anything, you know, like it's all gone at this point. But the thing is, like, it's that same energy. Like, where's the hard work, John? I don't see you doing anything. Where's you cutting down a tree with an axe? Where is anything? Where's your hunting? Where's your anything?
I went to a libertarian friend's birthday a couple weeks ago, and we were all just kind of like hanging out around like a bonfire, and he was like, he just bought this like huge beautiful property, and he's creating like this whole homestead thing, and he was talking about how his neighbor wants to sell him like a wood splitter because they're clearing all this property of all these trees, and he said, I don't know if I want to buy the wood splitter because I want to chop wood like a man.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
John Doyle would never do that.
No, because he'd break a nail. And it's like, no shade on that, but it's like, dude, like, it's for most women, I will say, and even for someone like me, it's very attractive if a guy knows how to fix a door or can like work on pipes or knows how to fix your car.
I married my mover because I wanted to pick up heavy stuff and move it around for me.
Right. Like, because these things are hard for like female brains, to not all, but a lot. You know what I'm saying? Not all. I'm not one of those. There are plenty of women that are great with mechanics and stuff, but a lot of women are not. So it's very attractive when a guy can do those things. And I just don't feel like John Doyle could. And that would be some sage life advice, is he should learn those skills. It would probably help him dating.
John Doyle needs to go work for a moving company. He needs to go work for a company, like a construction company, where he does like manual labor, and he needs to learn how to be a man, not talk about being a man on YouTube to grift. He needs to, I would, if John Doyle made a series of videos of him working truly masculine, manly, like manual labor jobs, I would watch every single one of those videos. I really would.
Collector.
Yep.
I would love that. I think it would really help. And I think he would really understand reality better. I don't think he lives in reality at all.
No, absolutely not. George says, did John link the source he took that foreshadowing analysis from? I've watched 1,000 different versions of it on YouTube. I'm going to guess no. Nope. He has linked to no source for anything, so I'm going to assume that he's just making shit up. And then Z McKnight says, what do you think about his take on MLK? I don't know what his take on MLK is. Yeah. Sorry, Z McKnight. We haven't watched it. This is the first time. This is literally the first time I'm ever watching a John Doyle video ever.
I've never gotten through any of them. So
we're already almost halfway through this one, Alex. We're doing good.
I've usually tapped out after 2 minutes.
All right, let's keep going.
Fair or whatever. So he has some form of psychopathic personality disorder. And then he defends Bell's interest in books, which makes sense because that revolutionary literature exists in part as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution that he exploits for his own pursuit of glory, since this fixation on creating new material things bled into the study of the abstract and the immaterial. But since that largely predated and transcends us, the new information had to just be criticizing all of the traditional information and basically throwing it all out in the name of progress or whatever. So Bell's father is working towards the industrialization of their town, and Gaston understands this. He understands the threat that it poses, but Gaston is an operator above all things, so he bides his time with this, but it will come up again later. So
I mean, he's not wrong that this story was originally written right before the Industrial Revolution, so that's correct, but the Industrial Revolution was really like in the 1800s, so if he's saying the Industrial Revolution influenced this story, that is incorrect, but he's correct in saying it was written before the Industrial Revolution and not too long before it. All right. And Z McKnight says, definitely watch that video. My parents survived civil rights. I think John is racist. I will maybe a future Sassy Saturday.
I think he is too, to be honest. He's got the alt-right white nationalist thing going on too. So I would agree with that.
It wouldn't, I don't know that I would say he's racist, but I think he absolutely appeals to that very alt-right.
Yeah. He at least
very much borderline crowd.
Grifts on it.
Then her father leaves to go to the fair and literally goes down the wrong path as a result of his pride and his unwillingness to delay gratification by taking a longer path against the instincts of the horse, which knew it was dangerous, by the way. And then he asks his horse, well, where have you taken us? Because he is literally incapable of accepting personal responsibility, of course, symptomatic of his psychopathic personality disorder. So then he gets chased by wolves into the castle. He meets the props and he asks, well, how was this accomplished? Because he is incapable of or unwilling to acknowledge the immaterial, that there's clearly witchcraft at play. He would rather think of it in terms of this like hyper.
There is clearly witchcraft. Sam says, who is more Sigma, John or Jack Murphy? What does Sigma mean?
I don't know.
I don't know how to evaluate this. Sam, can you let us know what Sigma means? You don't have to super chat again. I'll be paying attention to the chat, but
I don't know. I don't know what that means either. I'm having a brain fart. I feel like I don't know about like the alpha, beta, whatever. I don't know what the order is because I'm not into the manosphere.
Well, while we're waiting for clarification, let's look at Z McKnight says, nah, John is racist. Look at how he speaks about Black history, mocking a whole community, him and Elijah Schaefer and Crowder. Yeah.
I'm not sure about Crowder. Crowder might not be in reality, but he acts very different online than who he really is, in my opinion. But Elijah, do not like. I've made that clear at all. I think he's totally fake and is just in it for the money at this point. But that's my opinion. Karlyn doesn't share that.
I'm looking up what is a Sigma male. A Sigma male is a man with an independent mindset and a keen mind. He does not tend to have a charismatic nature, so he may not be the most popular candidate for a relationship. He may also be unpopular among his friends and family because of his aloofness. I don't think that that's the term that we're looking for. I don't think that's right. I've got another definition here in a second. Ty says, who's more repressed, Doyle or Fuentes? Fuentes. Nick Fuentes wants a dick in the ass more than any man I've ever seen in my life.
Fuentes is probably gay. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely gay.
I don't think Doyle is, but I do think Doyle maybe has issues getting laid. So
I would tend to agree with that as well. Yeah. All right, I have another one on dictionary.com says Sigma male is a slang term used in masculinist subcultures for a popular, successful, but highly independent and self-reliant man. And then we have NanoPie says refers to the supposed classification of men who are successful and popular, but also silent and rebellious, the type of man who likes to play by.
Neither one.
I don't accept these definitions.
I don't think either of Murphy or Doyle, neither one of them is like that.
No, I agree. I don't.
More beta.
They're beta. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. All right.
Sophisticated invention or very early form of transhumanism or something. So the beast comes down and he's upset to find that he's sitting in his chair. He immediately starts melting down, claiming that the man came to stare at him because he's so insecure about his appearance. And it's this really feminine display overall because he simultaneously chooses to come downstairs to get involved in this because he wants attention and conflict. His staff had it under control. It wasn't even remotely in the same area of the castle that he was in, but he chooses to make it his problem and then immediately victimizes himself by claiming that the father is tormenting him for his appearance. Again, the beast is weak and deeply insecure. So the beast imprisons Belle's father. So now Gaston has saved Belle some time. He's gathered the whole town for their wedding. The guys are all happy. The women are all seething out of jealousy because he's not marrying one of them. And then he goes inside Belle's house to tell her about his ideal future, how they're married, how he's providing her with fresh food to cook, how he gives her 7 sons. He literally said that. Like
Sam has clarified. He says, who is the biggest loser I should have asked? Okay, so here's what I will give to Jack Murphy. I think Jack Murphy has a lot of hustle. And I think Jack Murphy is smarter than people might perceive him to be. So I'm going to say that between Jack Murphy and John Doyle, I would say that John Doyle is going to be the biggest L between the two of them if I had to pick, because I do think that listen, man, Jack Murphy, for all of his faults, and God knows there are many, he's a fighter. This man got porn of himself with a dildo inserted, you know where, all over the internet. Was one of the biggest scandals ever in the history of the internet. Still is talked about today, will be talked about forever. And what did he do? He came back and said, I'm going to do whatever I want to do, mother effers, and you can't stop me. And although I don't agree with him on many, many, many things, I have respect for the fact that he had the, balls to come back after that.
Oh gosh. I would say at this point, John Doyle is the bigger L, but he is younger. So
he's younger.
If you turn it around, he might be less so later in life, but I don't know.
I mean, we haven't seen John Doyle porn yet, so at least he has that going for him. And God, Lord help him if porn of him ever ends up on the internet. Oh my God, can you imagine? He would be excommunicated from his world so quickly. I would feel so bad for him. Well, not really. It'd be his own damn fault. But like, I sometimes feel bad for people, even if it's their own damn fault.
So our guy, but He has a plan. There is order to it. So, of course, Belle rejects this because she prefers to deal in disorder, in the chaotic. But instead of saying no, she tells him that she doesn't deserve him, which is another test. And if you've ever courted a young woman, you'll recognize this test. This is her trying to get you to tell her how great she is. But then she publicly humiliates him by throwing him into a mud puddle. Now she's singing again. She fashions this like makeshift headdress for herself while singing "Me, His Little Wife," and then she rips it off, rejecting it, singing again that she just wants so much more than this provincial life because she's literally rejecting her nature as a woman. She perpetually wants more, yet she doesn't know what will make her happy. She's always wanting more, but she doesn't know how to define that. So she runs into this field talking about how she wants adventure, which is symbolic of not wanting to be tied down or whatever. And again, jokes aside, this is the message of the film, and it backfires spectacularly, as we'll explain later on. But it's like, think about that. I want more. I want more. She runs away from this organized wedding. She didn't have to lift a finger. The greatest man in the village and probably the entire country of France at this point, frankly. And she runs away from that in pursuit of more and ends up in an empty field. Like, this is very emblematic of the utter state of the
ended up in a
Western woman.
castle
It's like,
with
I
a
reject
prince.
the natural order of things. I want more. You're in a field. You're empty, literally in terms of geography, and you're in.
This just shows how much these people only care about instant gratification, and they don't take the long-term like story into consideration. She did not end up in a field. She ended up married to a prince, living in a castle. That is actually where the story concluded, not with her being in the field. She went on a hero's journey. That's why the hero's journey exists.
I don't think John Doyle can acknowledge that there can be a heroine, that there can be a woman hero. You know, I don't think he sees that. She is the protagonist in this movie. Not, he even says, the beast is supposed to be the hero. Gaston is actually the hero. No, like, it's Belle. She is. She took action. She saved her dad from certain death. I mean, he was getting sick out there. There were reasons why she did what she did. And yeah, it's the female hero's journey. Exactly, Sin. Like, it's so crazy, but heaven forbid a woman ever does anything, apparently.
Yep. Brian points out she technically married a king. That's pretty good. She ended up, you know, in a good spot. George says, I've already told you the solution to the Fuentes problem. Start a crowdfund to send him to Rio or Sao Paulo, and he'll come back nicer for it.
Oh my gosh.
That's not the worst idea we have ever had in the world, and perhaps we will do just that. All right, moving on. Oh, wait, hang on. We got one more super chat that just came in. I want to do it before we keep going. Z McKnight says, John has a huge vocabulary, yet says nothing all the time.
True.
So much for so. It is true. And this is like, it's like these, he is a smart guy. He is. I'm sorry. He shows up. He knows what he has to say. He does the work, which, I mean, honestly, like, part of being successful in what he's doing is to show up very consistently, which is harder than most people think.
Right.
I mean, you're discovering that on your channel where you're trying to do like daily content. It's harder than most people think it is. It's like he is a smart person. He knows what to do. It's just like how he focuses his energy.
There's just no substance. I mean, he's just doing this for money, which whatever, but you have to be smarter as a conservative base and as a conservative to not fall for the grift, you know, with the John Doyles and, in my opinion, the Elijahs as well. Like, you need to support people that are actually getting things done, people that are actually doing stuff, you know, because otherwise they're just grifting on the issue. You know, John Doyle, the worst thing that could ever happen is for everything to be solved, because he would be out of a job and he would be terrified to have to go be a mover.
That's exactly right. Z McKnight says John is so smart that he is stupid.
It's leftist vibes for me. Yeah, it's the leftist vibes for me.
Yep. Well, guys, if you're enjoying the stream so far, please make sure you mount that like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, and please make sure you subscribe to Alex's channel as well. The link is in the description below, and you might as well. You're sitting here anyway. We're going to be here a while, so might as well. Something to do.
Internalized spirit, you stupid one. But anyways, the horse comes back without her father, and so she goes with the horse to the castle, and she finds her father, but the beast refuses to let him go. And so now she's on her knees in front of him, looking up at him like...
Okay, another question. Sorry, Z McKnight, thank you for the super chat. Why did Sydney and Elijah split? I don't know the answer to
They
this.
didn't really say. I do have a video on my channel where I speculated what I thought, but
why do you
never
think?
said. I think Elijah's too radical now, and I think there's also, it's totally speculative. Like, remember, this is just complete speculation. I have no idea, just based on what I've seen. I feel like it was something, I think it was something personal. Like, I feel like he let her down in some way. And so she just dipped. That's what I think happened. But I also think just in general, it's that Elijah is getting too radical, and she's an atheist and stuff. She's not going to be able to, she can only take so much, you know?
I mean,
sure
go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm sure he probably was giving her issues for being an atheist as well.
I don't know. They were such good friends, and it's not as though Elijah didn't know that they were friends when they started this whole thing. It's, or you know, she was an atheist when they started this whole thing. So I don't know.
I think it was something probably personal that nobody knows about that happened between them. But because I can't see Sydney just dipping for no reason. But I think that, you know, the show was getting toxic, and I do think the Jack Murphy thing was probably like a setup for her to go, because it was a lot. But
I will say that, like, I wouldn't want to be in front of the type of audience that was patronizing that show every day of the week. I would not do it. Like, it's just, it's too toxic. And I'm sure they came after her all the time. And, you know, and because that's just like the type of audience that is. So I can understand how that would be very hard.
I also think, I personally think that this is my opinion, it's totally speculative. I have no evidence. Like, I'm just being clear. But I think that Elijah is going through a bit of a breakdown. He has changed drastically since February. And I think he's making more enemies for himself in his personal life. So I think that that's why she left. I think something went down. That's my opinion, but I could be wrong. But she'll never say. They will never say. We will never know.
Yeah.
So it's only speculative.
I don't think Elijah's going through a breakdown. I mean, well, admittedly, I mean, I haven't watched his content lately because I just don't watch any's content. But
you
like,
probably should.
Well, maybe I should, but I don't think he's going through. I
used to be that way. Like, he's changed. I will give him that, absolutely. But he has changed.
I feel like I understand Elijah on some weird level, and I agree with a lot of the things that he said. Don't get me wrong, there's things I really don't agree with too, but I don't think he's going through a breakdown. I mean, maybe he's evolving, maybe his perspective is changing. Elijah's still relatively young. I'm like the old woman of all of this. I'm like, he's still relatively young.
There could be financial stressors that are getting to him. I think they might be living a little bit above their means or certain things, and I think it could be that kind of thing. I don't know if it's like literally a breakdown, but I just think he's very under stress, and I think he's going a little crazy. I do. Maybe the content, maybe fighting the woke, it's just gotten to him and he's lost it.
Maybe it's just that, like, I have the perspective that, like, people speculate that I'm having a breakdown all the time. And okay, maybe I legitimately had a breakdown like a week ago. But my breakdown happened after being bullied and harassed for a year and a half in a very specific targeted effort. So I think that was a little bit different. But like, even now, like, I mean, people have been saying I've been breaking down for, like, you know, the past year or so, like ever since Biden got inaugurated and I started calling out conservatives for being like raging idiots. And apparently that was code for me breaking down. I wasn't breaking down. I just had an opinion that they didn't agree with. And I was told I was having a breakdown because of it.
I feel like you were under stress ever since June of 2021. I feel like you were under stress. I would say, like, at that time, things definitely got harder. Your personality shifted a bit. I think you were just getting so much hate. And I'm sure Elijah is too. And it is difficult to function with that level of constantly being attacked. And I do think it wears on you and it stresses you out, and it can change your personality, which you eventually did kind of have to take a pause for a while. You took such a short pause though. Oh my God. You were back in like 2 days.
I was back in 2 days.
But it's like, that's okay. You know,
breakdown.
It
took me a weekend to get over it.
I don't even know if I would count that as a breakdown. I think it was just exhaustion, you know, like just being tired, burnout. But maybe that's what's happening to Elijah, but he needs to rest then. Like, but I know that he's the provider, you know, in his family, and he feels a lot of pressure and they want to be bougie. And, you know, I just think with the way the economy is, it's hard for anybody to make it. I think it's probably that more than anything, to be honest. But I don't really like him because I just feel like he's not helping. I think he's making it worse. He's turning people away, in my opinion.
Well, Z McKnight says, for me, I can't identify with the new conservative movement now. They're too radical in both religion and politics. Am I wrong to feel that way? Dude, I've been saying that since January of 2021.
And
I agree
Elijah
with you.
is a part of that. And that's why I criticize him. Because I'm I'm on the right. I've been on the right forever, and I don't want this to go this way because I saw what happened with the Bush years, the fallout after. This doesn't work. If I believed it worked, I'd be like, you know what? It's going to work. Let's do it. Let's go, John Doyle. But it doesn't work. It fails ultimately. And it gave us Obama, and it gave us all this crap that we're dealing with now. So I 100% agree. And people like this, you get this a lot now. I get this more on my channel too. I like the right, but they're too radical now. They're too weird. They're being overly religious. This is an issue.
And I just want to take a victory lap for a second. Who
I
called that
know.
early 2021? Who said the right is becoming a problem?
know.
I was like, Karlyn, I don't know what you're talking about. You're
Because
obviously a grifter.
it wasn't as prominent when you were pointing. I mean, you caught it right at the beginning. And by now, it's so obvious. You know what I mean? So people like me and any conservatives in the chat, like, you need to start fighting back. Like, you have to just speak up. You don't have to be nasty. You don't have to be anything, but just let it be shown and known that the right does not all think this way. That's what I do. That's why I'm here.
And when I tell you guys something, fucking listen instead of calling me a leftist, because I turned out to be right. I'm going to take my victory lap.
Well, and Karlyn, thankfully, is not a leftist anymore. She's super far right economically now. And I guess
I'm more far right, I think, than Alex is economically.
Yeah, she hates all rules. She's going full blown ANCAP.
Basically, yeah.
I don't know.
Basically, yeah. I'm getting there every single day. Z McKnight says, the older I get, 25, the less conservative I become. Like, I am more libertarian independent. When I was younger, I liked John Doyle. Z McKnight, you should join the Mises Caucus in the Libertarian Party. You would dig it, I think. Like, it's a good fit for a lot of people who are feeling like you. And by the way, for people who don't know, the Libertarian Party is no longer woke. As of like 2 weeks ago, it was taken over by the Mises Caucus. Every single woke person got expelled from leadership. So if you were avoiding the libertarians because you thought they were leftists, they are leftists no more.
Well, and I would say, to do my show, you don't necessarily have to become a libertarian, but you do, if you want to stay conservative, you need to start arguing with these kinds of people, because otherwise they're going to take control. If people like me and you speak up, we're going to be way more popular than someone like John Doyle. But nobody speaks up because people are too nice, or they're too like, I don't want to face conflict. It's not too bad. They call me, I don't know. They did the whatever. They said I was ugly. His
they're gonna say you're ugly. They're gonna say you're fat, and like,
yeah. I mean, his fans are kind of cringe. It's not that big of a deal though. Like, you just gotta toughen up. And I know that you're 25, so you're still kind of young still, but it's just as much your party as it is theirs, right? And you have a right to say your piece. And more people are aligned with you and me than with the fringe. They're fringe, absolutely.
Definitely. And George says, Sydney's post on her channel gave me the impression it had something to do with the blaze. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know at all. Ty says, not sure about a breakdown, but I absolutely agree. Yeah. Elijah's content has drifted further right. He panders to Groyper types a lot now. I think Elijah always pandered to Groyper types. Like, he's that type. He's like he's got that kind of similar energy. I don't identify him as a Groyper. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just too nice to him. Maybe I just have a soft spot for him. But I don't identify Elijah as a Groyper. I don't know.
It's okay to have I have to say, Elijah is loved. And I think that there's a difference between Elijah the person and like his personality and all these things. I get it. He's extremely likable, extremely charismatic. He has that whole package going on. Maybe he's very nice. I've never met him. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that. It's not attacking him personally. It's attacking his rhetoric and the fact that he's representing the conservative movement when he himself says he's not a conservative. So it's a problem. As a conservative, I care about this. I want to win. And he's not helping us win. So that's why I have an issue. Not with him personally. I mean, whatever. I don't have an issue with anybody personally, to be honest.
It's not personal. It's just the internet. Sam says the Karlyn was right tip jar. I really do need to start a Karlyn was right tip jar. I really, really do. Michael Rogers says, so glad to see looking back to yourself. Hope you enjoyed the break. Much love from not so sunny Northern England. I'm doing okay. It's touch and go, but I really do I like Sassy Saturdays. It makes me happy. So I'm glad to be doing Sassy Saturdays again. And Alex, come to the Mises Caucus. You got us and Miss K and Mises.
I would just, if I had to hear point of personal privilege, I would probably get up and scream in the middle of the hearing and say, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitches. We're moving on.
That's okay. As long as you said point of personal privilege, it would be okay for you to do that. And then someone will say, decorum.
There needs to be more mean libertarians. You guys are too nice. I can't handle it. Oh gosh, you're too everybody deserves to have a say. No, they don't. They're just distracting.
No, but when people waste time in libertarian meetings, though, you just go dilatory, and everyone shames them for being dilatory. You learn all these new words. It's great.
I mean, I'm friendly towards libertarians, but I'm not one because I want to win. But no, I think everybody has a role to play. I'm happy for Mises. You guys should be more in charge. What was in charge before is horrifying and disgusting. So congratulations to everybody. Yeah.
We've made progress. And Z McKnight, and thank you everyone for the super chats. I do appreciate it, even though you're making the stream take longer. But we're going to acknowledge every super chat because
we love it. We love it.
We love it. We do. Thank you, Z McKnight. You're giving us lots of things to think about. Everyone has either drifted too far right or left. The MAGA cult took over. I'm politically homeless. No one reads or has actual independent ideas. Z McKnight, I'm telling you, Mises Caucus. You may find a home there, and it's great and it's awesome. And we hate both sides too. So it's okay. And then Z McKnight says, these alt-right wingers love to ignore history and past race relations. As a black guy, that scares me quite a bit. I agree with you. I 100% agree.
I do. Alt-right, remember, alt-right is not the right. They're not the right or the left. It's alternative to the right. So it's a different position, which I hate that the left has conflated the two because the left are liars as usual. So remember that. And also too, I agree with you, but conservatives, they've never supported, not that I've known my whole life, at least. So at least from the 90s forward, they do not support racist talking points or racism at all. I've never seen it. I will admit I grew up in California, but the thing is, racism doesn't really have a political orientation. There are racists on every side of everything. So
I mean, progressive white women are some of the most racist people I've ever met in my life. And the alt-right is the same way. It says they're two sides of the same coin. They're the same. All right, moving on.
Please, there must be something I can do, anything. And to the Beast's credit here, he just totally rejects her advances because he just goes, no, he's my prisoner. And again, it's hard to write off the Beast because he really is subtly based in that he's basically an autistic incel. But anyways, Belle offers to take the place of her father, and the Beast agrees if she promises to stay there forever. And at this point, her father, who, he's not a strong figure in her life, but even he's like, Belle, what are you doing? Don't do this. And it just goes to show how women will literally destroy their own lives just to spite standards that they think are oppressive. Like this girl literally rejected.
Well, okay, so Z McKnight is bringing up, just look at the conservative backlash at Juneteenth. This is the stupidest thing that has ever happened, because 1 year prior to the conservative backlash against Juneteenth, they were all in favor of making Juneteenth a national holiday when it would have happened under Trump. They were completely in favor of it.
Considering it at the time. So it wasn't an issue with that. The issue is that the left basically says only Black people can celebrate it, which is divisive and disgusting. So it's, again, the left uses Black people to create division, like they use gay people as well. They use everybody to create division and hate. So that's the issue with Juneteenth. I have zero issue with Juneteenth being a holiday, but I do have issue with it being a segregated holiday that only Black people can celebrate. That's disgusting to me.
I agree with that. Like everyone should be celebrating it. I mean, that's
Mhm.
the whole point. Like we should all be against slavery. We should all
Yes.
be against racism.
I
Like
thought
these
we
are
could agree
pretty
on that.
these are pretty basic things, but it's just
Yeah.
like how conservatives played this when you could literally find video of Charlie Kirk going back a year ago saying Trump make Juneteenth a national holiday, and like he was okay with it then. It was just so hypocritical
It
and
was
bad.
stupid. The
Like
right has
so
horrible
dumb.
influencers.
They really do. And Shannon says, I'm going to start calling progressives the alt left. Shannon,
You
I think it's
could.
actually a
I
really
would
good
put it in
idea.
brand. Yeah, it's a
It's a
good
really
idea.
good idea.
At her town and everything that it had to offer. She rejects Gaston, who is literally the ideal male, all because she needs something more. She can't be held down. And then in less than 90 seconds, she agrees to spend the rest of her life in a castle with a monster.
To
and you can
save
say,
her
oh, she did it to
father."
save her father. But it's like, first of all, this is 1700s, 1800s France, and that guy is old and fat. He's sick now. He's got
What?
like maybe 2 years left. Secondly, she's actually contesting her father by disobeying his authority.
Doesn't the Bible have like a commandment to like honor thy father
Honor
and
your
mother?
father and mother.
Am I?
And yeah, that's true. And also too, like that's probably the only person that she loves is her father. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if she'd even want to live without him being there. She's 16 or whatever. She's young as hell. She doesn't have anybody else. I can't even imagine being in that situation, which again, I don't think John Doyle could handle any hardship at all the way that he
No.
acts. It's like, could you imagine being in that choice? How difficult? She felt like she could get out of it easier because she's younger, healthier, whatever. She felt like she could do it.
But
And
I'm just really confused about why this conservative Christian is not in favor of honoring thy father.
Because he's just a grift. He's not real. You know what I mean? And I don't know if he's ever loved anyone in his life. Like I'd be terrified to be his parents with that take, Yeah, well, you're old and fat and you're gonna die anyway, so I don't give a fuck about you. Like that's pretty awful. Like that's horrifying. Just saying. I would hope if I ever have a child, which yes, it would be through surrogacy, just to trigger everybody because I want to be a bitch today. And Ali Stucky, she can make her video and I can tell her to go suck a fat one. But anyways, I would say if I did that, I would hope to God that my child would never, ever think something like that. I would hope that they would love me as I love them, It's like, gosh, like no family connection. Again, how is he different from the woke? How is he different from the woke? I'm still looking for it. I don't see a difference. It's the same logic. It's horrifying.
I agree.
Over her, and doing so by masquerading it with the typically masculine virtue of sacrifice. She's literally LARPing one of those books that she never should have been reading in the first place, frankly. And this is what happens to her. So she has no true concept of feminine identity because she doesn't have a mother figure. She rejects everything that she's called to do by her community because she regards it to be binding. And so the only sense of identity that she can find in her real life is inspired by that into which she retreated, which are those books. So she tries to be the hero figure because she recognizes the opportunity to do so. But in her pride, she failed to calculate how stupid of a hill it was to die on since her father's going to be dead soon anyways. Now she's in exactly the situation that she thought that she wanted to avoid, this de facto arranged marriage. So now she's literally in a stone dungeon crying because she thought she was too good to marry Gaston. Remember, the toll will always be paid. Belle assumed authority over her father by sacrificing herself for him, which objectively was a bad move. And now she's crying about it in a room by herself.
And eventually she ended up married to a king living in a castle. Jesus Christ. And George says, John's interpreting the commandments as she should have left when he told her to. Well, tough cookies. And it worked out for her. I mean, it's like, I can't say the same thing again. It worked out just fine.
This is what happens when women are allowed to think for themselves. But then
What
the
the
beast tells her
hell?
that she can go wherever she wants, except
That's
for the
pretty
West
harsh.
Wing. And you'll never guess where this girl decides to go later. It's like you tell a woman not to do something, and her HUD just recognizes it as like objective updated. Do that thing. But then the beast is like, you will join me for dinner. This is not a request. And we have to remember not to be charmed by the beast, not to think that he's our guy, because his assertiveness over the woman is not from a place of confidence, but rather his own
So it's
insecurity
okay for
lashing
the
out. Like
beast to
Gaston
be
does
assertive,
this
but
because he's a
for
chap.
Gaston
And the beast
to-
isn't even doing this because he's like a Sigma male, but rather because, again,
Oh,
he's
God.
basically an autistic.
So basically it's okay for Gaston to be assertive and order Belle to marry him when she doesn't want to, but it's not okay for the Beast to be too assertive and make her go to dinner.
Because it's funny is this is he's displaying a very feminine energy right now, where it's that whole thing of like you have a girlfriend or whatever and she's upset because she asked you to do something, and then she's upset because you don't want to do it, even if you're going to do it. But because the guy doesn't want to, she's upset because he doesn't want to, which is crazy. That's like a bad thing as a woman. If he does what you're asking him to do, just be happy, even if he doesn't want to. That's some advice for the ladies out there. But that's kind of the energy that John Doyle is bringing right now. It's very feminine energy. I don't think he realizes that.
No, I don't
he
think
probably
he does
has
either.
more in common with women than he would like to admit.
I think that is probably true. And Alexandra M says, this is why women shouldn't be allowed to think. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend.
Women sense the femininity within him and they don't want it.
No.
Go be a mover, John.
And of course, she's like, I won't have dinner with you. Yet again, another shit test, which he fails by throwing a tantrum. But we continue. Now we're at the lodge. All the guys are there. And Gaston's feeling a little bit down after the whole Belle situation earlier. And so the fellas cheer him up by singing a song about how much of a chat he is. Like they literally have a song dedicated to how epic he is. All the men want.
I do like this song. I think this song is fun.
Karlyn wants there to be a musical number about Karlyn that's in this style of song. I'm just kidding.
If you guys want to do that, I wouldn't be mad about it.
It is very Aries, I will admit. He does.
I'm not only an Aries, I'm also a Leo moon. So I don't mind people creating song and dance about me. That'd be pretty effing great, actually.
Oh my gosh.
As long as it was a good song. Z McKnight says, the fact that conservatives want to support Russia in this conflict tells me everything about them.
It's not all, but
don't even get me started on this.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started.
Conservatives are messy with they're horrible with their messaging. I don't understand, but I'm trying to change it. So that's all I can do, right?
Yes. Not all conservatives. Not all conservatives. Just the loudest, screamiest ones. Yes. And Multi-Drider says, the book was written in 1700s and people back then didn't have the concept of alpha male or girl boss like today.
True.
I really think that John Doyle thinks that Disney created the story of Beauty and the Beast. I really think he does. My God.
Want to be him, all the women want him, and it's like, if he's the villain, why am I rooting for him? If he's the villain, why is everyone rooting for him? He's drinking with the boys, he's wrestling with the boys, he's singing with the boys, he's playing chess with the boys, he's spitting with the boys, he's shooting with the boys, he flips over the chessboard as a rejection of the abstract in favor of natural law, he's hoisting people up with one arm, he's wrestling all the guys in town at once, he's talking about how he ate 4 dozen eggs as a boy and now 5 dozen eggs a day as a man, which is why he's roughly the size of a barge. I mean, this guy is it. He's loved by his community. He rejects books and sources because those are how weak people justify their beliefs since they're incapable of original thought. He takes care of his dysgenic manlet friend. He's dancing with him. Like, this guy's fantastic. So. I'd be on his team every day of the week and twice on Sunday. How are we supposed to believe that this guy is the villain? I'm being serious again. Like, literally, he doesn't even have the typical, like, I'm evil and I want to do evil things. Like, he's just like, I'm the best and I want to marry Belle. And then the story's like, he's the bad guy because Belle wants to read books and be free and marriage would tie her down. Gaston actually demonstrates a
Belle got married,
love, which the Beast doesn't. We'll talk about that a bit later. But now since the Beast fails the shit test and Belle's not coming to dinner, the Beast is in his room sulking like, she'll never see me as anything but a monster. It's hopeless, just going total doomer mode. Meanwhile, Belle manipulates Clocksworth by exploiting his love of presenting information about the castle through tours to explore the one area she wasn't supposed to go to. And she finds the rose from the beginning with the witch. And she's like, oh, this rose in a glass case, so nothing will touch it. I'm going to go ahead and...
What'd you just say?
I said that was kind of a bitch move on Belle's part. That she, of course, had to go to the one place that he said not to. But
I mean, listen, if I was trapped in a haunted castle, I would want to see the thing that I wasn't supposed to see. That's just human nature. That's not a woman thing. Yeah. That's just like human nature.
Well, it's a little bit womanly, but I would say she's not gonna just. He thinks that every woman just obeys every man ever. It's like, no, like. Even in very conservative circles, like a woman would only relatively obey her husband. Not every single man ever. Like, we don't live in Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, come on.
Well,
like,
and conservative women, I'm sorry, like, listen, man, I watched, what was that show with the Duggars, like 19 Kids and Counting? I watched that show. You know what the mother in that show did all the time? She convinced her husband that something that was her idea was actually his idea.
that's what women have been doing for centuries, time immemorial.
So it's like, it's still the woman running
Yeah.
the show. She's just doing
Or
it in a smart
somewhat,
way where
yeah.
she's like, honey, wouldn't this be a great idea? Or how should we solve this problem, honey? Here's a brochure. Like, I mean, it's like, it's just like a womanly way of doing things.
Women have brains. I know it's a shock, but
Mhm.
if you understand that, you'll understand women a lot better.
Yep. Multi-Drider says, also the movie came out in 1991, back when feminists just wanted equal opportunity, not this abomination they want today. That's also very true.
Yeah.
And Sam says, John would love to wrestle all the boys.
Oh gosh.
God.
Remove the glass case and try to touch it. And then the beast finds her and gets angry because she did the one thing that she wasn't supposed to do. And then she immediately starts crying and victimizing herself. Now she's fleeing the castle because she has no principles. She only cares about what immediately validates her ego. First, it was a hero complex. Now it's this, I'm too good to get in trouble for doing things that I wasn't supposed to be doing mentality. So she makes a promise to stay there forever, breaks the rules, decides she's not at fault, and then breaks the commitment. Like, this is literally how no-fault divorce works. She doesn't know what's good for her.
What?
She always wants more. She's always too good for whatever environment she's in. Now she's getting attacked by wolves. And so then she's saved by the beast. She goes back to the castle with him. And now she's like trying to clean his wounds. But again, the beast gets into this like autistic episode where he's growling at her for trying to touch his wounds. And he's like LARPing as an animal, because remember, Belle thinks he's actually a beast, but he's not. And he knows that. He's still a man, but he's LARPing. But anyways, then he gives her a whole library, like the biggest library you've ever seen.
Oh, Brian. Brian says Gaston was my boy crush. I mean, that library is pretty epic. Like, let's just be honest. Like, who wouldn't want a library like that?
I know, it's a beautiful library, but...
And George says, you said it yourself, Alex, she's a teenager. Give her a break. Women have been doing it for thousands of years.
That's what I'm saying.
Are there any Bible stories in which women do this?
I don't know. I'm not sure off the bat.
Wait,
I'm sure there's women that have rebelled.
Wait. Wasn't Esther like a queen in the Bible? Women are queens too.
Well, women have important roles in the Bible. I mean, duh. Think about Mary, right? She had an incredibly important role. She was a woman. I mean, there are a lot of women in the Bible.
Mary is an ascended master in my belief system.
Well, there you go. I mean,
Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene, actually.
She was in there as well. Like, there's plenty of women. There's plenty of stories about women. Like, wasn't the one that was going to be stoned, wasn't she like a, prostitute or whatever?
A prostitute.
So it's like, and then Jesus said, he without sin should cast the first stone. It's that kind of thing. It's like, there's a lot. Women are just as important. I don't know. Women are around. Like, we need women in society. Like, what is this weird idea? He is so weird.
He's so weird. I mean, some might say autistic. I'm just saying.
All you need to know right there. Like, literally, the Chad don't read books versus the Virgin. Here, take all of them. And then we get into this really weird montage of the beast like learning to behave or whatever. And what's important to note here is that Belle's validation and purpose comes only from feminizing him and power. She needed to artificially and socially engineer the beast into something he isn't to feel validated and powerful. Gaston wasn't enough for her because he was already perfect. And she rejected the feminine attitude shared by virtually every woman in the village, which was that their validation was to come from being the wife of the best man. But since that implied a position of submissiveness to the man.
It's not about that. It's the fact that he saved her life. Like, I literally do not think he acknowledges the humanity of women. Like, I don't think he sees them as human. Right. I'm starting to think that. It has nothing to do with anything. She was there as a prisoner. So, of course, if she can escape, she's going to escape. However, when he saved her life, that's a huge deal to anybody. And even a woman would consider, wow, this beast saved my life. So let me help him.
it's also an issue of like, the reality is she had to stay there. She was not allowed to leave. And when she tried to leave, she got attacked by wolves. She had to try to make the best of this situation, and they weren't getting along. And it's like, at some point you have to say, we're stuck in this fucking castle. We are going to either kill each other or we are going to get along. Choose. You know?
Also, too, though, yeah, she did try to escape and she wasn't able to, but there is still that layer of he saved her life. That's a big deal. So she's like, oh, like he does care somewhat. Like there's something there that wasn't there before. Remember the song?
Exactly. There was a song about it.
Yeah. Hello.
He wasn't just trying to make her life miserable. So,
right.
It did not satisfy the revolutionary ego of Belle, who by this point is a sexual Marxist. And she even brags about this in a song. How she's able to change the beast into a perversion of itself.
Stockholm
and you might
syndrome.
say, but he's a person underneath. Yeah,
Maybe.
but she doesn't know that, remember? She's literally trying to normalize bestiality to herself. White women and bestiality. Talk about a tale as old as time. I will not elaborate on this. However, just know that there is no greater indication
just
that a white
know
woman
that
has
it's
given
true.
up on
I'm
having a
not going to
family than her
elaborate.
adopting a male dog in her late 20s, early 30s. Like we all know a few of those. But here's something else important to note. The happiest Belle is seen in the entire movie is during the tale as old as time sequence. Look at why that is. She's in a place in the middle of nowhere that she's totally unfamiliar with. She's surrounded by transhumanist, sentient, occult objects that talk. She's romancing a literal monster. Everything around her is completely inverted because Belle can only thrive in chaos, in the realm of the unnatural. She's rejected her home and her spot at the top of the feminine hierarchy in favor of the complete inversion of everything that she formerly knew.
She
because Belle,
married
at her core,
a
possesses
king.
that revolutionary, chaotic spirit, which is the consequence of unchecked feminine energy, not guided by a mother, not checked by her father, and influenced by proto-Marxist literature, and now she can only find purpose through chaos. And this is why the tale as old as time is in reference to the true plot of the film. Think about it. As old as time. What is that in reference to? Genesis in the Garden of Eden, where we see what happens when unchecked feminine nature is allowed to manifest. And this is dog whistling to the audience that they have to read between the lines and see that the true story is about the chaos and the order of the female condition.
You know,
whether it'll be the
you know what I want to do on Tuesday with Joshua? Joshua is going to have no effing clue who John Doyle is at all. I just want to show Joshua a picture of John Doyle and say, Joshua, what do you think about this major conservative influencer? Just give us your thoughts. I don't want to ask him any questions. I don't want to lead him at all. I just want to say, what do you think of this person? And I just want to see what he says. What's that?
You're going to show him a picture.
I just want to show him a picture. Yeah, just show him a picture.
Good.
That's it. Yeah, we'll see.
Man or the strong man to channel her energy in destructive or productive ways, respectively. Beauty and the Beast are the competing sides of Belle, reflected by whichever force is able to channel her energy. The beautiful Gaston, bringing out her beauty within the natural order of things, or the hideous Beast, doing the opposite, allowing her to become a destructive beast. But even then, stop laughing. This is serious. Even then, inherent to chaos is that it's always changing. So she still can't be happy in this ideally chaotic environment that she's created. And so the beast releases Belle so that she can go back to being with her still sick and dying father. And like, as a man, I can't respect this. Like, she literally puts you through all of that. And then she's just going to go back to the life that she wholeheartedly rejected in the first place. Plus, it's this whole like, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters mentality.
It's a
which
cartoon.
Is just rationalized weakness. That's all that is. And this is the opposite of Gaston, which we'll talk about in a second. But again, the true nature of the beast is revealed. He is a selfish aristocrat. His entire help, his best and only friends are counted.
I'm trying to help us get through this because we've got another hour, 2 hours. We've already been going for 2 hours, Alex.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
He let her go because he loved her. It's like you love somebody enough to let them go. And if they come back, then it's for real or whatever. And she did. Spoiler alert.
This is how we know that John Doyle has never had a serious relationship.
Yeah.
This right here is how we know. Yep.
He's never been in love. He doesn't understand that. And I'm not saying it, it's this whole thing of like, they got to know each other. They developed a bond, whatever. Like, and he let her go because he loved her and he wasn't going to be selfish. And he was willing to risk his curse staying forever to have her go. But she still came back because she did have honor and loyalty and these different things, which he would say a woman never would have, apparently. But she did because she's the heroine. It's crazy.
Exactly. Jean, don't worry about being late. We've got a long way to go. You should have just in time. Don't worry about it.
on him to break this curse, and he throws it away for his own self-image of being like this compassionate, understanding guy or whatever. He's at the top. He's in control. He has an obligation to his people, and he throws it away out of weakness. He's pathetic. So Belle finds her father. Update, he's still dying. And now there's an angry mob coming to lock Belle's father in the insane asylum for trying to undermine the distributist agrarian economic model of the town, and also for ineffectively spreading word about the beast because nobody actually respects him or takes him seriously, and so they just assume that he's...
Oh, wait. Oh, this is such a conservative move. This right here is the epitome of conservatives, where someone comes along to try to tell them the truth. Like a year and a half ago when I said, alt-right is starting to act a little crazy, maybe we should be paying attention to this, and no one fucking believed me. Instead, they spread rumors around Twitter that I was a narcissist that was having a nervous breakdown. This is the conservative mentality all summed up in a nice little bow, where someone comes along and says, hey, listen, there's a fucking beast that we should probably take care of. And they're like, you're crazy! And they try
I can't say she's wrong there, you guys. I'm sorry. We need to work on that. We need to work on it.
It's true. God.
I've been like, Karlyn's just being dramatic, or maybe Karlyn is a little crazy with this, and then it ends up being right. So
and then I end up being right every time, and no one ever acknowledges I was right.
Time, okay. We are slow to change.
God.
We are slow to change people. That is why we are called conservatives. I'm sorry.
I just feel like so incredibly validated in this moment for every single thing that I have said that has turned out to be correct, and conservatives called me crazy. I just want to say that. God. Brian says, this is how Disney indoctrination works and why we are the way we are now. John Doyle. Yeah. That's not wrong. George says, Marxist is the right's racist. If anything, Marx would be Bellist. Yeah. I think that's true. And honestly, I write about this in my book where I say, like, you know, conservatives love to say that everything is a crazy socialist communist agenda. But in the case of critical race theory, they're not actually wrong. And it's
right?
like every time
you were like, wait, what?
It's like, but it does actually make it harder to make the case that this is actually a legitimate problem when, like, when everything is racist, nothing is racist. When everything is Marxist, nothing is Marxist. Yeah. Like, you know? All right.
He's crazy. So Gaston tells Belle that he can make all of this stop if she just agrees to marry him. And Belle says no, because being married to the literal ideal man and living happily ever after to save her father is frankly beyond the scope of her operations, unlike agreeing to live in a castle with a literal monster for the rest of her life to save her father earlier, right?
I wonder if John would feel the same way about the Gaston song if he knew that a gay man wrote them.
Oh my God. Well, also too, like, it just kills me with this. It's like, no, because she made a promise to go back. That's why she wasn't. She has integrity, something John would never understand.
She behaved honorably.
Yes. It drives me nuts.
And this is because Belle's true mission above all else is rejecting male authority. She does this by rejecting her father's wishes in the beginning, where she gets herself locked up. Now she rejects Gaston's wishes and presumably her father's wishes, since he's anti-beast and at least Gaston sympathetic or Gaston adjacent at this point, to let him be taken away instead of, God forbid, taking a break from having the Midas touch of chaos. And like we said earlier, Gaston is an operative. He understands that Maurice's work as an inventor will ultimately be destructive to his town in the long run. But he's also willing to let Maurice continue to be free if Belle marries him, because he knows that his 7 sons will end up wielding enough power in the town to counteract any of those negative effects. But for the time being, he's fine with just removing him from the society to go to the insane asylum. And this is when Belle turns her subversive efforts to the townsfolk. She exposes them to her occult mirror prop and tells them about this mythical creature because she wants them to think that her father isn't actually crazy. And she wants to get the townsfolk to indulge in her occult
Her father literally isn't crazy.
And it is here when Gaston realizes that this has all been one big shit
He
test.
literally isn't.
He tells Belle that he suspects that she has feelings for the monster. And Belle replies by saying, he's no monster, Gaston. You are. And at this point, Gaston realizes that Belle exists to pervert and degenerate everything that she comes into contact with. It is no longer about his dream of making her his wife and giving her a happy and fulfilling life. Gaston realizes now that it is more than that. It is about an obligation to his people. She is the ultimate wielder of destructive feminine energy, and he realizes that the only way to stop it is for him to finally take control of her and provide to her that authoritative masculine influence that she so desperately needs. Her father's
I just said it wasn't that deep. Like, That's not what it was. It was that he saw a monster and he wanted to have it on in his bar. You know, it was probably more of just an accomplishment to have taken out the beast. And you know, that was all it was. It wasn't that deep, dude. Like,
It really wasn't that deep at all.
It felt like it was a threat, which, you know, her dad had literally been like, oh my God, there's this beast. Like, he has my daughter. Like, this is crazy. And then she comes back and she's like, no, he's fine. Like, I get it. This happens to women all the time. Like, people assume women are crazy all the time. And that totally would happen. Like, that was realistic when she said that. And he's like, oh, you're in love with him? Oh my God, you're crazy. This whole thing would happen. Absolutely. But
this whole thing has happened to me at least 87 times on Twitter in the last year. This whole scenario.
I'm just saying, like, it's very realistic. That's why it's a good story. And Gaston is a complex villain. Like, he's not 100% evil. Like, he was trying to help the town, but it was also for his own accomplishment because he wants to have it on his wall in his bar and then he can brag about it. That's what it was.
It's true. Well, Alex, I have reached beer number 2. We're going to do some lemon berry squish, which is a sour ale with lemons and blueberries. Look how pretty it is. It's all pink.
It is pretty.
It's all pink. All right, we've got to let that settle for a second. Let me get this super chat from George before we finish up this video. How do feminists get new recruits? They show little girls John Doyle. But this is funny, but it's also true. It is also true. John Doyle is creating more feminists every single time he posts a video on the internet. I mean, look at this. Listen, this video has over 200,000 views. It only has 15,000 thumbs up.
Oh,
like,
there's a lot
which is
of
not. Well, it's not uncommon. Like, you know, I mean, basically, what I've noticed is about 10% of the people who watch any given video will give it a thumbs up. Just like roughly, that's pretty consistent. Okay. But that's a lot of hate watchers. That's a lot.
Yeah, well, we don't see the dislike anymore, but also too, like, this is a cultural movie, so he's gonna have a lot of hate watchers because there are gonna be a lot of lefties that like Beauty and the Beast, and they're gonna be upset about what he said. So it's like you said, it's just gonna push them even further. Wow, men don't even want me to have any decisions. They don't even want me to read a book. Oh my gosh, I better go become a huge woke leftist and a feminist.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And Patrice says, speaking of thumbs up, please mount that like button, everyone. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Influence is taken care of. It's removed. He's gone now. So the only thing left is this monster. So Gaston begins basically like rhetorically psyoping the townsfolk to garner support for his cause, basically just like inventing these bad outcomes that could potentially happen to scare people. And because he's respected, within seconds, the men are marching with Gaston to the castle to kill the beast, singing Gaston's praises the entire way there. They're singing, "We're counting on Gaston to lead the way." And this is Gaston's arc as the true protagonist of the story. If there's two things he's known for, it's being the best hunter in the village and attracting the most women in the village. And so now he must conquer his most deadly hunt yet in order to stop the true beast, Belle's destructive feminine energy, thereby conquering the most beautiful woman in the process, because Gaston is the hero, Belle is the villain, and the beast is basically a tragic anti-hero. And in fact, the beast is such a weak leader that when the castle is under attack, he's pouting in the West Wing with no plan, no way to inspire his people, whereas Gaston literally just makes up a few stories, and within 5 minutes, he has an armed caravan about to storm the castle. They've got a song prepared, and because Gaston is a true aristocrat.
So that is actually a warning about tribalist mob mentality that conservatives would be well to avail themselves of. If someone can go into a bar and make up a bunch of bullshit and amass a tribalist mob to go attack someone else, that's not a virtue. That is a bad thing.
No, and you see it with the woke left as well. But I will admit, it is probably more puritanical en route, you know, with witch trials and this kind of stuff. So it is typically more of a conservative thing, unfortunately. But the left has taken it on now. So now they have the worst of both worlds on the left. But yeah, conservatives do not ever just be a mob like this. This is not a good move.
Not a good look. Not a good look.
Not a good look. Not a good move at all.
The crowd with honor. He tells those below him that they can have whatever they can find for themselves. However, the beast is rightfully his because he's the leader, and the people all respect this because they respect Gaston, because Gaston has a true allegiance to noble and traditional aristocracy. And in fact, the castle's counterattack wasn't even launched by the beast. It was launched by a candle. But then Gaston finds the beast, and the beast, seeing an arrow aimed at him, he literally turns away because he's pouting over a woman. Gaston recognizes this and tries to do him a favor by at least awarding him a soldier's death. So he shoots him with an arrow, and instead of just continuing to shoot him with arrows and killing him, he lets the beast go out fighting. But the beast refuses to fight back, but then Belle shows up, and oh, now the beast is fighting back, and Gaston yells, "It's over, beast! Belle is mine!" But what does this mean? What does he mean, it? It is over. Something that he and the beast have both been experiencing. Gaston means this metaphorically. It's over, meaning Belle's reign of chaos. She will now be under his authority, and she will be happier and stabler for that. The beast cannot have this because he's insecure. He would rather have Belle be in control over him and continue to invert reality than have her be with another man. This is different than Gaston, who asserts himself from a place of objective value and confidence. The beast asserts himself from a place of insecurity. Gaston being with Belle would make both of them happiest, but the beast being with Belle would just make the beast happiest, or at least less miserable, which is why he was literally willing to let Gaston kill him about 2 minutes prior to this. This is the difference between confident, capable love and weak, insecure love. The beast let Belle go because he just wanted her to be happy or whatever. Gaston says, no, I can make her the happiest and provide to her the best life, and I will stop at no.
Wait, what? What was that?
Like, that is a bad thing that he wanted her to be happy?
Well, women shouldn't be happy in the land of John Doyle, apparently. Women are never allowed to be happy. They just need to be subservient to men and do whatever men. They're not allowed to think for themselves.
I mean, and that's the thing. If anything, this story is a cautionary tale for conservatives. Do not be swayed by a charismatic person that has the image that you like, that says some BS and gets you all riled up into a mob to go do some stupid thing, and then you end up losing anyways.
Yep, that is exactly right.
It's usually a good person, which the prince ended up being a good leader or whatever. He ended up being a good person, but you'll go after the people that are actually trying to make changes because they have certain haircuts, or even with Trump, there was never Trumpers, right? This type of stuff. So it's the same energy here. Like, don't go after the person who's decent. Don't fall for the charismatic leaders like John Doyle.
And that's true. And that's true for any ideology, by the way. You have to question everything. You should question everyone, even people you agree with, because they might be feeding you a mountain of bullshit. You don't know, including me. You can question me. You just can't be me. You just can't be a little bitch about it.
True.
God. George says, smarter people than John Doyle view the mob song as a villain song, where the villain is bigotry.
The villain is just the mob. It's the whole like prejudging. I'd say, it's definitely the whole movie is about, this prince, he prejudged the old beggar woman, and then the town prejudges the beast based on looks. So it's all about it's anti-John Doyleism. It's don't just judge completely based on looks, because you could be swayed wrongly, or things could go bad.
So I just want to side note, and this is a total side note, like Deborah Evans in the chat is talking about this documentary she's watching on Netflix about the fundamentalist Mormon church, apparently called Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey. I am genuinely fascinated by the fundamentalist Mormon church, and I kind of want to do, this is my super secret plan someday, is I want to take a trip out to the town that the fundamentalist Mormons have taken over and just drive through it and just see if like any cars come and try to follow or anything like that. If anyone else wants to take a trip to Mormon Crazyville to go and spy and see what's really going on, I would totally be up for that. I really would. No joke. You're like, this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea.
I'm gonna have some fun, you guys. She was trying to mess with the Scientology too.
I was trying to mess with.
Don't mess with Hillary Clinton, Karlyn.
I did not kill myself.
Nothing to do this for her. But the beast is incapable of this because he acts exclusively through insecurity. And so then the beast lashes out and almost kills Gaston out of insecurity, not out of Belle's best interest. And this really is a Cain and Abel situation. So Gaston, who's not prideful like Belle, who's not insecure like the beast, he humbles himself and asks the beast for mercy. He's a leader above all else. And he knows at this point, the only way to save the objective and stay in the fight is to ask for mercy. So the beast lets him go and then gets distracted by Belle. And so Gaston capitalizes on this and he stabs the beast. But because of the rain, he loses his footing and tragically falls to his death. Now, this is where the story actually ends. Everything else is basically just a humiliation ritual and feminist propaganda, because Gaston understood that the beast in his animal form was pathetic and that he couldn't properly love Belle because he was a weak man. And so he sought to put him out of his misery and do the job that he was incapable of doing. And still, the beast didn't even defeat Gaston. At no point did he best Gaston in any capacity. He literally won via technicality. But now he's still dying, but he says, well, maybe it's better this way, because he's realizing that he just killed Gaston over a literal woman and his own insecurity. And that if he just stays with Belle now, more destruction is the inevitable result. He realizes that Belle inadvertently killed the most beloved man in the whole village. And now Belle, trying to maintain her control over the beast, commands him, no, don't talk like that. So then Belle says that she loves him. The curse breaks, and now the prince is back through this shape-shifting ritual. And guess what? He is significantly less handsome than Gaston. Now they're getting married.
No,
and
he's
it's like,
not.
who are all these people at the wedding? Where did they come from? I don't know. There were a lot of other questions left to be answered. Does LeFou avenge Gaston's death? How long did it end up taking for Maurice to die? Would Belle and Gaston's children have recognized the state of Israel? I don't know. But the true moral of the story is that the nature of nature is right. What is natural is therefore right. Inversion of the natural order is inherently chaotic and therefore destructive.
Oh
man
my
must be above
God.
woman to prevent or at least minimize that,
Literal
generally speaking.
dog
And honestly, I think Gaston just got unlucky. I don't really think there was anything else he could have done. You know, you could say that he should have just shot the beast with more arrows and finished him off, but it's like Gaston he just really had this understanding of honor and chivalry that we just can't comprehend. So he's a hero. He died doing what was right. And we honor his sacrifice by upholding the principles of Neo-Gastonism in our everyday lives. So check out the Neo-Gastonist shirt. Check out the new and restocked merch. Check out getundertech.com if you want some really solid underwear. They're a good friend of the channel. But other than that, you know, have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you next year.
I
Hey guys, if you like this-
cannot with this. We have another... Alex, we have been going for 2 hours and 14 minutes. And that's not even the last video we're watching. That's but the first video we're watching. The next video is a longer video about porn.
Oh, I know this one would trigger you.
But before we get into that, final thoughts on the Beauty and the Beast video. And guys, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're watching another video. It's going to be way worse.
Going to.
Way worse than the first one.
He does not recognize the humanity in women. I think he is as true of a sexist that there could ever be. I've never seen somebody that legitimately sexist ever. So I don't think he sees women as people at all. That's what I got from it.
I would tend to agree with that. I also think he is woefully lacking in self-awareness. And I think that he has just told us all that he's never been in a real relationship. He's never been in love. He doesn't understand what love means. And that's too bad for him. And hopefully that changes someday.
Hopefully it does. Yeah. Oh my God, Nat's like, he's a closeted gay. I don't think so. I don't think that vibe, because I think he's more, I feel like he's attracted to dominant women. So I think it's more of a suppression in that sense.
Yeah. I think he desperately wants
very
to be
incensed or whatever by Belle, by the idea of this woman that doesn't listen to authority and all this stuff. So I think he is straight, but
I agree with you. I don't think he's gay.
Yeah.
I don't think Nick Fuentes obviously gay. John Doyle, no.
Yeah, Nick
Fuentes,
obviously. I will second that absolutely. I think he even has pictures with the guy. If I saw that.
Oh, did you ever see the cat video? The cat video, the boyfriend, the best friend. Yeah, that was something. That was. I could actually watch that.
No one, sweetie.
Oh God, Gaston's not prideful. He gets the sassy out of me. God. All right.
I like that Gaston is a complex villain. You know, he's not completely unlikable or completely, you know, his motivations make sense. And there are people that like Gaston, you know, but he's still the villain. I like Ursula, you know, but she's still the villain. You know what I mean?
I mean, the villains are mostly sometimes the most interesting characters to watch, to be honest.
Right.
So nothing wrong with liking the villain, but but. All right. Well, we need to move on to our next video. I just want to say this beer is delightful. It's very fruity and it's very pink and it's very pretty. And so I'm really enjoying it. But we are moving on to our next John Doyle video and our last video for tonight, because it's an hour and 42 minutes long. So we're going to see how this is going to go. And I just want to say too, listen, Alex and I have a lot to say about things. So sometimes the stream can go a little long. Alex, if you need to tap out at any moment, you just let me know and it's okay. And there will be no shame in it. Okay?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know me. I am a trooper. Like, I will get through this. I do have to go to the bathroom though.
Do you want to take a quick break before we start?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me
I'll
do
stay here and entertain the crowd. You can take a quick break. I will
Okay.
remove you from the stream. All right, Alex is taking a bathroom break. So if you guys have anything you want to say that you want me to display on the stream, now is the time. I just want to put up this super chat from M169. This was utter BS. And if you'd like a sane take on men and women from a Christian perspective, I can share it. It's a bit unorthodox, but it makes sense. M169, I would love to hear that. I'm intrigued by all of these things, so I would definitely love to hear that. And guys, I just want to say thank you for all of the super chats that you have been sending in. I do appreciate them. Super chats do support the channel, and of course, if you have not yet joined my locals or gotten a copy of the book, all the links are in the description below. But I definitely want to encourage everyone to join locals. I really think that I'm one of the few people that does this sort of thing that has not lost my effing mind. Because of my locals community, because my locals community keeps me grounded, they keep me sane. They're the best people on the internet. Come and interact with us. We have a community Zoom coming up on Monday at 7 p.m. And you can only get that by becoming a supporter in the community. kb.locals.com/support. And, come and join us for a chat on Monday and it would be great. George says, graphically, Alex was right. Alex's prediction was more accurate than Joshua's. In regards to what? I don't know what prediction you're talking about, George. I'm sure you're correct, but let me know what prediction you're talking about. And let me see. What else can I shill while we're waiting for Alex to come back? I've got oh wait, he's back. Never mind. Alex, thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good. You're good.
Okay. What was that about me being right? What was that?
I don't know what you're right about exactly, but George says that you were right. So we're gonna give you points. We don't know what we're giving you points for, but you're getting points for something. All right. Cool. All right. And Dragonwater says your locals also creates a cult in your honor. Yes, my locals is a cult, as we know from Carrie Smith. My locals is a cult. Everyone who's in my locals is just being manipulated by me. So come join the cult. Whatever.
But not the mob. We're not a mob.
Not the mob. In fact, if anyone tries to act like a mob, I say no.
No.
Stop.
Yeah.
And I
No
keep
mob.
everyone in line. And everyone listens to me. I don't know why. They're under no obligation to listen to me, but they tend to anyway.
And apparently, John Doyle is a fan of mob rule. He's a fan of, all the riots and stuff that I'm sure he was against in 2020. As long as it's against his, he's only against it if it's against what he believes. Apparently, so
yes. We are not. What is the term called for Christians who only take some parts of the Bible and not other parts?
Cherry picking Christians.
Cherry picking, like I don't know. There's a specific
unprincipled. Yeah.
Very
hypocritical. That's a good word.
Yes.
Mob rule is not good, John Doyle. It's not a good thing.
Well, speaking of mob rule, apparently we're going to find out now why we should be banning porn. Now, I don't have strong opinions on porn other than I don't think that porn should be banned. But John Doyle might disagree with me. What do you think, Alex?
Going into it, I do not support banning porn.
Yeah.
I know that's a hot take, but I don't support it because for some, it can be an outlet and it's, there's erotica, there's a lot of different things. Like it's very hard to categorize, but no children ever involved. Nothing.
No children ever involved. No. And everything must be consensual.
Yes.
Consensual.
Yes.
No secret effing cameras anywhere that gets leaked onto the internet magically.
Right. And I think, obviously as a Christian, I would never be a porn star. Okay. It's not something you can do. You can't be a prostitute as a Christian. I know that that's a shock. I know that's like a crazy take, but you're not allowed to sell your body. So you will never see me on a site. That's all I'm telling you.
Wow.
But no, it should not be banned.
No. All right. Lord help us. This video has 500,000 views, so I'm sure nothing could go wrong with this. All right. Pray for us, everyone. Let's get this party started. Mount that like button if you haven't already. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Fine.
We're just going to dive right into this because I have no idea how to properly start this video. And to be honest with you, I've been pretty anxious about making it, which is why we've been absent for a while, why it's taken so long to put out, because there's so much to cover. And I want to make sure that I do it in a way that is optimally thorough, digestible, and also because very few people actually.
What's that?
I said, do you think that Trump could possibly have used porn before?
Well, yes. Let's just say that. I don't want to actually picture Trump with porn, but yes, I believe that Trump has.
Interesting how he has that out there, you know.
I mean, it wasn't Trump like, didn't Trump have relations with a porn star allegedly? Maybe.
Trump has probably had relations with a lot of people, a lot of women. He's a womanizer.
Well, he's been married, and his wife is pregnant.
That's really scarring. But yeah, I mean, that's his one vice. And it is a vice. It's not a good thing. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Nobody's perfect.
I say good for Trump. He's living his best life.
Oh my gosh.
Actually talk about this issue. So watch it.
Hang on. What?
I'm just saying he supports Trump, and I'm sure Trump supports porn. So
Trump absolutely supports porn. Yeah. I mean, come on, dude. Is he wearing a Trump tie right now? Is that a Trump tie? That looks like a Trump tie.
It could be.
It looks like a Trump tie.
Which, for the record, just before we get into it, I'm okay with people advocating against porn. Like there are problems with it. There can be addiction. There can be these different things, right? It's just like anything else. But I don't believe the government should ban it. I don't think it helps. And I think that it's something that you need to self-regulate. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I believe as well.
And no kids, ever.
No kids and nothing that is not 100% consensual. Yeah. You got to fill out forms. You got to look at IDs, stuff like that.
Right.
If you have to, just make sure that you watch the whole thing, because I think that this will end up being one of the most important videos that we've ever done. So
we'll see.
I'll just start off by saying there is no greater threat to the future of our country than pornography. Not socialism, not the left, not big government, pornography.
What?
I'll prove that to you if you lend me your attention for however long this takes us to get through. Please bear with me. Hear me out.
Really bad.
To summarize what I mean by that before we get into all the data and explanations,
if
you imagine any conflict that you have in your life or that we face as a society, you have to think of it as a zero-sum game. You have to focus on yourself just as much and perhaps even more than you're focusing on your enemy. Like, it's not enough to say, well, you know, they're stupid. They're incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. There's no way they could ever make that work or be successful, because if you're not bringing anything to the table to push back against that, to stand your ground, then it really doesn't matter how foolish you think your enemy is. Eventually, they'll conquer you, because any ground that they have gained is necessarily ground that you have ceded. It is a zero-sum game. And the reason this ties into pornography is that pornography is literally making us mentally ill. It is making us depressed. It is making us weak. It's making us numb and pacified. It's making us more impulsive and therefore more susceptible to propaganda. And again, we're going to get into all the data behind this.
I want to see research that all of that is related to porn, because I think all that is related to Twitter and the schools.
Social media, there's a lot of different things that are involved in this type of circuitry that he's talking about. I've done a lot of research on why porn is bad. There are legitimate issues, but like with anything else,
I agree with that.
There is a difference between doing something in moderation, you know, like I'll just say it straight out, doing something maybe once or twice a day versus doing something maybe 10 to 15 times a day. There's a big difference. You will have a much worse outcome with your brain and all this stuff. You know, if you're getting to the point where you're so addicted to it, you can't even go out to see anybody anymore because you're so obsessed. Maybe it's not for you. You know, some people cannot tolerate certain things. That doesn't mean it should be banned.
And people have to take responsibility for their own actions. Like, especially like if you're in a relationship, if you're married and you're watching porn more than like, and that's taking the place of like being intimate with your spouse, that's a fucking problem.
That's a problem. Yeah.
That's a problem. Hey, solution: watch porn with your spouse. Enjoy time with your spouse.
just don't watch it anymore. If you can't handle it, if it's a trigger for you and it's this huge thing, then you need to cut it out. You know what I'm saying? But people make too much about everybody. It's like, it's you, maybe John Doyle has struggled. I wouldn't be shocked, but he always makes everything about everyone else, not him.
Something doesn't need to be banned for you to interact with it responsibly.
Yes, or to choose not to at all. Like, I don't drink. That doesn't mean that I think alcohol should be banned. Not that I was an alcoholic.
He even comes and does streams with me while I drink. Well, he doesn't.
Right. But for me, it's because I have hormonal issues, which alcohol is estrogenic, and I am hypothyroid. You do not mix those two. So I don't drink. But that doesn't mean it should be banned. It doesn't mean it's bad for everybody. Not everybody's hypothyroid, right? Not everybody has these issues. So you just got to individual responsibility. It used to be a conservative value. I don't know what the hell happened to that, but I'm still keeping it around. So I'm trying my best. Anyways.
Fight the good fight.
Yeah.
Great detail. But the point is that if you had something like that, something that was literally neurochemically breeding mental illness in practically the entire male population, do you think that those men would ever be
Does
able
he
to
think women don't
successfully
watch
push back
porn?
against the left, against socialism, against the big government, against anything, let alone feel as though their lives have meaning? No. No, what has happened to our men in the last 15 years is unprecedented.
Fun fact. Did you know, and I don't know why I know this piece of information, but I do know this piece of information. Did you know that 30% of gay porn is consumed by women?
I'm not surprised because they don't want to look at a girl.
It's true.
If they're hetero, they don't want to look at a girl.
Gay porn is so much nicer than straight porn. It really is. Mostly because most women that are in straight porn are like, they're dirty. They're dirty. Like, it's not fun to watch. Gay men take care of themselves.
I think it's because heterosexual porn, it is geared towards heterosexual men. It's geared towards men. Absolutely. So it would make sense why women don't like it. Because it's kind of, they probably think the woman is cringe,
It's legit. Legit. Most porn stars are so bad. Oh my God.
Throughout the history of the world. We're the guinea pigs. And what we're finding out is that the results of this are catastrophic for our brains, for our lives, for our society as a whole. And you can laugh at this if you want to, but it doesn't make it any less true. And again, I've got a mountain of data to back this up if you'll just bear with me. But first, I just want you to ask yourself a question, which is just very simply, am I addicted to pornography?
No.
We're going to get into the nature of addiction later, but we know that 98% of men have accessed pornography in the last 6 months, and that 80% of men have accessed it within the last week. Ask yourself this question. When's the last time I went over a month without watching pornography, or even 2 weeks? Your answer doesn't necessarily mean that you're addicted, but if you were addicted, then the next question would be, okay, is this a bad addiction to have? Am I doing damage to myself, or is it exactly the same as people who just like to look at pictures of puppies all the time, which is an actual argument that we'll address later from the pornography addicts. But for now, if you're a young man who watches pornography and you just so happen to feel depressed, to feel unmotivated to do things, even things that you used to enjoy, you feel socially anxious, you feel as though you have no control in your life, maybe you seem to have some form of erectile dysfunction, even if you're very young, maybe you don't get morning wood anymore.
That's a funny picture.
Maybe you've had some encounters with women and you weren't able to keep it up the whole time, or maybe you need to fantasize about pornography, watch it at the same time in order to sustain yourself. Sort of vulgar, so I apologize for that, but maybe you're not even interacting with women, maybe they're not even as appealing to you, you don't feel very good about yourself, you don't have self-confidence, you have trouble concentrating on things, you feel numb in everyday life. If any of this sounds like you, I need you to
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that John Doyle watches porn.
Well, obviously.
No doubt in my mind at all.
Like dominatrix, that kind of stuff. It.
Yes, I agree. Gosh.
Consider that your use of pornography is likely causing, or at the very least amplifying some of these problems.
Most porn is
scientifically, empirically, logically.
What was that?
The most watched porn, like the state that watches the most, is in Utah. There's a reason. Yes,
Mormons. There's a whole industry of Mormon fetish porn.
There really is.
There is.
Anecdotally, whichever way you'd like. And I know this is an uncomfortable conversation to have. Believe me, you should see some of the emails I get about this stuff. But this is the most important conversation to be having, because there is no greater threat to the well-being of the country than pornography. Because after a few generations of men experiencing the symptoms that we just listed, the country will collapse. Like, it simply can't survive that. No society has ever faced anything like this before. And if you care about this country, then you have to be disciplined. What do we always say? A disciplined mind is an effective mind. Aristotle said, I count him braver who overcomes his desires than him who conquers his enemies, for the hardest victory is over self. He also said, we are what we repeatedly do. And pornography is an attack on man, and by extension, an attack on the family, and by extension, an attack on the society. And if we don't reverse course soon, our civilization simply will not survive. Like, we will be conquered by our enemies. Men who came before you didn't live like this, and you were never supposed to, because pornography literally causes all of these problems. And we know this because of what we can prove that it does to your neurochemistry, and because of what we can prove that it does to your being. Like, just because it's hard to conduct an experiment with the proper controls, because of how widespread this issue is and how inherently private it is, doesn't mean that you get to be like, no, this has been debunked. Sex positive psychologist told me so. No. And even that aside, the studies that we do have that explore this with the proper methodology all align with our position. So your opinion is invalid. Coom brain, 1,000% increase in erectile dysfunction in the last 15 years. Wonder why that could be. What's changed? It's a real head scratcher, isn't it? The leftist porn addicts that are going to make pathetic response videos to this.
Hormonal issues.
Source, study. Shut up, addict. You sacrifice the privilege of sympathy when you start rationalizing and trying to normalize your addiction.
That's definitely a way to get people to change their opinion, is to call them coom brain and say, shut up, addict. Dang, that's definitely he's winning friends and influencing people right in front of us right now. And he wants to, and he's already talked about it in the guise of like, we need to be disciplined in our thoughts and our methodology. Well, dude, you are being the the opposite of disciplined in your thoughts and methodology.
I think that he is. I think he's addicted. I think he might be full blown, because the way he's acting, it's a little bit doth protest too much.
You know, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, like, he might be full blown addicted.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I keep interrupting. Sorry.
He does have some of those symptoms of it, which is when you're very anxious and lazy, and there's certain things. But he needs to just go be a mover. But anyway, what were you gonna say?
He does. Well, and I was so excited to jump in because I was actually going to agree with you. I think that this is absolute projection, and I'll tell you what. Like, one of the things that has been made very clear to me about being public on the internet is just how much people project their bullshit onto everyone else. And it's like it becomes so clear after a while, especially when people are projecting their bullshit onto you. It's like, dude.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's bad. And so I absolutely believe that this is a 1 hour and 42-minute video in which John Doyle is going to project every single thing going on with him onto all of us, and to make a whole video to cope with the fact that he probably watched a lot of porn. He's probably addicted to porn himself.
Yeah.
And you know why he's being so aggressive towards addicts who he's claiming he wants to help? Because he's pissed at himself for getting himself into this situation. He doesn't want to take personal responsibility for it. So instead, he's going to pretend that he is just not doing any of this, and he's going to make a whole video about why it's bad.
The best way to, not the best way, but one of the ways you can quit porn if it's such an issue is you can just have a girlfriend and actually date.
You can actually have sex in real life
and fall in love, because then you can turn it off and you still have that outlet, but you could still turn it off and just use your imagination, so to speak. You cannot use porn if you don't want to.
We're not allowed to use our imaginations. We've established that in the previous video. No imagination is allowed.
But men are allowed men are allowed to have an imagination in John Doyle world. So
God,
I'm just saying, like, there are other ways if that's an issue. And I just think, it isn't good to be addicted to anything. You will have hormonal issues if you're addicted to porn. It is true. But that doesn't mean everybody is just because he is. And it's a gradient. The more you use it, the more of an issue it is. Definitely.
George says no, his mom got all his devices locked. And Sin says Civil War hookers, pictures of prostitutes. Oh yeah, this has been around since the dawn of time. Please, what do you think they were doing in Rome? They're having massive orgies in Rome. What are you talking about? The Bible even talks about this. There are prostitutes in the Bible.
Yes.
Jesus was friends with a prostitute.
Yeah. They also have I forgot what I was gonna say, but oh gosh, I forgot. Yeah, in the Bible they have, whores, and there's even in the Revelations the whore of Babylon, whore used to mean a prostitute, you know what I mean? Like that's what the Bible's talking about. And I think this has been around forever. Erotica has been around forever. I'm sure people have talked dirty with each other for all eternity. Like people are sexual, and it's okay to be sexual as long as it's consensual and you're all adults. And there's no animals. And oh gosh, you can get into some really freaky stuff with that. But as long as it's that, it's like you're pretty much, go to a drag show if you want. If you're an adult, go ahead and go. If I don't know if I should say
and I also say it. You have to say it now. You teased us.
Around my birthday, I'm gonna actually go to a nude beach.
Joshua has always tried to get me to go to a nude beach or to like a nude resort of some sort. But he's always right. I haven't done it. I have not done it. I don't want any rumors starting. I haven't done it, but I think
the girls may be coming out at that beach. They may be coming out.
You should.
I'm gonna be like this. No, but I'm not gonna be totally nude. I would never do that. But the point is, I'm an adult. I can go to stuff like that if I want to. If I've been to a strip show before, don't tell Karlyn, but she doesn't need to know that. But I have. But I was an adult. And that's what I'm saying. Just be an adult. Do what you need to do. Don't be crazy. Don't be abusive. It's not that difficult. If you need to use porn for a while or whatever, if you just want to in general, who cares? Just don't let it control your life. Don't be insane. Don't be addicted. Which John Doyle seems like he is. I'm going to be honest. So.
Yep. Sin says pictures or it didn't happen. No, I mean, honestly, though, I don't think that people should be shamed for whatever kinks or preferences or anything they have. Like, as long as you're an adult and it's consensual, man, go to town, have a ton of fun. Who the hell cares? It's no one's business except your business and whoever you're doing whatever you're doing with.
Right. And that's the thing. And I don't appreciate a lot of conservatives act like they have no sex drive and, they're totally asexual. Like, that's not relatable to people. And that's also not real. Like, conservatives have sex. I know that that's a shock, but
they do. They do.
Yeah. Conservatives have sex drives. Conservatives find people attractive. Like, it's normal. And I don't like it that they act like it's not, because they try to act like it's a sin to like sex. The Bible does not say anything against sex. It just doesn't want you to be a hoe. There are certain there are certain limits within Christianity, but sex is always hailed as a good thing as long as it's done in the right way and you're not a prostitute and you're not just a hoe. Like, that would be the biblical way, Right. But in terms of in general, even if you're not a Christian, no, there's nothing wrong with being sexual. I think there's more issues from repressing it than doing, engaging in it. So just be honest with yourself. But John Doyle could never do that. So he'll do his dominatrix porn probably every hour of every day. And, he's...
And then make 1.5 hour long videos about how no one should be watching porn at all in any way. Deborah says, researchers have found porn doodles in the margins of Bible copies done by monks. Isn't that fascinating? I want to own one of those leads.
Especially when people are celibate for a long, long time. It is a way to get that out still and still function as a human being, So I'm just saying, Alex 316, don't be a hoe.
And Brian says, Brian has been to 2 nude beaches and a few pools. Have a couple drinks and let your freak flag fly.
Well, my friend, she might let her girls out and I might let mine out.
You should. I mean, listen,
Like,
like,
if
no
you
one.
take your shirt off, she's like, I'll take my shirt off. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
We're both adults. Like, it's like, I don't think there's any shame in any of this. I don't know why the left has to involve children. Like, that's the thing that it's like, you take something that's fun and kind of like corny or, oh my gosh, and you make it really awful and cringe and divisive. Like, they always have to do this. It's like, we can never just have anything,
exactly.
That's horrible.
I agree.
Throughout society so as to prevent yourself from realizing how weak you actually are. And that's the thing. They'll say pornography addiction isn't real unless you're watching it at work or in public, things like that, because they need to obfuscate symptoms of extreme addiction as just addiction in order to normalize their perversion throughout society. But to those who aren't coping, to those who don't think they're addicted, or to those who just aren't sure, here's my challenge to you. Detox for 60 days. And if you're not addicted, shouldn't be a problem, right? And
oh my God.
I agree with that.
Improvements in your life,
I actually
send me an
agree with
email.
that.
Tell me I'm wrong. I'll send you a picture of myself eating my
Patrice,
shorts.
my 25th was
Michigan.
sorry.
Hang on, let's show people what you're talking about. Patrice says my 30th birthday was filled with thunder down under.
My 25th was Aussie Heat in Vegas.
Oh my God. I want to do a retreat in Vegas where everyone comes and we all go to a male strip club or a male strip show.
I mean, sure.
Because, truly, listen, half of the men in my, more than half, most of the men in my community are gay. Maybe like a good 75%. The other guys, if you want to come to the retreat, fine. You don't have to go to the male strip. You can go to some other show. You can go to the actual women's strip club or something. You can, the other guys can have their own retreat. They can go out to dinner or whatever. But I think that would be fun. I think we'd have a great time. Multi-Drider says, I wonder if he knows a lot of priests back in the Middle Ages were very openly sexual and should even look at how much a sinner Pope Alexander the Sixth was. Oh, that's true. Oh, Pope Alexander the Sixth. Dude, it's true. Sam says, no non-consenting holograms or roller coasters. Yes, that's a very good point, Sam. We need consent from all objects involved in porn.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not wearing shorts. Let's be realistic here. Seriously, why not quit? What do you have to lose? Worst case scenario, you just miss out on 2 months of
one more super chat. Sorry. Emo Dante says some romantic era paintings of angels or women were done with prostitutes serving as models. I mean, that's a very good point as well.
Right. It's been around forever.
Yep.
Something you like. Wish it were that simple. Unfortunately, it's not. What we're going to be talking about here is incredibly important. We're going to be very thorough, so please listen all the way through. We're going to go through the history and evolution of this problem, the brain chemistry behind the addiction, the negative effects of that addiction on you as it pertains to your mental health, your sexual health, etc. And then we'll get into the negative effects that it has on society as it pertains to the family structure, women, etc. And then we'll debunk some of the most popular things claimed by the people who think that pornography is harmless or even healthy. We'll go over some of the ways that you can quit, and then we'll answer some of the most popular questions that you guys had from last time, because history suggests that we'll bounce back from the current trends in society. History suggests
not
that
with your
eventually
help.
The hard times will create the strong men, right?
No.
Maybe, but
not
the huge difference now is that everyone is pacified, everyone is totally numb. Like, how do you prevent hard times from breeding strong men? Sedate and distract them with pornography, drugs, mass media, consumerism, etc. And it's a huge problem. And if you end up resonating with what we talk about here, I implore you to share this video with every man in your life that you care about, regardless of their age, because it is incredibly important.
Women
so do stay tuned. Porn. It is imperative.
Women don't watch porn.
No.
John Doyle in. Back off, Tommy.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Tommy. It's officially the most...
Hang on. George has an honest question. I really want to know your views. If a wife is not fulfilling her wifely duties, what would be preferable? Cheating or watching porn? It's okay not to answer.
That wouldn't be right on the wife's part. If they were both Christian, that would actually be kind of a sin, to be honest. You're not supposed to continually deny your partner within a marriage. It leads to issues. But I would say out of the two, definitely porn, I would say, because if you commit adultery, That's very much a sin. But again, the Bible gives these rules because if you don't do this within a marriage, it will cause problems and it will probably end up failing.
Well, the other thing too about cheating in this context with the man being the one that's going to cheat is he might end up accidentally procreating with someone else, which would be a problem.
Yes, it would be much worse. And also adultery is definitely a sin. That is literally in the 10 Commandments. It would definitely be, whereas porn, it's more up to interpretation. There's not as much about that, but adultery is definitely like you said, you could procreate with somebody else. It can cause so many issues. You can end up like Candy on that Hulu show.
Yes.
End up in a utility room trying to kill some other bitch, like it could be it's very bad. It causes a lot of problems to do adultery. So I would definitely say porn.
And then Brian says, corn gives women the idea they can be sexual. John Doyle, probably. Exactly.
Wonderful time of the year. That time of year, the time of the year where I yell at the audience about porn. Love to see it. We knew it was coming. And the idea behind it, for those unfamiliar, is basically that there's this meme called No Nut November that we just got done with a couple months ago.
No Nut
and
November.
The challenge is basically to go the entire month of November without
when you're
masturbating, which means a lot of guys see if they can make it a month without watching pornography.
That is
then
not healthy,
they almost invariably fail,
not
dismiss it
healthy.
as a stupid internet challenge, and then go about their business. And so I'm here trying to kind of capitalize on some of that momentum, so to speak, along with the fact that it's the new year. People are thinking of resolutions. We're over a month into the resolutions, whatever. I'm trying to explain why you should stop watching pornography. I made one of these about a year ago, but I intentionally didn't watch it before making this to avoid repeating myself as much as possible, because I want this video to be the best articulation of my position now, just like that video was the best articulation of my position then. That being said, I would highly recommend going back and watching the video from last year as well. I'll put a link to it in the description because tons of people found that video to be extraordinarily helpful and eye-opening. And that's actually, what I kind of wanted to start out with. Like, firstly, my reasons for being against pornography have nothing to do with my religious beliefs. I was actually against pornography, believe it or not, before I really came into the faith. And I've learned that that's essentially the case with the vast majority of people who try to quit doing this stuff. The biggest online community that's related to this stuff did a survey on this and found that only 20% of people said that part of the reason that they were doing
Oh God.
Right?
What does this mean?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to know.
I'm fucking Googling it. God damn it.
Don't do it on screen.
God damn it. What does this mean? October is a challenge that couples do each year to see how much sex controls their relationship. Sex is a wonderful part of a relationship, and I'm an enormous advocate. Sex shouldn't be the basis of interactions with your significant other. Locktober is a challenge to put his sex drive aside, come together as one. Oh God. Oh God. I think it involves a chastity belt.
That's really scoring. I would not suggest that.
What is this? Hang on. Why can't I just get like a simple explanation of what this activity is? I literally
They defile my birth month.
They're literally talking about chastity belts.
Yeah, I don't. Again, hormonally and everything for a man, at least, it's very healthy to be releasing. That's how I'm using my YouTube friendly way to say it, but it's very healthy. So I would not suggest not.
I can't. I can't. Don't anyone
Google
Google
that. Sounds like a recipe for conflict. Sounds like
this is a horrible idea. Yeah, male chastity belts. That's exactly what it is. This is a horrible idea. No one should ever do this.
No.
God.
As far as like quitting it was for their religion. Like the vast majority of people who are trying to quit are just trying to quit because they're tired of being controlled and weighed down by it. And when I posted a video on this last year, I expected everyone to just get mad at me, but it turns out that almost everyone was on board with what we were saying. And I can't prove this, but I have it on good authority that we were the catalyst for the pornography debate that happened online about a year ago within the right, because we made a video, then coincidentally some bigger conservatives made some videos. People started talking about it, all good stuff. It's
Wait, what was that?
I said, oh, you mean you may have caused issues for the right? Who could have predicted that?
Who could have predicted that, John, that you would cause problems for people who are actually trying to make progress? Who could have predicted that? Huh.
an important conversation to have, and we have to assert it into the mainstream dialogue because it's a cancer to our civilization. And I'll tell you that since I posted that video a year ago, I've received hundreds of messages, emails, letters from people literally all over the world. Fun fact, we actually have people watching this channel in literally almost every country in the world. There's only a handful that we're not reaching. That's your North Koreas, your Sudans, etc. I just think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I've gotten all of these responses from people. I've had people come up to me at events with tears in their eyes, talking to me about how this issue has affected them. And there's a few reasons that I say this. Firstly, because it's indicative that we're heading in the right direction.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cringe conservative thing that I've engaged in many a time.
Oh no, what did you do?
It's this thing where you against something and you just have to feel ashamed and, oh, it's so bad. And, oh, I know I should never do this. Right. But everybody fucking does it. Mm-hmm. And that's what's going on with the porn thing. It's a conservative thing to say, oh gosh, I'm so bad that I do this, blah, blah, blah. It's this cringe thing. So he's taking this as like, oh, I'm getting so much support, blah, blah. No, this is a conservative, like, ritual. The left, again, has taken on some of the right-wing things where they do this now with whiteness and privilege and stuff that they're taking on the worst parts of conservatism. I don't know why. We need to not be doing this. Let's be honest. Conservatives use porn. I know that was really controversial to say, but it's the truth. I'm just going to be honest. It is what it is.
Conservatives absolutely 100% use porn.
Especially the men. Let's be real.
Especially the men. 100%. There is no denying it. Anyone who tries to deny it is a liar.
He's a liar.
Liar. Liar.
That we've identified a serious problem and we're helping people solve it. It's obviously very important, despite the fact that it receives practically no attention. And secondly, so that if you're struggling with this, which frankly you probably are, you know that you're not alone and that there's no shame in this at all. A lot of times people on the right have this attitude of, well, you're on your own, bucko. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Your problems aren't my problems, snowflake. Like sure, there's truth to that. Ultimately, you're responsible for yourself. But that aside, there's nothing conservative about not caring about people or not helping them. Conservatism properly defined is that which conserves the traditional American society. And that actually requires helping and caring about your neighbors, your family, your community, etc. So I will reiterate that there's no shame in pornography addiction, especially considering that.
What was that, Alex?
You're conserving the Constitution. That is American society, not necessarily your religious beliefs. I mean, you can, of course, conserve that, but that's a more personal thing.
It's not the point of what we're talking about today.
Right. But everybody always asks, what are you even conserving? The Constitution, the right to bear arms, for example.
In theory. George says his views on porn is he doesn't want anyone watching it because his mom doesn't allow him to.
Oh, man.
I mean, I actually wonder what his parents are like. What kind of upbringing did John Doyle have? I'm not saying necessarily anything bad about them, but I do wonder what his parents are like.
Probably just thinks that, his parents are old and fat and they're just going to die in a couple years. So just let him go. That was his attitude from the last video. So
that's very, very true. Mm-hmm. Cold Summer says, I'm going to even bet conservative men probably watch more porn than the other side. I actually think that's true. I do. I think that is 100% true.
Yeah. They probably don't want to be hoes, which I would agree to not be a hoe. You know what I mean? So, but it's going to come out in other ways. You know what I mean?
It always does.
What it is quite literally a hijacking of your biological wiring as a man in order to neuroplastically rewire your brain into addiction, all for their profit and ultimately for the destruction of our society. The people running things have hijacked and exploited our biological drives to pursue food and sex to where we're now fat and addicted to pornography. And that's made us weak. They've made a lot of money doing that. And as we'll get into, the reasons that drugs such as methamphetamine and heroin are so powerfully addictive is that they hijack the precise mechanisms that are designed to regulate sex in the reward center of our brain. In other words, the reason that drugs are so addicting is because they hijack the mechanisms in your brain that are used to regulate sexual desire and co-opt them to compel you to crave more of that particular drug. So technically speaking, on a biological level, drugs are addictive because they exploit your sex drive, so to speak. So you can understand the cognitive implications of this pornography as something that will also exploit your sex drive more understandably, because it exists as something that is an unnaturally exaggerated version of something that you are programmed to find irresistible. These are called supernormal stimuli. stimuli, which comes from renowned biologist Nicholas Timbergen, who was also a Nobel laureate. And then it is made available to you conveniently and in limitless supply, something that you would never find in nature. There is abundant novelty to what types you can access. And this all causes us to chronically overconsume and resultantly reconfigure our brains to try their best to adapt to this as we become addicted. Drugs are dangerous because they exploit the mechanisms in your brain that exist to regulate your sex drive. And this is incredibly addicting. And then the same thing happens when you have pornography in the way that we do now. It does practically the same thing to your brain. And we'll go through this step by step, but this is why even heroin addicts will tell you that shooting up feels like an orgasm when you talk to one. I don't know your circle. And this is also why the brain scans of drug addicts are very similar to the brain scans of pornography users, but not addicts. That's what they'll say. But the truth is that there are basically two types of pornography users, those who will become addicted and those who already are addicted. And then within the latter category, you have those who know they're addicted and those who don't know or perhaps refuse to accept that they're addicted. And we'll get into that, the neurochemistry behind that shortly to explain kind of what's going on in your brain. But I say this now to really just emphasize that there's...
Hang on, what are you saying? Hang on, go again.
Not everybody gets addicted to porn. That is not true. I don't think most people do. Some people do though, and whatever. I'm just going to lay it all out. Who cares? I have had times where I have been addicted to it. There is a very big difference than just normal use. It's bad, but it's kind of like eating junk food or something, it's like drinking too much or smoking too much weed. It's like, you just don't do it as much, or you just stop for a while. You know what I mean? And then you're okay. Like, it's not, he's making it out to be like it's this, like it's shooting up heroin or something. Like, it just isn't like that.
Not what it's like at all in any way. My God, you can watch porn and use porn every once in a while where it makes sense. And it's just like, it's about anything. It's about learning to do it in moderation. And I find that people that get addicted to things, like they swap their addictions. So people who are like addicted to food, they might end up getting addicted to the gym when they decide that they're done being addicted to food, or when they just decide to make that change in their life. But they still have an addiction. Like, just transfer it. Just transfer it.
Or again, because the symptoms of it are you feel really tired, you can feel more anxious, but usually it's fatigue. Usually you're tired, you have a headache, you're not as focused, right? You have more brain fog. These are symptoms. If that's happening to you, you need to use less or not at all for a while. So
Yep.
Logic and reason.
No shame.
It's just like personal responsibility.
Yeah.
It's just like personal responsibility. Like, take responsibility for how you're spending your time and what you're doing with it. That's all it is. And if you find that you're unhappy, then try something else.
Right.
Shame and pornography addiction, because your brain is just simply not capable of handling that level of stimuli.
Got a super chat. I just want to get it in. Emo Dante says, in a way, no, Nut November is a period of fasting for sexual activity. I mean, I don't necessarily think, listen, a month of repressed sexual activity is not going to cause long-term damage. And honestly, if you feel like you're watching too much porn and it's like it is becoming an addiction, it's getting out of hand, I actually think a fast for a month is a really good way to go. Like, it's a nice challenge. That's fine.
It's like a fast. It wouldn't be a lifestyle, right? But it'd be a fast. That's fine. You can challenge yourself in any way you want. I support all that. It might help you spiritually even. You may, when you challenge your body through fasting, or even this fasting of sexual activity of any kind, it can bring you closer to God. It can do a lot of different things. It can make you think about things deeper. There's definitely benefit, but again, it's not something that everybody has to do all the time, which is the issue.
Exactly.
Now, that being said, there is great shame in evangelically pretending that it doesn't exist. The so-called experts, the sex positive experts. These are people who say things like, this claim has been debunked. This study says otherwise. And we'll address the most popular arguments from these people at the end. And by the way, I have anecdotes that can be corroborated thousands of times over online from people who have experienced
So does everyone else,
stuff.
John.
But I also have lots of data to back up what we're talking about here. But for now, what I'll say is this. I don't listen to degenerates. I just don't. And the reason for that is very simple. And it's that as human beings in the pursuit of virtue and truth, we can only reach the truth if we conquer and have total control over our desires. Otherwise, we will view everything through the lens of our desires, since we do not have control over them, but rather they have control over us. And given that sexual desire is the most powerful desire that we have as human beings, things, I refuse to listen to degenerate people argue in favor of degenerate things, because what is very likely happening is that they have a proclivity towards whatever aids in or alleviates the guilt from that desire, and that ultimately distorts the truth. You wouldn't listen to a heroin addict talk about why heroin isn't actually a bad thing. You shouldn't listen to a porn addict argue the same. Their minds are corrupted by their desires, and they are rationalizing it. This is the part where
That's true of anything. Of
Yeah.
anything. That's what confirmation bias is.
Yeah, it is.
It's not exclusive to porn in any way. Brian says Locktober normally involves okay. I don't know if I can say that. I don't know if I can say that, Brian. Thank you for the super chat. God. Thank you, Brian. Okay. Drink.
Oh my god.
Let's keep going.
where the irrelevant streamer pauses the video and says, is John Doyle really comparing heroin addiction to pornography addiction? All the only couple thousand viewers watch me pretend to stare blankly at the screen before looking at the camera like Jim from The Office. No, I'm not actually comparing the effects of heroin to the effects of pornography, because the effects of pornography have far worse implications on our society. We'll get into that. But even that in itself proves my point, because there's this subculture of
this heroin is not as bad as porn.
They do these group therapy sessions where the fattest and the grossest one tries to bully me, which is impossible, by the way, because you can't bully me. You just can't. I'm too epic. You're an addict. You're literally an addict who's coping.
John Doyle was so afraid to have a one-on-one conversation with me that he didn't bother to answer any text message I sent him. Don't tell me he can't be bullied. I would bully the ever-loving shit out of John Doyle if he ever dared have a one-on-one conversation with me.
Well, and the thing too, it's like
someone's gonna clip that out of context, by the way.
I know, but no, but the thing is, like, I don't understand how he can say that heroin does not have a bad effect on society. Like, are you kidding? This is the type of stuff that pisses me off, because I've talked about it. My father was a meth addict. That's a horrifyingly hard drug. It changes a person's personality. It's very toxic. It's horrible. And so I essentially didn't get to have my father in my life because he was an addict. And that is just, porn is just not comparable to that. I would have much rather my dad be addicted to porn than meth. I mean, come on, dude. And the devastation, even like with the oxycodone and, all the different drug stuff that was caused, and even the drugs now with fentanyl, I mean, the devastation that is being caused right now, it's like you are cheapening all of that by saying something like that. You are not showing compassion. You are not acting as a good person or even a reasonable person. You sound insane, John. You sound insane. It is so hyperbolic and so trolly and stupid, and you're not convincing people. But again, I'm just a fat bully, I guess, like he predicted. I'm just irrelevant, which whatever. I'm going to make sure that what you say is challenged. You can call that bullying, but it is what it is.
Well, it's okay, Alex, because he just said he can't be bullied, so it's okay for you to
all right.
be fat and bully him.
And they're so corrupted by their desires that they simply can't imagine living without that occupying their consciousness, because they're a slave. And so they'll say stuff because I'm a proponent of sexual morality. I detest hookup culture. And so they'll say, John Doyle's just mad because girls don't like him. He needs to get laid.
Yes.
And you look at these guys like, really? You and I go out to a bar or something, you think girls are going to be coming up to me like, oh my God, who's your friend over there? No, you're coping. Like, maybe, man to man, maybe you're picking up girls.
He's projecting. He's projecting massively.
Getting a little cringe. Okay.
That are like high threes at best. You think you're winning somehow? Actually, I kind of feel bad for these guys, because it's like, it's one thing if you're a good looking guy, you're charismatic, you decide to exploit that to go hook up with a bunch of attractive girls. I still think that's wrong, but like, I can understand that. Whereas these guys are hooking up with like these gross, overweight feminist types. And it's like, it can't be because you think they're hot. So it's just because you are so addicted to lust that you are willing to resort to hooking up with girls that look like defective Pokemon to fulfill that desire. I just can't respect that. You have no...
I can't imagine why John Doyle is not getting laid.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. It is a mystery about why John Doyle is not getting laid.
Well, it's the tragic thing, when you are heterosexual and you hate the opposite sex, or you have a huge amount of sexism, whether that's a radical feminist or whether it's a John Doyle, it is very unfortunate. I'm sorry that you are cursed to live your whole life attracted to that which you hate the most. It must be a real issue. Sorry.
I'm gonna bet you John Doyle got his heart broken by a leftist, and this is why what left him in this position. He got like he was like in high school or something, and he was like this nerdy little guy, and he asked this girl out to the prom, and she said no, and it's been like and he probably was obsessing about this girl all day, every day, and like dreaming about going on just a single date with her, and like really like maybe he went out of this way to do like a grand romantic gesture or something to ask her out to the school dance, and she was like, fuck you, you're a loser, I'm not going to go to the dance with you. And it broke him irrevocably. You know what John Doyle is like? He's like those people on Twitter who I block that then lose their minds and go insane and spend the next 2 years literally obsessing about everything I say and everything I do. Except for John Doyle, that is obsession is with women.
Yeah, well, I also think that girl that he potentially was interested in probably hooked up with the football player instead or something.
Yes.
So he's like, she's a whore, so she's evil. And so, you know, and maybe she was just fat anyways, right? It's that whole thing. It's so typical. It's so like, it's so common that it's boring.
You know what I want to find? This is awful, but I'm going to say this anyway, and maybe the universe will provide. I want to talk to someone who went to high school with John Doyle.
Oh my God.
If anyone went to high school with John Doyle, I want to have a conversation with you. I want to know what he was like in high school. We'll do it off the record. I'm not going to reveal your identity or anything, but I want to find out where John Doyle went to high school. I want to get a copy of his yearbook. I want to know. I want to find someone that went to high school with John Doyle.
Maybe anybody out there, come on in.
Listen, one time I asked for the name of like a gay porn star from YouTube on my channel, and the universe provided. So I was like, here's his name. And I was like, okay, well, universe, if you went to high school with John Doyle, I would like to talk to you. Please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh my God.
Self-control. That's why you're fat. That's why you hook up with gross women. You have group therapy sessions during which you and your other degenerates all get together and try to bully me because it makes you feel less guilty about your behavior and lifestyle, and it makes you feel less threatened by me and the boys. So don't care, didn't ask. Plus, you're an addict. You don't like me. You don't like my audience. You don't like America. You don't like Jesus because we're all epic and you're not, and you're insecure about it. But it's okay.
You don't like Jesus.
We're going to try to help you out too, because at the end of the day, we still care about you. So let's jump into it. We have data, but keep in mind this problem is becoming so accelerated and widespread that we're not going to be able to wait a few decades to decide that it's terrible. And the way that we did with cigarettes, we have to actually act quickly. And so, you know, one of the first things we mentioned was that 98% of men have accessed pornography within the last 6 months, 80% just within the last week. For reference, that means that statistically 4 out of the last 5 guys that you've spoken to are watching pornography at least once a week. That's where we're at now, roughly speaking. Let's talk about where we were.
I want to get the super chat from George. George says, and after ignoring you, he dared to say live on the internet he wanted to debate you. Elijah defended you on that occasion. I reached out to, okay, let's talk about this. I fucking reached out to them and I was like, bring it. Bring it. Did I ever get an answer? No. No.
Because you're the ultimate evil.
I was absolutely game to play this little game with John Doyle, and he has pussied out on every fucking occasion.
Because you're a woman. You're the ultimate evil that ever existed.
I'm a woman that reads books. Even worse, Alex, I'm a woman that writes books.
Oh my gosh. Too dangerous. Way too dangerous.
I'm going to clip this and put it on Twitter.
God.
Here. This is where I've only had a beer and a half. They're starting to kick in, just so everyone's clear. Okay, let's keep going.
Be like a decade ago. We're focusing on guys younger than 30, by the way, since our brains have been the most harmed by this since they caught us when our brains were the most plastic. So in 2008, the percentage of boys who had been exposed to pornography before they were 13 was 14.4%. In 2011, it jumped to 48.7%. In 2017, there was a study done on people ages 15 to 29 that found that 69% of males had been exposed to pornography at age 13 or younger, and also that virtually all of the men by this point had viewed pornography at some point. So the average age at which boys are exposed to pornography is decreasing each year, but it's widely regarded to be 11 years old, which means that if we assume a normal distribution, 50% of boys are exposed to pornography when or before they are 11 years old. To help you realize how utterly insane and dangerous that is, here is a stock photo of an 11-year-old boy. Another thing to note is that of online pornography consumption done by minors, fully 22% of that is done by children younger than 10. That's almost a quarter of it. In 2008, the percentage of adolescents who viewed pornography every day was 5.2%. By 2011, it was over 13%. 2017, 39% of males between 15 and 29 viewed it daily. So the trend suggests that each year more people are watching it more often and at a younger age. And there is nothing to suggest that the trends are going to reverse or halt them.
Shannon says, he makes me want to eat a Twinkie, and the fat phobia people make me want to go to the gym. Just damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Themselves. That's not good. And the problem that we have isn't exactly pornography in general. Like there was a time in this country when the best case scenario, especially for young men, was like the Sears catalog, maybe a Playboy that you paid way too much for and then buried in your closet. But we have to understand that what we're dealing with now is tremendously different than that. And it is something that we've never had in the history of the world, let alone the history of our society. And for the last decade or so, we have been witnessing the effects of it. And a lot of people might think that I'm just like out of touch or something. Don't get me wrong. Like, if I had a son and my wife was like, I caught our son and his friends looking at a crumpled Polaroid photograph of a boob behind the garage, I would just laugh. I really wouldn't care. Women just tend to feel negatively about this type of stuff as a general rule. They're not exactly wrong in that. We'll come back to that later. But the point is that
30% of all gay porn is consumed by women. Women do not feel negatively about this stuff. They feel negatively about crappy porn. But they do not feel negatively. They feel negatively about crappy, dirty porn with dirty women who have bruises on them and are just really unappealing to watch. They do not feel negatively about porn. They just want porn that's like clean and nice. I'm just saying.
Oh man.
you had magazines, maybe pictures, still images. And then you had a finite amount. Then maybe you had some X-rated movies, but you still have to go to adult bookstores to watch clips, those weird theaters that play them. Not exactly a comfortable experience.
Why does John Doyle know so much about this?
Why?
I don't even know that much about this. I've even never thought, but you need to go to the adult bookstores to go watch clips. Like, who even thinks of that?
And the thing is, like, there is a point to what he's saying. Like, the issue, especially for men, is if there's just like constant novelty, you know? So if you're like using it and you're just constantly going from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, like that will overwhelm you. But you don't have to use it that way. Again, like I hate the puritanical mindset because it ultimately fails. Because here I am, always having to be the one to offer some nuance. If you want to use it, I would suggest as a man, try to not view so many pages.
Mm-hmm.
That will help. That will make a difference. That's practical advice that is helpful, that somebody could actually implement. What he's saying is don't ever use it ever at all. Well, that's not, people are, okay.
Yep, that's not realistic. Now,
right.
Alex,
right.
you know how I was saying the internet would provide earlier? Well, my libertarian friend Jean did some quick searching, and Jean found that according to Wikitubia, which I didn't even know was a thing, is that the website where they call me a lesbian? I don't know. This website may or may not be reputable. John Doyle went to high school with fellow YouTuber Nathaniel Abbott. So there you go. So maybe we just need to reach out to Nathaniel and have him. I don't know anything about Nathaniel. Is he friend or foe of John Doyle? Does anyone know? Does Nathaniel like John or does he hate him?
If he's a foe, he would definitely come on.
Yes. Yes. We need to find out this information. See, we've got a long time to go. This video is 1 hour and 42 minutes long. We've got a whole, like, several, the haters on Twitter are gonna be like, did you hear that Karlyn and Alex streamed for 18 hours talking about pornography? And Karlyn was talking about gay porn? Oh my God.
Then you actually have to go get VHS tapes. You have to buy it. It's a weird experience. You have to watch it. You can't just like skip around.
How do you know
can only
that,
watch
John?
one at a time, unless you have multiple televisions with multiple VHS players or the late night cable channels. But even then, you actually have to watch the whole thing. You can't.
Who wants to watch more than one porn VHS at a time? How much porn did you need, John?
Yeah,
it's really tricky to watch multiple porn videos at the same time when they're on VHS. Like, what?
This sounds like he has experience with it.
It does.
Yeah. Not D. Those were the good old days.
Ooh, George
Right.
says, how do the studies know the porn was searched by the 10-year-old and not the dad? I think that is a good question, George.
That's a good
We
question.
don't know. We don't know who's actually on the computer Googling. We don't know.
And skip around, maybe you can like watch other channels, but still, as a general rule, you had to jump over hurdles to access pornography, and even then it wasn't as good per se as what we're dealing with now. Then we had dial-up, which was cheaper, less expensive, you had more privacy, but it was still mostly just pictures. They would take forever to load. You couldn't just consume at a click, and if you wanted videos, you'd have to download stuff. But
Why
maybe you don't have
does
the right software.
No.
Then you're risking getting a virus. It was still a relatively complicated process. Then
He knows
2006
the
happened, high-speed
extreme
internet
law.
exploded, and everything got bad. That's when you started getting tube sites that had videos like YouTube, except it's pornography, and society basically teed itself up to collapse. And here we are about 15 years later dealing with the consequences of that. High-speed internet and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. But yeah, kind of a weird timeline to go through, I guess, but it's important to what we're about to get into with the addiction component,
I'm
because
sure it had nothing
it is
to
because
do.
of this evolution.
Hang on,
that
hang on.
it
Let me
has become
pause.
so pervasive.
Go ahead.
I'm sure this collapse of our country had absolutely nothing to do with George W. Bush and Obama. I'm sure they were not involved at all. It was all porn.
It was all
apparently.
porn and apparently high-speed internet as well. Not just porn, also high-speed internet.
Yes, both of those together, it took down everything.
The
Had nothing to do with the presidents we had at those times
the
whatsoever.
downfall of society.
All right.
in our society and so incredibly addictive. It's not clear to me at all that something like this could have ever happened with the Sears catalogs or the Playboys that we mentioned earlier, let alone to this degree of addiction, let alone to this degree of pervasiveness, and let alone to this degree of exposure to our children, who really end up suffering the most in terms of how it damages their brain, but also.
Nat D says, how about Red Shoe Diaries on 90 Showtime? Is that like fake porn where it's like they're having sex but they don't show any of the bits? Is that what that is? I'm gonna be honest, like that like Skinamax porn, that used to be a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me just because it's so bad. It's so bad. And not even from like a sexual gratification like perspective, but just from like the perspective of like you're watching the most cringiest thing ever that has ever been made. It's those porns are so bad. I'm saying. That's definitely gonna get clipped out of context.
Yeah, definitely.
God, how many things are gonna get clipped out of context? And Alex is like, I'm not fucking saying anything. Just start the fucking video. I'm not saying anything.
Bananas. Look how phallic that is.
Yeah, a little bit.
Also in terms of how it damages their family and the society that they'll have to grow up in and live in for the rest of their lives. Like, it's one thing if you're a 50-year-old guy who discovers online pornography in 2009, but to be exposed to this as a child while your brain is developing, your entire generation is in the same boat. All the men in your life are watching it, even if they're not as negatively affected as you are. Like, no one wants to have this conversation. It's a big problem. And this isn't even taking into account the gateway to pornography for your children that is social media, Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok especially. It's all terrible. If you're a parent, download the apps, look around for 10 minutes. You'll see exactly what I mean.
You don't have to.
And also what your kid is looking at.
I accidentally saw porn on Twitter today and I was deeply traumatized by it.
Yeah, but your kids don't need to be on. So if I have a kid, whatever, I am not going to let them on social media at all. Until they're.
You shouldn't. No. Like I was also deeply traumatized, by the way, Cassandra Fairbanks porn showed up on Twitter, and that was also like, it was like Cassandra Fairbanks is like bondage porn. Don't fucking Google that unless you don't want to see it. But like, it's like stuff does randomly show up all the time. I'm just saying.
You love her.
I fucking hate that bitch. That bitch is like. She is I don't understand why people like her, to be honest. Like, and I tried too. I legitimately tried. I was like, this woman has a lot of followers. Like, you know, maybe there's some there. I do think she says some smart things. I kind of liked that she was spicy, but she's just a horrible human being. Horrible human being. So fuck her. Just like Tim Pool has.
Every day. But anyways, this is the part where we get into the nature of pornography addiction. So fasten your seatbelt. Some of this stuff is pretty dense, but we'll do our best, right? So first we have to summarize basically what pornography does to your brain in terms of addiction.
Hang on.
We'll start at the very tip of the iceberg.
Before we get into the academic lecture, George says, how does he know? If his mom doesn't let him watch it, he reads about it. Yes, that is probably
He is so obsessed with it. I think he is probably more obsessed with sex than most people. to be honest.
And perhaps if he were having normal sex, he might not be as obsessed with sex. I'm just saying.
So first, know that pornography does measurable damage to various parts of your prefrontal cortex. The good news is that this damage has been shown to be impermanent if the addiction is broken, but the bad news is that it makes it incredibly difficult to break and even acknowledge the reality of the addiction. For example, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is associated with self-discipline, self-control, and compulsivity, will lose tissue and cause you to be more compulsive with your decision-making. The ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, which is associated with self-monitoring of behavior, will also lose tissue and cause you to have impaired self-monitoring, which basically means that you'll be less aware of what you're doing, which will make you less able to hold yourself accountable and behave properly. The medial prefrontal cortex, which is associated with your awareness of your physical and emotional state, will also lose tissue and cause you to be more likely to be in a state of denial about your problem and to instead prioritize pursuing your addiction. And also your ventromedial prefrontal cortex, which is associated with motivating you to pursue that which is beneficial to you, will be damaged as well and cause you to be instead motivated to pursue your addiction. So that's very important to note. And moving on, we get into the fact that basically you're classified as a mammal. And technically speaking, rats are also mammals. But since we're on Team Human, we don't want to do potentially unethical testing on ourselves. So instead, we do a lot of testing on rats because they spawn quickly, they're inexpensive, they're easy to house. Most importantly, though, they're very closely related to us in terms of biological and genetic makeup. And for that reason, you can replicate a lot of symptoms of the human condition in rats. And there's something observed in rats, but also in many other mammals that has been called the Coolidge effect. And it is an example of how continuous sexual novelty can drive the behavior of mammals. So if you take a male rat, put him in a cage with a female rat, he's going to assert himself because rats don't have a Me Too movement. And he will continue to assert himself until he gets bored. And even, you know, if the female rat is like, what are we? He'll just be done. He'll be totally bored with her, doesn't want anything to do with her. But then if you throw in a different female rat, he will reassert himself with her until he gets bored again. You can literally repeat this process with new female rats until the male rat collapses from exhaustion. This is because his top genetic priority is reproduction, and new female rats allow him to do that. Now, of course, human beings are a bit more sophisticated than rats. We actually have a Me Too movement. Our mating process is more complex. And we're part of the about 5% of mammals with the capacity for long-term bonds. But our brains are still affected by the Coolidge effect, which gets its name from President Calvin Coolidge, based. And the story goes that he was touring a farm with his wife, and the farmer showed his wife a rooster that spent all day, every day mating with hens. And his wife supposedly said, "Tell that to Mr. Coolidge." And so the farmer did. And then Coolidge responded by asking if it was with the same hen. The farmer said no. And he replied, "Tell that to Mrs. Coolidge." Pretty epic joke. Women take the L yet again. But anyways, the takeaway is that continuous sexual novelty tends to drive the behavior of mammals.
So he's so traditional that he wants all these traditional values and no one thinking about or having sex ever, except apparently if they're in the missionary position in marriage behind closed doors with the shade drawn, and like no one ever talks about it or even acknowledges that it happened. But he makes jokes about men having sex with as many people as they want, and that's cool.
You know what's the ironic? Well, of course, it always goes that way with these people. But what I find interesting is I wonder if John Doyle is going to be the next Hunter Avalon. If his toxic, disgusting ideology is so bad that it will actually turn him leftist.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
We'll have to see. And I feel like it's very possible within the next 4 or 5 years that John Doyle will be a straight up SJW, 100%. Because these standards he has are they're so unrealistic. They're so crazy. His ideas are so bad, so outdated, dumb, awful, that he may eventually abandon them, even himself. He will create a leftist out of himself because that's all he does. He works for the left. I swear, he really does. Yeah, he's validating me too. I know. He's validating the left all the time. He's more of a leftist. It's crazy.
I agree with you. Cold Summer says, I got to say I got exposed to porn as a child, and it was a girl who exposed me to it. People like him act like girls can't know what porn is. I guarantee you, like, I think the first time I watched porn was like when I was a teenager, to be honest. Like, it's not like women know what this is. It's not a mystery. Women like, Alex, you want to know? I know you're gay, but like, do you want to know something? A secret? A secret?
I might already know.
Women like sex too. They do. They do. Sex can be really fun.
You know, I knew because I grew up around a bunch of girls because I was basically a girl, but not literally. In today's world, you have to like say, I don't think I'm trans. Like, you have to literally say that now. But I think we can all tell by my voice and persona and everything. I fit in much better with the girls, and I knew that they liked boys. I knew they did.
They do. It's true. It's true.
It's crazy.
Sometimes they like girls too, but even girls who like girls still like sex.
Yeah, true.
It's true.
And I also like the boys too, even if I didn't say I did.
I'm shocked. Shocked.
The idea being that your best case scenario for continuing the bloodline is if every female is pregnant. Now, young man, this desire that you have to get every female pregnant arises largely from a chemical called dopamine. And dopamine amps up the centerpiece of a very primitive part of your brain known as the reward circuitry, which is where you get your cravings and your pleasure, but also your addictions. This part of your brain is what makes you want to do the things that keep you alive and get women pregnant, basically. As a human, your list of priorities are like food, sex, love, friendship, novelty. These are called natural rewards, and they are different from addictive chemicals. But the problem is that addictive chemicals can hijack the same circuitry in your brain as we talked about earlier. So the whole reason that you have dopamine is to motivate you to do whatever serves those interests, basically. Lots of dopamine when you eat candy, not a whole lot when you eat cauliflower. That's just the way it works. Yeah. Tells you where to direct your attention and what to pursue.
I don't like cauliflower.
It also helps you remember those things by rewiring your brain via new or stronger nerve
I want the
connections.
candy.
Sexual stimulation.
I want the candy too, but like, have you ever had like good buffalo cauliflower? Buffalo cauliflower is like, when it's done well, it's so freaking good. It's so good.
I don't eat cauliflower as often, but I used to like it. But it's a little bit well, it's not the best for your thyroid, but not if it's cooked, then it's kind of negligible. But raw is bad. But cooked, I mean, I'm sure if you put buffalo sauce on anything, it would taste good.
On anything, but Brussels sprouts. I mean, I actually like Brussels sprouts without buffalo. I like Brussels sprouts normal too, but like you put buffalo sauce on Brussels sprouts, man, that's
Buffalo
a good vegetable.
Amazing.
Buffalo sauce will save humanity. Frank's Red Hot will save us all.
And orgasm add up to the biggest natural release of dopamine and opioids available to your reward circuitry. So you can start to see why we need to be careful, because a lot of people describe dopamine as the pleasure chemical. That's not actually accurate, because it's much more about seeking and searching for that pleasure, not the pleasure in itself. As you get closer, your dopamine rises with anticipation, and it motivates you to keep going towards whatever you want, whether that's immediate pleasure or a long-term goal. And it does this by...
Go ahead.
So I have a story with this. So dopamine, it is the, well, it's not anything that interesting. the dopamine is it's the anticipation of the reward, not the actual reward itself.
Yes.
So I used to be extremely addicted to sugar and candy and all these different things. And so sometimes I would go to the store and do like a psyop on myself and basically go to the candy section and just hold the bag of candy or pick it up. And I could feel the dopamine like being released.
Really?
And then I would just put it down. Yeah. So it was like I would get that boost just from holding it because my body felt that it was, it was the anticipation of it. It's really interesting.
That's a good tip, Alex.
Yeah. But you can't be, you have to have some self-control, because if you hold it and you're that addicted, you're probably going to end up eating.
You're like,
yeah.
I'm putting it down.
In the middle of the store. But I would put it back down. So it worked for me.
Attaching to receptors in your brain to stimulate electrical impulses. What you end up feeling as the actual pleasure is the release of the opioids, which also bind to the receptors in the reward circuitry of your brain. So dopamine compels you to find water, and then opioids are the relief feeling that you get upon quenching your thirst. Dopamine is what makes you want to get the female pregnant. Opioids are the feeling that you get upon doing so. You get the point. Dopamine makes you want stuff. Opioids make you like stuff. But the problem with that is that they aren't so easily separated in our brains. So dopamine causes us to desire and seek things, but dopamine is also a stronger system than our opioid system, which means that we're always seeking more than we are satisfied. And the reason for that is that seeking and desiring is more likely to keep us alive than just sitting around satiated, satisfied in a daze doing nothing. But the problem is that this imbalance, when overstimulated, leads ultimately to addiction, because the desires and the cravings increase while the pleasure you get decreases. So you want something more and more, but you don't like it as much as you used to. So you compensate by craving more of it, and the cycle continues. Another thing that we mentioned earlier that plays a big role here is novelty. That's the Coolidge effect. Dopamine surges for novelty. Without novelty, it diminishes over time. They've done studies where they'll show a group of men part of an X-rated movie and measure their dopamine, and it gets lower every time they play it back. And then they play part of a different one and it shoots right back back up. And it's also true that men will ejaculate faster in greater volume and with faster sperm when viewing a new naked girl pretty as opposed to the same one. So basically your brain can't tell the difference between watching pornography and having sex. And so in the span of a shameful afternoon with a few extra tabs open, you can have more sexual partners according to your brain than your ancestors would have had in their entire lives. And if you think your brain has the hardware to
Well, our brain doesn't understand the difference between anything we fantasize, like, and we're truly doing it, and anything like our brain treats fantasy, things that happen in our imagination, is the same as if it actually happened to us. So that's literally true of anything. That's not just true of this.
Right. And also what he's describing as a shameful afternoon,
It's
that's
not a shameful
that's
afternoon.
addict. Well, it's addict levels. Like if you're
Yeah.
doing that for hours and you have 50 million tabs open, like you are addicted. That's a different situation. You don't need to be doing all that. So,
Or maybe you're just bored. I mean,
well,
I'm saying
yeah,
like not if you're doing it every day, that's hang on.
yeah. If
If you're
it's
doing it
like
every day, that's the problem. But if it's just like a random afternoon where you're like bored, that's like a different thing.
well, of course, there's nuance, but it will, as a male, it would overwhelm your brain to do it that way. It would make you tired. You'd have like a hangover from doing it that way. So it's not great, is what I'm trying to say. And certainly doing that every day, you would definitely be an addict, which again, John Doyle sounds like he's talking about it from experience.
Mhm.
And maybe I am too. Shh. Oh my God.
Oh.
handle this, you are mistaken. This gets back into the supernormal stimuli that we touched on earlier, because it's not
It's
just the
different
endless
for
novelty
women,
that makes
though.
this so bad, but also the adjacent emotions and stimuli as well. Since dopamine,
Women get bored easily. Women wouldn't
don't
spend all
have that
afternoon
same
on that
effect.
shit. They were
Yeah.
like, okay, like one and done. Like there's no other point. Like, come on.
And also too, gender and or biological differences of sex actually exist. So there is a difference between being a male and a female in regards to porn use. I know that that's a super hot radical take to say, but it is true. So just saying.
Mm-hmm.
also fires up for things like surprise or shock factor, violations of your expectations. You never thought you'd see something like this, anxiety. Maybe this goes against your values or even your sexuality. Also generally searching and seeking things out. All of those things, of course, are rampant in pornography, and many of them not only elevate dopamine, like anxiety, shock, surprise, shame, etc., but they also boost your stress hormones and neurotransmitters, and that ends up increasing your excitement and amplifying the effects of the dopamine. And over time, I kid you not, your brain can start to confuse feelings of anxiety or riskiness with feelings of sexual arousal. And this explains why pornography addicts often escalate into watching more extreme and more shocking content, because they need that extra neurochemical boost. It also explains why if you've ever felt suddenly stressed out by something and your first instinct is to watch pornography, you're like, what the hell? It's because you built that association in your brain. The common phrase is neurons that fire together wire together. And if you amplify the effects of the dopamine with these neurochemicals, then what's going to happen is that. And then when something totally random happens to you that stresses you out, has nothing to do with that, you'll feel compelled to watch pornography because you've rewired your brain. Literally, your brain will have confused anxiety or riskiness for.
So another point to this is, if you are so ashamed of using it, if you are so ashamed that you're doing that, that is also creating that association between shame and stress with sex, with sexuality. So that will also be a part. If you have less shame in it, you don't feel the anxiety as much, and it's less of an association, which that's definitely probably John Doyle. He probably hates that he uses it. He's probably terrified that he uses it, but he still will. And yeah. Just saying, there are different ways to use it that are not as bad. And that's where he loses me, because he thinks of everything so black and white, and it's just awful. You know, it's like, even when it comes to using it, you don't have to watch something that's really disgusting. Like, you don't have to do it. You know?
No, you really don't. You really don't. But you know that's what he's doing, though. Again, it's like, you know that's exactly and precisely what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, if you go in deep to it, it is a problem. And that's the thing about it. It's not.
And there's some crazy shit on the internet. Like,
it's not all good or all bad. Like, it's a gradient. So it depends on what you're doing. And he's not acknowledging that nuance, you know, because there's a nuance in it. There definitely is.
for sexual arousal. Speaking of stress, there's this myth that pornography is good because it relieves stress. First of all, you have to laugh at the utter state of the coon brain. Like, yeah, dude, that's why you're watching porn 10 times a week. You're just stressed out. It's like, no, go for a run, take a bath, do something else. Like, at least be honest with yourself that watching pornography to relieve stress is just you trying to justify your addiction. And that aside, it doesn't actually relieve stress because, as we'll get into—
Does he know you can get addicted to running? And that there are people who have like literally broken bones because they've gotten addicted to running?
Does
Like
he know that?
you go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, does he know that running isn't even that great for you?
No, running
Especially-
is horrible on your body.
Yeah.
It kills your knees, like it hurts your back. Like there,
Bad
like
for
you
your
have to be.
hormones.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. He's so weird. I swear. How about, John, how about you work on yourself as a person and you actually try to date and you actually try to get a girlfriend?
Yeah.
And how about you learn some skills like how to fix things and moving?
Exactly. And Nat D is making a good point. Runner's high is amazing. Runner's high is a real thing. I used to be addicted to running back in the day. I know that this might be shocking to people now, but I used to run marathons. Like I used to be addicted to running. I would run every single day to the point where I quite literally gave myself a stress fracture by running too much.
Ooh.
That took months to heal. It was really, really bad. It was running did worse things to my body than porn has ever done. Sorry.
Yeah, I would not suggest it, especially if you're obese like I am. It's horrible to run. It really is bad.
It literally rewires your brain to make you more miserable. So even if you can achieve that temporary relief, it will soon go away. And your baseline levels of stress and general despair are going to be much higher if you're using pornography. And I have to stress this point again, which is that given the incredibly addictive nature of pornography and how widespread that addiction is in our society, it's not only possible, but probable that anyone arguing its benefits is only trying to justify their addiction. It really is that simple. I would never listen to a cigarette addict tell me that cigarettes are good, or at the very least not bad, the same way that I would never listen to a pornography addict tell me that their addiction is the same. Like, their judgment is clouded by the addiction. Their prefrontal cortex has been damaged and compromised. We just went over the details of that. But back to the supernormal stimulus. The concept we discussed earlier, basically the danger lies when you have something that is registered in our brains as especially valuable to us, something that is an artificially exaggerated version of something that our brains are wired to find irresistible, and then that is available conveniently in limitless supply, which could never be found in nature, and it comes in limitless varieties. That's the novelty we talked about earlier. And as a result of these things, we're chronically over-consuming it. There are two components in our society that first come to mind when talking about this. First one is junk food, and then pornography. Junk food is already recognized to be a supernormal stimulus. We're all fat and gross as a result of it. And there's an argument to be made that the government subsidizes junk food so that we're all too fat and lazy to do something about it. Of course, I would never make that argument, the same way that I would never make the argument that the government enables widespread pornography access in order to keep us depressed, pacified, and distracted, because I know that the government always has my best interest at heart. I live in Michigan. Are you kidding me? The point is that pornography is actually more potent supernormal stimulus than junk food is, simply because of its nature, namely the fact that it costs less, can be accessed with a few clicks at any time from practically anywhere. There's no precise physical limits on its consumption, whereas you have to eventually stop eating because your stomach has a capacity. You can just keep watching pornography until you like pass out or something. This is where we get back into the parallels to drug addiction. And also the rats, because we actually have research that shows that methamphetamine and cocaine hijack the same reward center nerve cells that evolved for sexual conditioning. And some of these studies have shown that sex to completion shrinks the cells that pump dopamine through the reward circuit, and also that those dopamine producing nerve cells shrink with heroin addiction. So what does that mean? Well, the reason that drugs like methamphetamine—
Sex to completion is just another term for orgasm, right?
That's what I think. I mean, now it sounds like he's arguing against orgasm or sex. It sounds weird.
How does John think babies are made? Does he understand the process? Is he arguing that if you're trying to procreate with your spouse, that you're basically doing the same thing as like a drug addict?
His words are not, he's not speaking very clearly or very well, because now it sounds like he's demonizing sex, which is stupid. So
yeah. I mean, you know what's scary to me about watching this? And it's like, it's hard to even respond to this because he's talking so fast and he's just trying to throw as much stuff out there as he possibly can. And it's like there are young men, and I think we saw those young men in the video that we watched on the very beginning of the show where he brought to the drag show. There are young men that are going to watch this and be like, wow, John Doyle is so smart and he's so confident. He's presenting so much information. He must be right. And he's going to teach people to sexually repress themselves, which is going to end up manifesting all sorts of weird shit in all sorts of many other ways.
Right. And it's I don't know. It's just bizarre to me because to go as far as to start demonizing sex, saying, you know, sex to completion is like doing a drug, like this is going down a totally radical path. Like he is going nuts now. Like he's starting to get into the same anti-humanism as leftism is. You know, this is the same mindset. I swear he really might convert in a few years. It is all there. It is like right there in his brain. All the hardware is there. Just needs a software update. I'm telling you.
I wonder what Elijah would do if John Doyle became a leftist. That would
Elijah
be
is like
interesting.
a step away too. Elijah will be anything that will give him the most money. I'm sorry. I know you don't.
I
like
don't think that that's true. I
I
don't.
think so.
I don't know why I feel the need to defend Elijah's honor. I just do. I haven't even watched his content in like a year.
You guys have an Aries connection. It's two of you guys are Aries. You got to look out for each other. I get it, but I will say what I have to say.
That's
so.
fine. I'm not gonna
And
burn
I
you
don't
for it.
hate it.
You can never come on my channel again, Alex.
And I'm gonna always have to say I do not hate Elijah. I am disappointed in him. I think he's doing the wrong things. I think he's wrong, just like I think Karlyn's wrong a lot.
Ooh, wait. We've got drama in the chat.
Oh,
Kimberly says, I just now heard Mike Harlow. I believe him about you unsubscribing.
Ooh.
Does anyone have words they would like to say to Kimberly as she departs my channel? I'm just saying. Alex, what do you think about Mike Harlow?
Oh gosh. Lazy.
Lazy, yes, very lazy. Never shows up to time on anything, ever.
Yeah, I think he's very hostile
and
lazy, and I think that he has got all the stereotypes of being gay, but not the good ones. So
has he been posting about me on Twitter? Well, you know what I did? I took a screenshot of those comments that were posted on your channel earlier, and I posted them on Twitter. #walkaway.
I think he might have commented on the video.
Did he tweet about me?
I saw
he commented on your video.
He might have. Really? I don't know because I'm not checking it because I'm on here. But
we have to check. I mean, this is just like good tea right here. Hang on, I need to knit this. I need to get this stitch marker in place.
Let me see.
I mean, has Kimberly ever showed up in my chat for anything? Like, I don't remember ever seeing Kimberly. And I think I would remember, too, because she looks kind of like an old friend of mine that was a leftist. So it makes sense why she likes Mike Harlow, because, you know, birds of a feather flock together. Okay, hang on.
Maybe not. I don't know.
All right.
I'll try to look at it.
All right. We're going to do some investigating while we continue to listen to John Doyle react to whatever he's reacting to. Okay, bear with us.
Amphetamine and heroin are compelling is that they hijack the precise mechanisms in our brain that are designed for sex. So while it's true that there are other pleasures that activate the reward center of our brain, the fact is that the nerve cells don't overlap nearly as closely as they do with sex, which is why non-sexual natural rewards feel different and less compelling. So sex is the most compelling given the hardware of our brain. And drugs
he definitely tweeted about me. He didn't say my name. He definitely tweeted about me. And the queen. Swooped right in there. Of course he did. Kieran, I thought you had gotten over me. I thought you were off Twitter. Apparently, I'm never escaping this. He said 3 hours ago, there is no way of shaking this lunatic's obsession for me or Carrie. Even if I allowed her to defame me and stayed 100% silent, it wouldn't matter. Everyone on the internet who mocks her, criticizes her as Carrie Smith or Mike Harlow's horde. No, Mikey, they're your horde because you are literally their leader and you're connected to all of them. That's why.
I think what happened is the comment I think may have been deleted by the person. So I do see that Mike Harlow did reply to it, but I don't know what he wrote.
Oh, no. Oh, lame.
I'll take the screenshot so I can prove that he commented, but I don't know what he said. So, and the comment's gone now. So he probably just said, oh, this is wrong and da-da-da. And maybe he convinced the person. I don't know. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the person just didn't want to be involved or whatever, so they just deleted it.
I mean, that may be. And if that person was offended that I posted a screenshot of their comments, I apologize if I caused any grief. But kind of feels good to see comments saying Mike Harlow's behaving like a fucking raging lunatic on Twitter. I'm just saying. All right, let's get back to it. Alex is like, I got no time for this shit.
He's as basic as they come. I'm sorry. I just have to say that. He's very, very basic bitch. So.
Yes. All right.
Because they hijack that hardware and overload it, basically. And so sexual arousal and orgasm induce higher levels of dopamine and opioids than any other natural reward. But there are other components below our conscious awareness that play a role as well. For example, there's a protein that accumulates through sex and drug use called delta phosphate, and it activates genes involved with addiction, and the molecular changes that it generates are nearly identical for both sexual conditioning and chronic use of drugs. So regardless of what you're abusing, high level...
Chrissy fucking Mayer commented on his tweet.
Who's that?
That comedy woman who I don't think is very smart or very funny, but other people do. Wow. Wow. People are saying you're my husband, Alex.
What?
People are saying you're my husband.
I am?
Apparently, there's been lots of shenanigans going on Twitter since we've been streaming. Yes.
How am I her husband?
I
what?
don't know.
I'm literally on camera. And I'm very obviously gay. So
very obviously gay.
I don't understand that. And Victor has been on camera too. That makes zero sense. So that is insane.
They make things up and spin tales in their heads. It's crazy. Oh God, I'm so disappointed Kieran is commenting on this. I really thought he had moved on with his life, man. I really, really thought.
He's not going to.
He's never going to move on and find a fucking real girlfriend.
Oh man.
All right. I'm focusing. Promise. Focus.
Levels of delta phosphate accumulate and rewire the brain.
He's talking about science, and I'm bored.
Which is how addictive drugs co-opt the learning mechanisms
I had to learn
in
all
our
this
brain that
shit
are
in
designed to make us pursue
neuropsychology.
sexual activity. And by the way, this is related to why if you look at brain scans of drug addicts compared to brain scans of pornography users, but not addicts, they're practically identical. But anyways, the climax of that sexual activity causes lots of temporary neurological and hormonal changes to occur.
That's true.
Upon which I don't really care to elaborate
since
the political implications from the neurochemistry of the orgasm. Heck off commie is something that I was really looking forward to covering at a later time. That's the highbrow content that the people want. But we do know that these changes do not occur with any other natural rewards. And we know that this is done by our brains so that we know the difference between sexual activity and drinking a milkshake. But we also know that dopamine plays a very significant role in this. And we'll actually just debunk this right now because there's this common argument about pornography addiction and dopamine. And it's literally, well, lots of different things raise your dopamine levels. So there's no difference between watching pornography and watching a sunset. And we actually tested that theory about 20 years ago. And it turns out that it's total BS. We did a study with brain scans, and it found that cocaine addicts had nearly identical brain patterns when viewing images of pornography and images of crack pipes, and also that everyone had the same brain activation patterns for viewing pornography. So connect the dots there. And finally, that the patterns were completely different for looking at sunsets. The point being that drugs and sex can activate the sex neurons in your brain without actual sex, and sunsets can't, you idiot. It is obvious that our most powerful natural reinforcer is orgasm, which means that there is no neurological equivalent to streaming and masturbating to pornography. You can do drugs, you can drink, you can play video games, you can do whatever you want to elevate your dopamine, but none of that will have the power to sculpt your sexual brain circuitry the way that pornography does, especially if you're watching it at a young age when your brain is the most plastic and susceptible to that. And this is where it starts to get kind of dangerous because you have to take into account the binge mechanism that is programmed into your brain for what your brain perceives will help your survival, things like food and sex. And whenever you binge things like food and sex, your brain thinks that you've hit the jackpot and it neurochemically reacts to incentivize you to keep going. Like it literally overrides any instinct to stop because you're full or because you've had enough. So this being the case, you can understand the problem that we've created in the last 15 years where your brain thinks that internet pornography has provided to it conceivably endless mating opportunities, so to speak. As long as you have an internet connection, you can go forever and you'll never consume all the available content. And your brain was not designed, nor is it prepared to handle that kind of nonstop stimulation. So what does it do? What does the brain, particularly the young male brain, do when it has unlimited access to a super stimulating reward that it never evolved to handle? It tends to adapt, but not in a good way. Remember what we just talked about with the substance or chemical addictions, how it restructures the brain? Works the same way with behavioral addictions. We just covered how sexual arousal and addictive drugs like meth and cocaine stimulate the same group of reward system nerve cells while triggering the same mechanisms in your brain that make you crave more. And so given that, it's not surprising that sexual conditioning through pornography and drug use involve the same general brain changes, which are changes involving sensitization. And this is where it starts to get really interesting. Basically, the neurochemical events that create sensitization are caused by spikes of dopamine, but the actual thing in your brain that
He's not actually trying to teach anyone anything. He's just trying to overwhelm people with information to make him seem like he's smarter than he actually is. That's what's going on here, just so we're clear.
Yes, and I also think too that he's doing the woke leftist training thing where he's starting to use weaponized boredom. So you're
I feel like my eyes are like glazing over. I'm like,
weaponized boredom, and he does talk too fast. I agree. Not, but I'm just, I'm kind of sad that the comment was deleted. I wanted to see what Mikey said.
I'm sad too. I want to know. Oh no!
I wanted to know.
Savrit says, memes reprogram the thought avenues when presented with imagery. All data consumed is the information that our perceptions are formed. Yes, that is exactly correct. And we form our perceptions based on the data we consume. That's why there's a horde on Twitter who all think that everyone hates me because they only talk to each other, because that's the only data they're actually consuming. And they block every single one of my supporters who even dare to tag them in a tweet, even if those supporters are quoting the Bible.
Produces it is our friend from earlier, that protein delta phosphB. And essentially what happens is that dopamine surges trigger the production of delta phosphB, and it then slowly accumulates in the reward circuitry of your brain in proportion to the amount of dopamine that you release when you chronically indulge in your natural reward of choice, sex, junk food, those drugs that we mentioned earlier, whatever. And the protein delta phosphB is referred to as a transcription factor because it activates a very specific set of genes to physically and chemically alter the reward circuitry of your brain in order to chase that dopamine. It essentially reacts to the behavior that triggers the dopamine release in order to program your brain to remember and then want to repeat those behaviors. And so with things like pornography, given the way that it exists, you know, that we talked about earlier.
No, he's taking no breaths. He's just trying to talk as fast as he possibly can. It's like he's trying to be Ben Shapiro. Except
I know.
And I actually have to give him credit. Like, he doesn't look like he's reading off a teleprompter or anything, which means like on some level he memorized all of this, which is actually really impressive. So although I think that he's not really saying a whole hell of a lot of substance, I do actually have to give John Doyle credit here, is that I think he memorized a lot of stuff and is now just spewing it back, which actually makes me angry because it shows how smart he actually is. He's a smart person. I'll double down on that. I think he's smart.
I don't think so, but I think it's the difference between being book smart and like wise, I guess you could say. Like, there's no wisdom in what he says. It's
no,
like
there's no wisdom.
Yeah, it's very no substance. But I think that I don't know. I don't think he's that intelligent. I think he can just regurgitate. You know, maybe he's good at memorizing. That's how I feel. Because he's not giving any commentary and he's not explaining it that well. So it's kind of boring, you know, like what he's talking about right now, it's boring. And he's just kind of talking about all the science of it, which I genuinely wonder if anybody found any of that interesting. But
yep, I agree.
Your brain ends up being literally rewired to exponentially crave whatever you've been binging on. So that's where you get into a spiral where you want something, you do it, you secrete lots of dopamine, cause the delta phosphate to accumulate.
Hang on. I gotta show you this. I'm sorry. I gotta show you what is at the very top of my Carlos Twitter feed right now. I have to show you this. This is insane.
God.
It's insane. Look at this. Look at this. Everything about Karlyn Borosenko is a fraud. She regularly shares reviews and tweets from someone named JM Tropolo. Turns out this person charges $50 to write glowing reviews and supportive tweets of wannabe influencers. I don't even know who this person is. I just know that she's a Christian on Twitter who liked my book. I have not paid anyone to write any reviews. If I have paid anyone to write a review for my book, will you please announce yourself now? My God.
I think maybe you paid Sin. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't spread any
I'm just
rumors.
kidding.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Like, this is Mike Harlow being jealous because he is completely incapable of ever writing a book about anything ever.
Mike Harlow is jealous because I'm just kidding, Sin. Mike Harlow is just jealous because
Oh, this is a whole fucking thread. Holy shit. This is actually more interesting
What?
than the John Doyle, but he wrote a thread. The tell is the language where she parrots Karlyn's book copy. How does he know what my book copy is? Mike Harlow, how do you know what my book copy is? Parrots Karlyn. Actionable strategies. Complaining. Fighting back are all Karlyn marketing buzzwords. So she saw my tweets?
Oh
my
my
god.
gosh.
Karlyn also appears to have enlisted the services to
What is
attack her.
wrong with him?
He's saying that I paid someone to attack Carrie? Mike Harlow is actively smearing this person right now. Like, she could actually sue him for this. You will notice once again she parrots Karlyn's talking points verbatim. Online bullying. I've done so much for you. All her buzzwords. It's like he's literally making this shit up.
What is wrong with him? Legitimately, what
She
the heck
allegedly
is
has
this?
over 10,000 followers, yet her tweets get an average of 2 to 3 likes. You know why? Because how she got her following is probably from following a lot of people.
That
I've similarly
happened.
wondered how Karlyn allegedly has 80,000 followers, yet typically gets Twitter engagements in the single digits. Makes you wonder. Because I am shadow banned to high fucking heaven. That's why.
What the hell? What is wrong with this man?
Moral of the story, when you look deeper into people who exist to create hate and division amongst
What?
conservatives, you will often find how astroturf. He's actually accusing me of being astroturfing right now.
Okay. The only ones that I see creating hate and division amongst conservatives are people like him and Carrie. Like, that created this issue with you for no reason. You're not even a conservative anyway. So what is it to them? And
I
the
have
thing
literally never been a conservative.
they're like just so upset that any conservatives support you. That's so stupid. Conservatives have a right to their own mind, their own opinion, Mikey and
Oh,
Carrie.
and Carrie. Oh, there's Carrie swooping
God.
in like magic. Like magic. Carrie, the devout Christian who will not have a healing conversation. This is one of the sycophants. Didn't realize this one was paid though, because she's not paid, Carrie. I don't even know who she is. Who followed her orders to harass me and my pastor, and then also gloated when I quietly blocked her. You guys doxed my spiritual advisor. You fucking doxed my spiritual advisor.
What the hell? What is wrong with him?
Oh my god, these people are insane. Sam says John's brain is not prepared. Others, however. Yes. Let me see. We got some other super chats in. Savret says it is very clever to build a nuclear bomb, but it is not wise to do so. Those are wise words, Savrets. There are differences between cleverness and wisdom. Dude, I'm out of greenery. Well, you got to get on that job, don't you, Savrets? Let's see. Incognito says, just ask Chrissy to show Carrie your video. Oh, I'm sure that's going to go over well. And Brian says, archive to help her out when he deletes the tweets. Yeah, I should probably take pictures of those tweets because he's like literally accusing I don't even know who this woman is.
Well, the thing too is like, I don't understand.
They're literally lying right now.
Like the fact that, okay, this is going to sound really shady, but I'm just going to be honest.
Jesus Christ, I'm going to screenshot all this.
According,
Poor woman
supposedly has this certain level of subscribers and clout and whatever. Like, why the fuck would he go to my channel, to one of my videos? I have less than 400 subscribers. I got, 100 views or so on that video. He would literally make the effort to go there just to convince that one person. Like, that is so unhinged.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey, you're going to get hate comments from a lot of people. It is what it is. I get hate comments. I don't care if somebody is like, oh, you're fat, disgusting, whatever. I don't really care. I don't engage with it because it's like, whatever. Like, I got a lot of hate for hating on John Doyle. People are like, cringe. Oh my gosh, this person's like Reddit. Wow. You're proving all his points right. Like, I got all the stuff. And it's like, I don't have to respond to every single comment and be like, that's not true. Da, 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 da. It's like, dude, if you're going to be a public.
What is he saying about Joshua? Oh, God. Oh, this is just on that thread. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like, if you're going to be a public person, you're going to be criticized. And the thing is, like, there's a lot of reasons to criticize you, Mike. You are lazy. You don't do anything.
Very lazy.
You don't do anything. So I don't know what the hell this is. You want to just be a clout whore or whatever? Go on OF or something. Maybe somebody would be interested. Go do something vapid, like a makeup channel or something. Not that that's bad, but I'm just saying, like, do something more shallow if you just want to be famous. There are other ways, and much easier ways, might I add, than using political discussion.
It's like one of the whole points I've made in the last week is that Mike Harlow and Carrie Smith and their horde get off on bullying anyone who supports me. And this woman wrote a review, and for the record, I didn't pay anyone for any reviews. I would have a fuck ton more reviews right now on my book on Amazon if I was paying anyone for shit. And I haven't paid anyone. And he's attacking someone because she wrote a positive review of my book. That's unhinged behavior. It wouldn't even occur. And this means that not only did he go to the website to read the review, he also searched around looking for any dirt that he could possibly have on this, that he could possibly find to try to twist in the worst possible way.
You know, he is very hostile. Very hostile. He is hostile and lazy. I don't know how he combined those two things, but he did it. It's just crazy to me. It's like, dude, you need to calm down. Like, take a chill pill, you know? Just go work on yourself. Nobody needs this. Nobody needs this.
I mean, it's not even unbelievable. It's completely believable based on the fact that they literally harassed and then blocked every single person in the last week who has tweeted at them or tagged them. Carrie even blocked someone. One of my supporters literally quoted the Bible to Carrie to try to convince her to engage in the conversation with Joshua and I and her pastor. She quoted the passage basically about like living in like forgiveness or something. Carrie blocked her for it. For quoting the Bible to her.
That's pretty weird. I mean,
it's like, dude, you're not a Christian. I'm sorry. Carrie Smith is not a Christian. Carrie Smith's pastor is questionable at best. And I only put questionable in there because maybe he's trying to convince Carrie to act like a Christian behind the scenes, and I just don't know about it. But Carrie Smith is not a Christian. I'm saying it right now.
Yeah, she's
not a Christian.
But I would say, you know, she's not following the Bible. The Bible is very, very clear. It has many verses about forgiveness. And again, like, you're supposed to be talking to people that are not Christian. How is it supposed to be spread otherwise, right? I mean, it makes sense just from an ideological standpoint. So she should be talking to you. There's no, as long as it's a good faith discussion, and even with it being a public discussion, she could be making points to the crowd, you know, to the people watching. It might not even be about you in particular, but this whole thing of not responding to this or whatever, like, she could have even just said, like, I'm not interested in it, or I don't think I'm at a good place right now to do that or something. But that would require honesty, and, you know, it's bad. She's pretty bad. I don't understand why these people are like this. I just don't. It's
because
like,
they're desperate to be famous. They're desperate to be famous.
Like,
that's all it is.
That's such to be famous. There are easier ways to be famous.
Well, I guess that's true.
Easier ways.
I don't know then. I have no idea. I have no idea why. And this is like, I actually legitimately would like to have a conversation with Carrie to understand why exactly she hates me to the level that she does. I don't understand it.
It's an absolute obsession. I don't get it either. And this whole thing with Mike, where he's posting this whole stuff, it's like, I don't even understand how he has the time to do that. You know, I love your content. I love your channel, Karlyn, but I don't have the time to do that. Yeah. I just don't. And these people are more dedicated than your diehard fans, or, you know, your most ardent local supporters. You know, it's just crazy.
I was
It's
feeling
so bizarre.
I was feeling so optimistic earlier. I was like, they finally shut the fuck up about me. This is fucking great. Maybe we can all just move on with our lives. And no, they have not shut up about me. No.
They're not going to, because I guess he was triggered because you made that tweet or whatever. But
Well,
it is
I did probably cause it, to be honest. Like, I'll
Yeah.
take. I will, unlike John Doyle with his obvious porn addiction. I will absolutely take ownership over the fact that I tweeted that to illustrate that Mike Harlow is driving financial supporters of Walkaway away from financially supporting Walkaway. He has attacked several people in the last week that were financially supporting Brandon and Walkaway, who have now discontinued their donations, because I wonder why. When you're the figurehead, well, Mikey wishes he was the figurehead of Walkaway, but he's close enough. I mean, I believe that he's doing, he basically is in control of Brandon. So
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
it's like, what do you expect?
Well, and that's the thing too. Like, Mikey, if you're this influencer and you want to be famous and all this bullshit, why the fuck did you have time to instantly go to my video and find this comment? Not that it was hard, because I don't have a lot of comments, but why would you literally go in there and try to convince this one person? Like, you should not have the time to do that. I wouldn't have the time to do that. I don't even reply to all my comments because I don't have the time to, and I don't even get a lot because I'm working. I'm always working. I do stuff. I'm working to make money. I'm working to, do my YouTube. I'm doing, I'm on Sassy Saturday. Like, I'm doing something every day. I'm not just sitting down and twiddling my thumbs every single day like he is, apparently. He should be busy. He should have a job. He should be doing something. He should be working on something, writing a book. He should be filming for his YouTube channel and editing. There are like hundreds of things that he could be doing instead of this Twitter bullshit. And this is why you're not successful. Just so you know, Mike. And don't be jealous, because Karlyn works extremely hard every day. And she has the benefit of that. I work hard too, and I guarantee you, I probably work way harder than him, and there will be a point where I overtake him if I keep going. Because that's what it takes. And you have to have the temperament. He doesn't. If you can't handle any criticism, Mike, you are not cut out for this. Do something else. You want to just go be someone's houseboy or whatever because you want to be lazy? Go find a rich man then. And just shut the fuck up, because the rest of us are trying to get shit done.
You know what I just noticed? So he's dragging this woman for writing a review of my book, which, again, to be crystal clear, I didn't pay her for. Because I mean, even like, but like, look at her specialties for on her own website that he trolled. I didn't even look this closely at her website. Beauty, health and beauty, electronics and apps, clothing and apparel, entertainment and green living. None of those have anything to do with my book. If I was going to actually hire people to write reviews of my book, and like, no offense to this lady, because she wrote a nice review of my book, her review wasn't like an in-depth review. It wasn't at all. So if I was actually going to pay someone to write a review of my book, it would be a much more in-depth review than what she wrote. I'm sorry. Like, I appreciate that she wrote it. Like, it was very nice, but like, I mean, I'm not in her specialty area for what, and quite frankly, it's like anyone who puts a review of that type of book on their website, they're kind of asking for it. And so, I mean, I have to thank her for the review, because especially if she's doing paid reviews for other things, it's like she kind of just put a target on her back there, to be honest.
Well, and the thing is, I'm sure she's still honest in her reviews. You know what I mean? And if that's a way for her to make money, it's more work than what Mike's doing. I mean, I can give her that. And I don't have any shade against her, but it sounds like she cared about the political cause, and she cared about it, and she wanted to do it for free.
Oh my God. So of course, after he tweeted, they started attacking her in the replies. Look at this. Look at this. So this is the review of the book that she wrote. How much were you paid for this again? I'm just thanking her. Strategies like what? There's a whole book about it. It's so good and intriguing that you almost want to pay people to review it. Well done. Fraud's gonna fraud. Judas got paid in silver. You got paid in Venmo. How much did she pay you for this? So that's
Oh
really
my
nice,
gosh.
Mikey. That's really nice to send people into this random person's Twitter feed because you're pissed off that someone left a comment on Alex's video saying he liked me that said, I can't support Walkaway anymore because Mike Harlow is acting like a goddamn lunatic on Twitter. That's what happened. Alex posted a video saying he liked me. A person commented on that video saying, I agree with you, and Mike Harlow is acting like a lunatic on Twitter, and I can't separate that from Walkaway. I then took a screenshot of that comment, posted it on Twitter, and now you're attacking random people who happen to write a review of my book and sending your fucking horde to attack random people on Twitter because you're so pissed off that anyone likes me and likes my content. That is un-effing hinged.
It is obsessive. It's not anything magic, Mikey. It's not always about manipulation tactics and all this bullshit that you're projecting onto Karlyn, because that's you. That's what you do. That's not what other people do, Mike. Other people actually do the work and get shit done because they're not too busy obsessing about people they hate on Twitter and creating whole ass hate campaigns about it. Who the hell has time for that? Honestly, are you a 16-year-old in your bedroom with your parents taking care of everything? Because who the hell else would have time for that, especially in this economy? You got to be shitting me, dude. You are crazy. Unhinged.
Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. All of them. All right. Should we go back to John Doyle now?
Sure. Good little intermission.
That was a nice little break. You know, we're getting a little bit bored. Things were getting a little down, and now we're gonna go back. Okay. Get it out of our system.
That makes the initial urge even stronger. Then it rinses and repeats, and it gets stronger every time. This is based on the phrase that we mentioned earlier, neurons that fire together, wire together, because your brain will strengthen the connection of those cells with repeated activation. And when you link together the nerve cells for sexual excitement with the nerve cells for storing the information associated with that, which would be what you're watching, where you're watching it, how you're watching it, etc., it further cements the whole process in your brain, because now you'll have totally normal things in your life serving as triggers, which I know is something that we laugh at whenever the left says it, but it's a real thing. So if your parents leave and you suddenly have an urge to watch pornography, if you're on your phone, you suddenly have that urge, whatever it may be in your case, that's why your brain has strengthened the association between your sexual excitement and the things that exist independently of and adjacent to that excitement, which makes it so that when you notice those things, or maybe even when you don't notice them, it triggers sexual excitement regardless, because you have rewired your brain. Literally the same way that heroin addicts can be triggered by the sight of needles, alcoholics can be triggered by the smell of alcohol. It's the same brain mechanisms. And these brain changes tend to keep us over-consuming because your brain wasn't designed to handle this level of stimuli. And so it thinks it's just temporarily binging. It doesn't have the capacity to sustainably handle the infinite supply of these supernormal stimuli. And this leads to both addiction and sexual conditioning. So,
An alt-right Bill Nye.
good news is you break your addiction
Mad.
up to normal levels after about 2 months. The bad news is that neurological pathways that have been sensitized will remain as such for much longer, and possibly even for your whole life, which means that eventually, yeah, the cravings won't be as strong, but if you give into them again, you'll be back to square one pretty quickly. And I know this might be boring or confusing, but this in itself
It
comes
is boring.
the idea that pornography addiction does not exist. The fact that delta phosphate accumulates in the reward center of the brain is now considered to be a sustained molecular switch for both behavioral and chemical addictions. And anyone who tells you otherwise is coping because they're slaves to their carnal desires. Now here's where it starts to get bad, because once you're stuck in that cycle where you're craving it, and then the more you indulge in it, the more you crave it, etc., your brain actually has a mechanism to try to get you to REB, we'll call it CREB. And it dampens your pleasure response basically by trying to make you chill out and make it less enjoyable, so you just kind of relax for a second. And this molecule is actually produced along.
Okay, can I just tell you, because I'm looking around this woman's website, I can't actually find the page that he found where she's saying that she charges for reviews. So
Really?
he was really digging. I cannot find it. I can't find
time.
I don't know.
I don't understand this at all. That is insane. You need
I
to get a
don't see
job,
this on
Mike.
her website.
Get a fucking job, Mike. Get a life. Honestly, this is insane. Gosh.
What is he even looking at?
Ugh.
Alex, He
What?
went on a completely different website. Look at this. Look at this. This is how obsessed
What?
he is. He found this on a completely different website. So, okay, so I'm going to put this woman's website in, hey, let me just get this. I'll get this. Whatever. They're probably whatever. So if I follow this woman's book review, she wrote this on mustardseedsentinel.com. I have no idea what that is. And so she's got this online magazine where she writes reviews and she writes about things she likes and, you know, whatever. And so that's what we're looking at now. There's nothing on this website that says anything about paid submissions at all. Do you know what he did? He went on this website, IntelliFluence, which I have no idea what it is, but it is a completely different site. And this is where he found this incriminating information saying that she will write reviews. So he's gone out of his way to go on a completely different website to stalk this woman and look her up and found that she maybe does paid reviews. That's insane. That's insane effing behavior. How much time did he spend researching this woman so that he could try to attack her for liking my book?
People are allowed to like Karlyn, Mike. They're allowed to. You might be even more shocked, but people are allowed to not like you.
People are allowed not to like you, Mikey.
Just like you're allowed to not like Karlyn. Nobody cares. Okay, we get it. You don't like her. Join the club. There's plenty of people that don't, but there are a lot of people that do. Deal with it.
And you know what most of those people who don't like me don't do? They don't stalk anyone who posts anything positive about me on Twitter to like hunt them down on various influencer websites. And how the fuck does he even know about this website? Because I don't know about this website. I have no idea what this website is.
If you don't like her, don't watch. People are going to have hate comments. People are going to say things. If you can't handle it, then get off. Get off the internet.
It is so unhinged and so ridiculous. How much time did he spend stalking this woman tonight?
These people are not cut out for that. They're not cut out for it, Karlyn. If you cannot handle criticism, you cannot be online. You will die on this. I mean, criticism and the internet, they go hand in hand. It's
so
like
crazy. Sam says they gaslight saying they don't have a horde. I mean, they go back and forth on that. Sometimes they say they're a horde. Sometimes they say they're not a horde. This is actually scary. This is, I can't even.
It's obsessive. It's crazy.
Obsessive and unhinged and unhealthy. My God. That's so nuts. All right, let's go back. We're going to be responsible. We're going to watch this video, but that's nuts. That is knucking futs is what that is.
Back to Bill Nye.
Levels of dopamine. And this is done because at the end of the day, your body's just trying to help you out a little bit, trying to keep you under control, trying to tell you a couple thousand years ago that it's time to leave the blueberry bush, go check on the kids, whatever it may be. But that was long before the utter catastrophe.
I'm going to clip this out and I'm going to post it as a clip on my channel saying Mike Harlow is an unhinged lunatic.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. Unhinged behavior.
Now he's going to get actual videos about him. So I hope it was worth it, Mike. I hope it was. And I just may be vlogging about you later today. I mean,
unbelievable.
When you do this type of shit, you piss people off. And there's no need for this. You don't need to do this. You don't. Just work on your stuff. Nobody's telling you to go anywhere. But if you cannot handle this, then get out of it.
And Mikey, I'm going to tell you this because you have threatened to sue me for defamation. And then I think you went and talked to a lawyer and found out that no one is going to take your case. And so you never did. But I could actually sue you for defamation because I can prove that your bullshit and nonsense has caused actual direct monetary damages to my business on more than one occasion. So if you want to keep this bullshit up, I will lawyer up and we'll see who wins that defamation lawsuit. And if you want to try to challenge me, you can try to prove when I have ever caused monetary damage to your business, which is one of the requirements to actually have a successful defamation lawsuit. You won't be able to do it because you don't fucking have a job.
Right.
You don't have a job. And guess what? Brandon chose you. I'm the one that suffered damages here. You did not.
Pretty much. Dead on.
Mm-hmm.
Catastrophe of high-speed internet. So now you have these incredibly powerful reinforcers that override those satiation mechanisms in your brain due to the manner in which they exist. The blueberry bush is much different than an evening spent on Pornhub while drinking Baja Blast and smoking marijuana, basically. And this results in desensitization.
John Doyle
or in other
desperately
words,
needs to
tolerance,
smoke marijuana.
which, as we know, just means that you need more of
Desperately.
something to achieve the same effect. And as we also know, this is a key feature
Needs
of addiction.
to find a
And with
girlfriend, but
pornography,
he
that might mean
won't.
watching more of it, watching more extreme versions of it, whatever it may be. And we've already talked about how that type of increased stimulation will elevate your dopamine and confuse you emotionally, etc. But here's a huge takeaway, probably even the biggest takeaway for the average viewer. And that is the fact that the effects of Kreb are not limited to just pornography, because it doesn't exist just for pornography. It exists to dull the effects of pleasure. And as a result of this, you will start to notice that things in your life that you used to enjoy, like hanging out with your friends, watching movies, playing video games, whatever, you'll notice that they aren't as enjoyable to you anymore. They seem less interesting or even dull. That's because of Kreb. It leaves you bored and less satisfied with your normal life and its activities, which leaves you searching for and prioritizing whatever can elevate your dopamine just so you can feel something again, which for many of us means watching pornography. Now, at this point, you might be asking yourself, now, wait a minute. How can watching pornography increase and decrease my dopamine levels at the same time? Good question. It all comes down to the sequence of events. That's the increase of dopamine activity with sensitization and delta phos-B, and then there's a decrease of dopamine activity with desensitization and Kreb. And so for this to make sense, you kind of have to understand, the difference in how your brain regards what you want versus what it likes. So basically, when you're triggered by something to be sexually aroused, the sensitization will cause your dopamine to be spiked. You'll have really strong cravings before you actually start indulging them. Remember that dopamine is the searching for pleasure chemical, not simply just the pleasure chemical. And then once you indulge those cravings, less dopamine and less opioids are secreted, which is the desensitization, which makes it less pleasurable to you than before, which increases your cravings for more, etc. So it's a dangerous cycle to get into because it simultaneously drives your compulsive use while decreasing the fulfillment that you get from that use, along with from everyday activities in general, which will make you numb and miserable over time. And this can be corroborated by brain scans that show that pornography addicts have greater activation in their reward systems during the craving phase, but also that they don't actually enjoy pornography more than people who aren't addicted to it. So now, given what we know about how the brain is affected, do you understand how terrible this is, especially for young people whose brains are still the most plastic, whose brains are still developing? We are the guinea pigs. We are experiencing a sexual conditioning that our parents could not have even begun to emulate with their Playboys and VHS tapes. Our entire frame of reference for sexuality has been established for us in the form of mass-produced, mass-marketed.
Just to put a really fine point on this, that influencer website is nowhere on her website where she posted that review. So he really did go out of his fucking way. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Super stimuli that exist to addict you for the profit of a select few. It's warping our sexual desires. It's warping our sexual preferences. It's literally making us depressed, as we've discussed. It's making us less attracted to real women. It gives us erectile dysfunction, and it's only going to get worse. There's no trend that would suggest that it gets better because nobody's talking about this. No one wants to take action because everyone's addicted to it. Even back in 2004, as early as 2004, almost 20 years ago, there was a study done by Swedish researchers that found that 99% of young men had consumed pornography and that more than half of them felt that it had an impact on their sexual behavior. Fast forward to 2016, we have data that shows that 49% of men report viewing pornography that was not previously interesting to them or that they once even considered to be, quote, disgusting. What's more is that fully 20% of them admitted to using pornography to, quote, maintain arousal with my partner.
I know how he found it. I know he found it. He Googled her. It is when someone Googles her, it comes up as the fourth link.
Okay.
That's how he found it. So again, to put a really fine point on this to everyone, and I will clip all this together later, Mike Harlow was so incensed that someone wrote a positive review about my book that he stalked a woman by Googling her and then accused her of doing it for pay when she did not, because she happens to be on a separate website where people can pay for reviews. My God. Idiots.
The problem there? You understand what's wrong with that? Using the artificial to which you have warped and grounded your desires in order to successfully partake in the natural and the real. Think about this for a second, and please don't answer aloud. And again, there's no shame in this because everyone is a victim of this in some capacity, but just think to yourself about the most repulsive thing that you've ever gotten off to. I know you know what it is, and I know that you know that it's wrong in a clear mind. Now think about how tragic it is that there are people making money off getting 11-year-old boys to watch the same type of stuff, or even more repulsive stuff. Think about whether you've ever had to use pornography to sustain yourself while having sex with your partner. Do you understand the problem with that? Do you understand why that's wrong? And
How many
we'll
other of
talk
my
more about this
reviewers
when we
has
get
he
into the
Googled?
societal effects of this stuff. But I want you to just be thinking about that as we go along, because recognizing the degree to which this problem exists or has manifested in your life is keystone to solving it and liberating yourself from it. And with young people, I want to get back to what we talked about earlier with neurons that fire together, wire together, and the association between sexual arousal and the other adjacent factors, because one of the most important things that happens to us as we go through puberty, and our brains are still developing until we're like 24, 25, is that we both consciously and unconsciously learn about sex. And part of how this is accomplished is by your brain wiring to respond to sexual cues in your environment. And adolescents wire together these experiences with arousal much faster and much more easily than young adults do, despite an age difference of only a few years. And teenagers are especially vulnerable because their entire reward circuitry is basically just an overdrive the whole time. And as a result of that, they experience an exaggerated version of the cycle that we discussed earlier, which means that they experience higher spikes of dopamine, but also they become bored more easily. And this is because they are more sensitive to dopamine, and they also produce more delta phos-B. So because the adolescent brain is overly...
Hang on, what was that?
Oh, Sin said he is such a douche. And I said, love that.
My God. I'm tweeting about him right now. He can go fuck himself. I said I would keep quiet as long as they kept my name out of their mouth, and here we are. They've gone after a woman who wrote a positive review of my book.
Sensitive to reward, it is much more vulnerable to addiction. And the scary thing about that is that your brain as an adolescent neurochemically urges you to define sex by whatever offers the biggest buzz, so to speak, which is why the effects of pornography are not the same on adolescents and adults. And this is confirmed by brain scans from a Cambridge study in 2014, because basically your brain naturally sculpts itself to narrow a teen's choices by the time they reach adulthood. And this is because the nerve connections in your brain are governed by a fairly straightforward policy of like use it or lose it, which allows your responses to life to be well honed theoretically. And this is why after you reach about 12, your brain actually like shrinks because billions of nerve connections are pruned and reorganized. But the point is that as a teenager, you can literally condition pornography to be your entire sexual frame of reference. You can do this so easily, and you've probably already done it to a certain extent, such that real sex with a real woman can actually feel like a weird experience to you, or it's less interesting to you because it's deviant from your sexual frame of reference. And this damage is not easy to undo, my friends. I am begging you with tears in my eyes to quit watching this now. Your most powerful and lasting memories and habits all arise during adolescence. And while you can liberate yourself from some of this artificial sexual conditioning that we've unfortunately all probably had to experience, it can still be a deep scar in your brain. And the longer you're subject to
forget a lot of your adolescence.
What was that?
I said you forget a lot of your adolescence. Like I've forgotten a lot of it by now, to be honest.
Oh, I blocked so much of my adolescence out. Like, I mean, but he's still so young. He's still so young. His teenage,
I know.
His high school years where he was inevitably bullied by people and was turned down by the girl that he obviously wanted. Like, they're still fresh in his memory.
You will forget, John.
You will forget. You will. It's true.
Break the conditioning, Western man. Your ancestors did great things back when it was harder to see boobs. That's like, it's literally not a coincidence. Like, we know that your sexuality can be conditioned, and we know that it is even more likely to happen during adolescence. We talked about this earlier, how these associations are formed in your brain with things that aren't even explicitly sexual. And we've confirmed this empirically by doing studies where men view pornography at the same time they view something like a boot or a jar of pennies. And after a while, they become aroused by simply viewing the boot or the pennies without the pornography even present, because they formed that association in their brains, because they have been conditioned. This type of conditioning can affect all sorts of things, including certain visuals, certain objects, scents, even things like animal costumes or sexual partners of the same sex. That's a red pill that most people aren't ready for. There's a strong argument to be made that, taking into account what we've gone over throughout this video, you can understand the path of a prematurely and overly sexualized young man watching more extreme types of pornography, things that make them anxious, things that they know are wrong, because those feelings elevate them. They help them to chase that elevated dopamine, and eventually conditioning himself literally to be a furry or to be sexually attracted to men. Sure, a lot of it comes down to prenatal hormone exposure in terms of what is ultimately predictive of its manifestation. But the bottom line is that science has never found a gay gene. And it's certainly never going to find a furry gene. Do with that as you will. We found out through other brain scan studies that not only can these associations be formed with completely...
God, I can't hear you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. You cannot condition your sexuality. That is insane. Not using porn. Not at all. You can't do it. Your sexuality is completely different from your fetishes. So if somebody has an attraction to furries, which is really cringe that I'm talking about this, they're still going to be attracted to a male one or a female one. It's different. So that's not real, John, unless if you're bisexual, which even if you are bisexual, that's still your inclination. It doesn't mean that you can maybe I don't know. I don't think he's gay, but he's
think
starting
he's
to
gay.
act like he is. Yeah, this is getting into weird shit now. So I don't know, because that's really bizarre that he's saying that, because that's not, I don't think I've ever heard a straight person say that legitimately and actually mean it. So
I agree.
every straight person I know just says, I was just interested in this other person and I didn't even think about it. And that was it, pretty much.
Well, and also this obsession with like self-control and self-discipline, when he's obviously using that obsession in some areas and not in other areas. The whole thing to me is just like the man doth protest too much.
You think he'd protest too much about what?
I mean, I think he protests too much about this entire subject area. I think we are getting a like the fact that like he has spent probably what, like a half an hour going through all of these studies about why porn is bad, like, and he's memorized the entire script. Like, can you imagine how much time he has spent on this?
Well, can he imagine how many gay men have tried to use heterosexual porn to change their sexuality and it
And it's a
never
really good
happened?
point. Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't work. So he's wrong, first of all. And second of all, if he is bi or whatever, no shade on him for that. I don't know. I don't know what is going on with him, but it is a preoccupation with gay. It's a little too much. It's like most straight people do not care that much. They'll say it's a sin. It's like an alcohol addiction. They say things like that. I don't agree with that lifestyle. They'll say things like that, but that's about as far as it goes. Like he's going really hardcore, in depth. Like he has really thought about this a lot, which there is also a form of OCD of straight men that are obsessed with the fact that they might be gay, even though they're not. And so he might have that too, where he's afraid of being gay, even though he isn't. That happens to men too. But he is just in it way too deep. This is a lot. That's all I'm saying. It's like, you need to chill out, dude. Like, you need to chill. Yeah.
He needs to relax. He very literally needs to get laid.
He needs to relax. Like, it's not that big of a thing. And that was so blatantly wrong. I don't know if there's a gene or not. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that porn is not going to change it. That's what I can tell you for a fact.
Yep. Oh,
how much responsibility do you feel that you have?
We're just going to dive right into this because I have no idea how to properly start
playing
with things that aren't even explicitly sexual. Remember, you'd wake up, you have to go pee, and you have to like lean.
That's about generally where we were, I think. Emo Dante says, if sexual orientation is malleable, how come churches spend more time hiding pedophiles and trying to change them? That's a great question, Emo Dante.
I just think
that's a great question.
Anybody who believes sexuality is malleable is nuts. You are crazy. And again, you cannot be groomed to be gay or straight. It is not possible. You can be groomed to be trans, though. That's a much easier shift in a child's head because it doesn't have to do with what you're attracted to. So exactly, LK, exactly. It's basically a very harmful fetish, okay? Which there are harmful fetishes. Like if you like violence and killing people, like that would be a harmful one. You can't give in to every single thing, but most are harmless. But
most fetishes are victimless crimes.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, you can also not be into a fetish anymore. Like you can get rid of that, but you can't get rid of your sexuality. They are two different things. If you're straight and you're into blonde women, you can possibly be conditioned over time to be more attracted to brunette women. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to be attracted to a man. That's not going to happen. It's just totally different. It's ridiculous.
Common Cure says, I'm actually for watching less porn. The thing is, I don't think it should be through Jesus. If you can better address people's mental health, demand for porn will shrink. So will the market for it. I'm sorry. I don't think the market for porn is ever going to shrink ever, ever. Now, but that being said, I don't think people should spend their days watching porn.
No.
I think that's, I mean, like, I would just find that incredibly boring. But you know, it's like anything else. If you want to use it in moderation. Just be smart about it. Like, take personal responsibility for what you're consuming.
And if something is completely deranged, you don't have to click on it. Like, you can choose to click on something else. You know what I mean? If it's going to bother you that you were into that, then don't go there. You don't have to go there. Again, it's not a completely 100% black and white thing. It's just ridiculous how people get with this shit. And John Doyle is so black and white. It's like he just makes people give up entirely on trying. Give up on trying to be good at all, or give up on trying to be reasonable or moderation or anything. It's like he just doesn't think any of this has any nuance whatsoever. Have self-control, you guys. If it's really deranged, just don't click on it. Click on something different. And you can totally do that. Or you can turn it off. Again, you don't have to use porn, but nobody's holding a gun to your head and telling you have to do it. So it's like, dude, just stop. You know, it's just crazy. He is so weird. I think he is very addicted to it, I would say. I think he probably uses it all the time.
I would tend to agree. And I think he likes the bondage stuff. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. It's just an opinion. I'm expressing an opinion. But I would be really surprised.
About it a lot, so.
Lean over the toilet until your torso is parallel with your pee-pee. It was a challenge, but it built character, damn it. But the point is that a lot of guys don't even have that anymore, and they haven't really noticed it or given it too much thought, but that's a problem. Another problem, we talked about this earlier, symptom of this, being unable to sustain yourself or even get it up, so to speak, when engaging with real women. And I apologize if this is vulgar, but like, come on, man, we're literally talking about pornography here. So to expect TVY7 caliber dialogue would just be unrealistic. But this too is part of erectile dysfunction caused by pornography. And before we get into the data, simply understand that it is not normal for young men to be in these positions and not be good to go. But anyways, there's a couple dozen.
Alex. Wait, Alex, your video about liking me has over 100 more views than it had earlier when I was looking at it.
Well, thank you for sharing it too. I appreciate that.
I hope those are from good people and not from bad people like Mike Carlos sending there.
I haven't gotten any hate comments.
Oh, that's good. I'm really glad about that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Studies linking sexual dysfunction to pornography use because of everything that we talked about earlier. And this is the part where the pornography addicts chime in like, causation does not equal correlation. And it's like, wow, dude, I also have taken statistics 101. Sick, bro. I almost wish I'd gone to college so that I could write incredibly pretentious academic papers on concepts that I notice that are just basically posts. Like this one in particular, I see it everywhere. And once you see it, you can never unsee it. I like to refer to it as the horseshoe theory of practical intelligence. And it's basically that in terms of practical intelligence, there is greater unity between those with above average intelligence and below average intelligence than there is between people with average intelligence in either of the aforementioned groups. So the both ends of the bell curve kind of come together like a horseshoe. And what I think this really comes down to is that people with average intelligence, people who are mediocre, they're still smart enough to realize that they're smarter than some people. And so they cope with their feelings of mediocrity by asserting themselves over those people in ways that are just often incorrect. I'll give you an example. Defund the police. Go ask any stupid person. And I don't mean someone who you disagree with politically. I mean like a legitimately unintelligent person. Ask them what they think about defunding the police. And they will tell you, now wait just a minute. That's about the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Who's going to catch the criminals, etc. I can only make fun of white people or else I'll get banned. And, you know, if you ask someone with average intelligence, someone who's unexceptional, someone who's probably...
He was one step away from making a deeply racist joke. He was one step away from it. He really was.
He's got serious issues. Like, I'm serious. That's why when that person said earlier that he's racist, I'm like, yeah, I think he is. Sometimes you have to call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? And I get it. You don't want to assume it because the left does this all the time. Again, so many things the left ruins, but there are still racists out there. He's very bigoted. He is legitimately a bigot. And like, it happens.
I don't know if I believe that he is or if I believe he's playing a role.
Well, he is definitely bigoted against women. I know that. But that's, I mean, unless if it's all a character, if every single thing he's doing is fake, that's a possibility too. But that's really fucked up if everything about it is fake. But okay. Guess hope it was worth the money, dude.
It wouldn't surprise me if everything legitimately was fake, to be honest,
could
because
be.
there's so many people grifting off of like conservatives. I mean, it's incredibly, I've talked about this, like it's incredibly easy to grift off conservatives. Incredibly easy. I could have made rah-rah Trump videos every day during 2020. I could even still probably revert to making rah-rah Trump videos today. I could put on a MAGA hat, be like, I was so wrong about the libertarians. I'm so sorry, conservatives. You were right all along. Maybe I should try to do it just as like an experiment, to be like, let's watch what happens if Karlyn demonstrates how easy it is to grift on conservatives.
I just think that, remember, conservatives in the chat and anybody who's watching, remember the cautionary tale of Beauty and the Beast. Remember the Gaston. Do not follow it blindly. Do not follow the charismatic person blindly, because you can get into trouble. And I get it. It's like, as a conservative, you feel like nobody likes you and nobody believes what you do, which isn't true at all. It's like a false persecution complex that conservatives have.
It's true.
And it's very true. I'm just going to be blatant.
Libertarians are way more oppressed than conservatives.
That's true. It is like you're not even allowed on the ballot and stuff. It's pretty bad.
You have to collect 5,000 signatures to even be on the ballot.
Yeah. And I will say that conservatives feel that way. So then if they see anybody espousing things that they agree with, even if it's like tangential or like maybe they're a little too much on this point, but they are mostly right, they just fawn over the person because they're not used to that. And I'm trying to tell you, like, most people agree with most conservative positions, not all, but if you're looking at centrists or whatever, most people would say, no, you shouldn't take a kid to a drag show. That's like the vast majority of people. Most people would say critical race theory is bad. That's the vast majority of people. It's like, don't act so persecuted about these things, because then you feel desperate and then you give people like John Doyle all your money and time and energy, and you're uplifting somebody that is harming your political movement, which I know as conservatives, we all care so deeply about our politics, and you want to be winning. You don't want somebody turning people to the left. It's not good. So your time and energy and money is valuable. Put it towards good people. Even if they're not a conservative, if they're still more aligned with your goals, then do that. I know it's hard, but you're not as oppressed as you think you are. There are legitimate issues, but people don't just hate you because you're conservative. I used to tell people I was a Trump supporter when I worked at LAX, and I was not afraid. Nobody attacked me. Nobody hated me, but I wasn't an asshole. I was not like John Doyle. I didn't silence others, and I had civil discussions with people. So you can be okay, but don't be an asshole. That's all. Be respectful. It's not that hard. Anyways, sorry. Had to get that out.
That's all good, man. All good.
Probably college educated. Go ask them. That's when you're going to get the answer. The IQ of 104. Hey, what do you think about the police? Those are the people who will tell you, well, crime is caused by circumstance. We need social workers to handle these cases, etc. Whereas if you told an unintelligent person that social workers could prevent these things, they would just laugh at you, because while they may be unintelligent, they've actually retained more common sense than those with average intelligence, because they actually need it to survive and get by in the world. Whereas people with average intelligence
Bye,
don't
Brian.
necessarily
Thank you for
need that
hanging
common
out.
sense, because they have greater access to opportunity. And of course, if you ask someone with above average intelligence about defunding the police, they'll just laugh at you as well. It's like the sleep woke bespoke meme.
I'd actually love to defund the police.
You got the low IQ people who will say, well, gosh dang it, I don't want my son watching that internet porn.
Well, I want to defund every government program. To be fair, like, I'm not just limited to the police. I would like to defund all government programs and revert to pure anarchy.
That's going to get clipped.
I'm just saying that this is not going to be one of those times where someone clips me out of context and then makes it seem like I'm just talking about Jews, right?
Oh my God.
When I was really talking about everyone. and every single person who has ever lived or will ever live? No, I wanted to fund all government things. I don't think anyone should pay any taxes at all.
I'm not an anarchist, but I do agree with Karlyn on certain things. I'll say that. I do public schools, for example, like they should never have been there. It was not the government's job.
No,
honey.
No more public schools. And in fact, like I would be more than comfortable if we started by defunding the public schools and just put the police on the back burner for right now. We can deal with that later. If we could start with defunding the schools, I'd be more than happy.
We can start other schools. We can have neighborhood programs, homeschooling. There's so much to be done in that area. We can do it. I'm so for it.
I'm going to run for president someday, and I'm going to say, read my lips. No taxes ever.
Oh my God. If you ever ran, it would be like Trump 2.0 beyond. I mean, it would be like the media would have a firestorm over it beyond any level.
God.
Pornography is going to rot his mind. You got the average IQ people like, actually, studies that have corroborated that have only found associations, and causation does not equal correlation. I am so smart. And then the high IQ people are like, hey, we're not talking about random variables. Like, for example, the fact that there's almost a perfect correlation between US crude oil imports and the domestic per capita consumption of chicken. We're not talking about that. We're actually talking about what we know about neurobiology and neuropsychology, and we're applying that appropriately and saying, hey, given what we know about this, we predict that with this new epidemic of pornography consumption, this is what's probably...
What?
It's not even relevant. He is really going on a tangent right now. It's cringe.
I don't know if I would be able to get through this whole video. I can't follow it. He's talking too fast and he's not saying anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll keep going for a little bit just because, like, what else am I going to do? It's almost 11 o'clock at night. But, like, you know, I just don't know if I can make it. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, we'll give it a good sporting try. We're starting to lose audience, so that might be an indicator that this video is not as entertaining.
Well, if we try to speed it up, it's gonna be.
No, I can barely understand him as it is.
Look, are there any chapters? Maybe we can skip past the science.
No,
nothing.
Nothing.
Oh my God, Doyle, come on, man.
Well, let's just give it a little bit more, and then we can try to skip around if we want to.
Okay.
No, we're not playing him at ludicrous speed. It's a bad idea.
Probably going to happen. These are the effects that will manifest. And then, oh, wait a minute.
John Doyle has gone to
what would
plaid.
logically be expected to happen has happened. And it's reflected in our research. But then the 104 IQ people are like, no, but I must be smart. Causation does not equal correlation. Those are my least favorite types of people. Everyone thinks I'm a eugenicist. I want to get rid of the lower people. I just want to get rid of the people in the middle. They're annoying. Low IQ nationalism. I'm here for it. But that aside, it's also basically impossible to do experiments on this, the effects of this type of stuff, because you can't find a control group of men who haven't been exposed to it anymore. We'll get more into that in a second. But essentially what happens is that because of your sexual conditioning, you have certain expectations wired into your brain. And dopamine will elevate when something is better than you expected, but it'll also drop when something isn't as good as you expected. And once you've conditioned yourself to internet pornography, real sex is never going to be able to meet that expectation because it can't compete with all of the variables that classify it as a supernormal stimuli. And resultantly, your unconscious expectations probably won't be met, and your dopamine will drop, which means your PP will drop, because you need consistent dopamine to maintain sexual arousal and a functioning PP. When it comes to PP functionality, I trust the science, and the science says that you need adequate dopamine in your
what?
You need testosterone. Dopamine, yes, I guess, but you can get dopamine from foods like oysters.
Are we suggesting that John Doyle might have low testosterone?
I think if people are that addicted to porn, there could be a hormonal issue at play, because if you can't hold an erection and stuff, that's a sign of low T. Like, honestly, it is. Like,
he needs to go eat some oysters.
Oysters
it'll help him with the ladies too.
Oysters are really good, and they're really good for your thyroid. So
really good. Really good. Ty says, I warned you about the motor mouth. Yes, you did, Ty. You tried to steer us right.
Reward circuitry and in the sexual centers of your brain. And obviously there are different types of erectile dysfunction. Sometimes it's caused by things like blood vessels or nerve problems, but we're talking about psychological causes. And if you look at scans of gray matter in the brain's reward center, in the brain's sexual centers, in the hypothalamus, you'll find that lost gray matter equates with loss of nerve cell branches
Karlyn,
and
keep
connections with
repeating
other nerve.
himself. Let's try to skip.
Okay. Well, we'll try to skip by some
I can't
science.
handle him
Okay, that's
repeating.
brain. That's still sciencey.
No more science.
Oh
Come
God,
on.
I don't want any more science, John. Why are
Get to the point.
Okay,
Let's
wait.
go.
Oh, here's part 3 or part 4 or what
Okay.
societal
Social
implications. All right.
Okay. This will be interesting, hopefully. Okay.
Flowing through like each and every one of us. Meanwhile, our country's collapsing. It is collapsing. And very few of us feel as though we actually have a purpose. It's heartbreaking to me.
Projection.
It really is. But, you know, if you talk about that, that's toxic masculinity. That's why men are doing so badly all of a sudden in the last few decades. No, actually, it's not because toxic masculinity, because we can't talk about our feelings. It's because your kind needs us to be weak in order for you to be successful. And so you have displaced us, you have demoralized us. And as the logical consequences of those efforts manifest in front of you for the first time in recorded history, you blame toxic masculinity. Despite the fact that what you call toxic masculinity, when it was much more present in society, everyone was so much better off. It's these weak men, the slave morality. They need you to be weak with them because it makes them feel less insecure and because it makes you less threatening to the actualization of their worldview. That's ultimately all leftism is. It is the mass mobilization of the spiritually ill. That's why I never take any of it seriously. Well, the science says that you need to masturbate to pornography to relieve stress. Oh, you're not a porn addict? Have fun being more likely to get prostate cancer. Okay, addict. I'm so done with the weak men. And I don't mean like the beat down men, like the ones who are suffering and who need help. I mean the types who, instead of overcoming their weakness, they insist that everyone else is the problem. It's the ultimate cope. I have nothing to say to those people. I think you're a disgrace. I think that your ancestors are ashamed of you. All they sacrificed only for you to become a slave to yourself and to the oligarchs of society, to have no children and to instead derive your meaning from pop
Where's
culture,
your
mass
kids,
media.
John?
I find you repulsive. I think that your lifestyle is an insult to the greatness of the human experience. But that is of minor importance because me and the boys are going to break the conditioning and there's nothing that you can do to stop it. It's inevitable. The prerequisite to your worldview has been that man must lack the discipline that would prevent him from becoming a slave to his desires, which cloud him from realizing just how bad you've allowed things to become. That's why they hate masculinity. Masculinity is inherently right-wing because a man is measured by how he controls things, most importantly himself. It's also a reflection of his character, having control, establishing order. These require strength. And this is fundamentally what
Yes, go ahead.
So masculinity is only right wing because the left banished it. That's why the left went against it because of feminism, which has many, many issues, especially third wave, which even second wave, there were some issues, but there were still some legitimate things with that one. But third wave, they tried to change the mind of men and women. That's where you really got into some weird shit. And that's where they tried to destroy masculinity, which that's just out of man hate and all this crap. But as a man, you don't have to necessarily listen to that shit. You know, most women want you to be a man. They want you to know how to do things. They want to feel safe if you're with them. They want to feel like if somebody tries to come and kill her, that you're going to protect her. That's what most women want. And men don't do that because they have hormonal issues, because they're not eating the right foods. They're eating all this fried crap and chips and all this bullshit that makes your estrogen go up. And I'm telling you, I got to do this. I'm going to probably write a book about the hormonal issues because everything he's talking about is hormone issues. And if men have low T, you're going to have all these problems, including ED. And I do think John Doyle has low T. I will say that because the way that he acts, he's so anxious. He's so this and that and angry and all this stuff. I get the same anger. It's because I have high estrogen, because I'm hypothyroid and I'm obese and I have to bring it down. And he has serious issues. So just saying.
Wow. The observing, I don't know how to pronounce that last bit. I'm a happy porn addict, but banning porn is like banning alcohol. And we all know how it turned out when it goes underground. Exactly.
Yes, Nandi, do not eat soy. And watch your alcohol consumption.
I like soy in some circumstances. I'm going to say it. I do. There are occasions on which I eat tofu, and I always get soy milk in my coffee. I don't get if I go to Starbucks and get a latte, I do have it with soy milk. I like the taste better. Sorry, I said it.
Well, I'm not going to kill you or anything. It depends on where you're at. You know what I mean?
You bitch.
No. Well, women can handle more estrogen anyways, obviously. So that's a fact too. But you have to he has low T. Yeah. I mean, it's bad. And I'm sorry for him, you know, but He probably undereats. A lot of people undereat too. So, but I'm not supposed to say that because I'm fat and,
Wow.
I'm just going to die. So I should shut up.
Masculinity is about. And people who don't like this channel and who don't like us, they'll say, John Doyle looks young because he's young and he's got glasses. What does he know about masculinity? And it's like, bro, you are literally addicted to watching Asian cartoon characters have sex. You're pathetic. And the reason they're like this, even ignoring the insecurities that define leftist thought and affiliation, is because their entire concept of masculinity is derived from pop culture. They think masculinity means like aggression, basically. They think of Marvel movies, or they think of when they were bullied in school. And that's what they think masculinity is. And so they look at someone like me who's in pretty good shape, but obviously, I'm not like this hulking Bane-like figure. And so it just goes right over their head because they don't have the capacity to transcend these very sophomoric conceptions of masculinity. And it's also because it makes them feel better about their own weakness, to be able to dismiss someone talking about the importance of everything that they lack, be it discipline, conviction, whatever. Just be like, well, he looks like he's 14. That's like really what it comes down to, because they have no actual concept of masculinity, which is related to why, they think it's a social construct, that gender roles are fake and fluid, etc. The truth is that there's nothing inherently masculine about aggression, because if you don't have control over your emotions and you become aggressive, that's not masculine.
He has a weird accent coming out, and I don't know exactly where it's from or if that means anything, but he definitely has a weird accent. And Naruto says John Doyle is friends with Bryson Gray, I believe. Well, that explains a lot.
It's the most masculine trait that John Doyle doesn't have.
What?
Being calm. He is not calm. Women are the ones that are crazy. I'm femme too, right? So I'm the one that's, that's more of a feminine thing. He is not calm. And I will say too, for any of the men in the audience that are looking to date women, being calm is one of the most attractive traits, because women are all crazy. So they like that stability in a partner. If you're not calm, like if you're very anxious and like this energy, it's not it. It's not it, John Doyle. It just isn't.
That's very true. Like Victor is extremely calm. Victor, you cannot rile Victor up for anything. Like even like on the rare occasions where we've had fights and I was like screaming in his face because like I'm the one that wants to continue the fight once it started. Like he's like even in those circumstances, he's still incredibly calm.
Yeah, exactly, Sin. She said he makes me anxious. You never want to make a woman feel anxious. That is, if a woman is feeling anxious, she's turned off. So that's some dating advice for the men.
And I just want to say to Patrice, tofu will take on the characteristics of whatever you put it with. So you just have to add seasoning. Seasoning is key for tofu. I've had great tofu tacos before because I put lots of like taco seasoning into it. It's great. Very high in protein too.
Tofu is evil and satanic. But anyways.
You're a terrorist. Whatever, Alex.
Or a lot of times insecure men will use aggression to compensate by trying to embody this caricature of masculinity, because again, they have no real concept. Aggression is good when it's rooted in a good man. Anything else is just bitchy chaos, essentially. And when we reestablish the order in our lives by cultivating discipline, we will realize something very alarming, which is that the people running things have hijacked and exploited our biological drives to pursue food and sex, and that has made us weak. And they've made a lot of money doing that. They've gained a lot of power too. At the same time,
why he's so anxious?
These ideas of freedom.
No sex.
That at least in America we're
That's
free.
why.
China doesn't have
Porn
freedom
addiction,
because pornography is illegal. Maybe that's true.
Probably
I'm not sure
undereat.
that it's exactly reassuring to know that, they subsidize and enable our
Fast
destruction. But
food.
hey, that's just a result of our freedom. Because that's what America's all about. Gosh darn it, getting fat and watching people have sex on an iPhone. Why do you think that's the narrative? Think about that. Why is it that when that is discussed in the mainstream, because it rarely is, why is it that when it is, it's always in a positive light? Why do you think our government has failed to address it? It's a coincidence. All the people who just so happen to want to destroy our country are also
the government
supportive of it. It's a very simple answer. And this is something to consider when you quit, how to properly structure the psychology of it. It's simply that demoralization is a warfare strategy. Pornography demoralizes you. It is a weapon. Treat it as such. Don't get depressed. Get angry. Channel what masculinity they have yet to rob from you into something productive. Take strong issue with the fact that pornography is an attack on men, which means that it's an attack on your sons and on your fathers, which means that it's an attack on the family. It makes men weak. It makes women resent them.
So he is literally on his channel, probably followed mostly by young men who, let's just be honest, probably have troubles getting girlfriends. So he's got this huge audience of young men who are not having sex, and he's telling them, don't watch porn, get angry instead.
That's really unhinged.
What could possibly go wrong with this scenario?
don't be like John Doyle. Like, if you want to date women, be calm. Be calm, know how to change a doorknob, know how to change the brakes in a car. Like, that's really helpful. That will help you with a high percentage of women. If a woman has issues with her car and you're like, I got you, I got this, she's going to be like, oh my God, you just saved my life. Like, it's like crazy. It's such an easy thing. But, you know, men are weird because they believe in feminism, and women are dumb because they lie about what they need. So that's why we're in this situation. So,
Everyone
okay.
just had more sex and smoked more weed, we would be in a completely
Be
better place
you.
right now. It'd be me.
Well, just be you, like, be yourself, you know what I mean? Like, and be calm. Like, it's okay to be masculine, it's okay to be feminine, like, it's okay to be whatever. Just don't be like John Doyle and obsessed with everything is an evil desire and I need to do this and like, no wonder he's a nervous wreck. I mean, come on. This is insane.
It is a little unhinged. It is.
And vice versa. They don't even want to pursue women. It destroys relationships with women, lowers the fertility rates in our country. It traumatizes children. It's unequivocally an attack on the society, regardless of intention. It should be treated as such. Why do you think the most popular pornography categories are incestuous? Why do you think that generations of young men have been programmed into wanting to have sex with the women in their family, who they're supposed to be protecting and looking after?
What?
Just a coincidence? Maybe, yeah. End result is the same.
I don't know that I believe that the most there is that. I mean, there is a whole bunch of like incest porn online. I will acknowledge that, but is it really the most popular category?
Even if it was, it is fantasy. It's not
Fantasy.
real.
Yeah.
And it's just because it's taboo or whatever, you know, but I don't think that that's literally translated to real life. Like, is that some weird projection on your part, Doyle? Like, that's bizarre.
Does
That
John
was a
Doyle
really
have
weird
like
thing.
does he have like a hot sister or something?
I don't know, but that was bizarre. Like, he needs to, I mean, if he wants to reveal whatever he wants to reveal, but that was kind of like a projectional thing, because I don't think it's common to take a fantasy on a porn and make it into real life. That's very weird.
I mean, those are people who don't understand the difference. Like those are
Yeah.
people who are not using porn properly, which is it is fantasy.
Right.
It's not real.
It's not real. So, okay. That was really weird.
Which is that the family.
It's like moments like those where he's talking so fast and you can tell it's like an aside that he's saying something that maybe he didn't plan to say it, but he's just like, he's kind of going stream of conscious with. He's like, and incest porn is the most popular porn. I'm sorry, what?
Maybe for him. Okay.
What porn are you watching, John? And again, I don't actually care if you watch incest porn because
I don't care either.
it is a fantasy.
Right.
My gosh.
Unit is being sexualized and attacked. And those associations and attitudes, as we talked about, are being sculpted and neurochemically programmed into the minds of millions of young men. What's that going to look like in 30 years? I don't think I want to know. Those guys are going to be even worse off than we are unless we can do something about it. Otherwise, they're just going to be having an even worse time than us. And we can't do that to them, because the fact of the matter is that, and I know this sounds weird, but it's true, like low key, everything about you as a man is like rooted in your sexual desire. That's ultimately like your driving force, which is why the iron law of sexually perceived history is that men did greater things when it was harder to see boobs. It's simply a fact. Everything we talked about earlier involving your brain, dopamine, reward system, all of that has been compromised by this.
That's not true at all.
It's destroying you. We walked through the science behind it. I don't want to repeat myself, but we all know it's true. Remember when guys actually talked to girls, even like 20 years ago? Remember the motif of every teen movie that came out before like 2010? For like 30 years, there was this sweet spot in Hollywood where it was degenerate enough to put this stuff on screen, but audiences weren't degenerate enough to where it wasn't interesting to them anymore, where you'd go see any teen movie, and the whole problem was that the dudes needed to get with the girls. That was it. The motif of like, bro, I need to get laid now. And then you'd be in the theater like, bro, I know. But that's gone. Guys don't talk to girls anymore. Guys don't approach girls anymore unless they're like running game. And that's not insignificant. They've robbed you from even the simplest and greatest joys of being a young man, interacting with young women.
There's
now it's
real
just
life
grooming
out
you for the rat race. But
he's literally describing his high school experience right now. Is what's going on.
It's like people do stuff like, I don't know where he grew up, but I'm telling you, people talked, you know, boys talk to girls in Alabama. You know what I mean? Like, it's still a thing. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. It was still a thing when I was in high school. I mean, what the fuck is that? I don't get it. Okay. I
Yep.
mean, maybe not as much, but whatever.
And LK has also done our research for us, and she Googled what is the most popular porn, and it is not incest porn. It is anime porn, followed by lesbian porn.
Not a shock.
The porn with the tentacles. Oh, good.
Oh, gosh.
But, I mean, that does say something like, why does John Doyle think incest porn is the most popular?
He projected, obviously, which is bizarre, but whatever. He has his weird thing. I'm not going to judge him for that.
I'm not judging. It's like, it is what
Right.
it is. Everyone should be able to like what they like. No one should be fetish shaming anyone else.
It's just a fantasy. Like, if he was really doing that, then I would judge. Absolutely. But if it's just a fantasy, it's like, whatever. Like, who cares? You know?
Who cares?
Work is meaningless. So give it meaning through consumption, constant advertisements, eat this food, buy this product, naked girl pretty, must touch pee-pee. That's what's coming, not socialism. Remember, don't just consume to live, live to consume. You know it's true, especially young men. Like the whole culture is different. Think about the first porn you saw. Now think about the weirdest thing that you've ever seen. Now think about what you're watching now on average. You know it's weird. Because you can maybe be like, yo, dude, I saw this video of this chick having sex. It was sweet. But you wouldn't be like, yo, dude, I saw this video of this chick getting raped by a squid. Same way that you'd be like, yo, dude, I went to this party, I got wasted. But you wouldn't be like, yo, dude, I can't function anymore without drinking throughout the day. Dap me up, bro. Bro, I'm addicted to furry porn. Dap me up, bro. The boys are not doing well. The boys are down bad. And you can't expect a society to survive more than a few generations of the boys being down bad. And this is so obvious. Do you think the people who hate us don't know this, that this is like lost upon them? You know what I would do if I were the guy who does things? I'd take a few decades and I just weaken the men of society by promoting a sedentary lifestyle that prioritizes comfort and convenience, all while promoting things like pornography, alcohol, marijuana, etc., to usurp the role of natural endorphins while simultaneously trying to just fry their reward center, lower their testosterone with the help of junk food that I'd also be promoting and subsidizing at the same time. Yeah, just basically getting men really weak, getting everyone to hate their bodies, be unhealthy, which would help breed the mental illness that I'm looking to breed, since the health of the body and the mind are strongly related. And this would lower the self-control of the population too, which is a good thing for me because I need people susceptible to propaganda. And at that point, you just want to feminize the whole society so as to cement the collapse of the traditional male. Also, do the same with women, except just completely objectify them. Just make them into total whores. Convince them that it's empowering or something. They'll buy it. They're women. And then just go ahead and also promote sex.
You know, I don't actually think that he's wrong with a lot of this. By the way, there are some salient points that he's making in this section, but he's making them in such a douchey way that I don't care.
Right. And I think the thing is, like, a lot of this goes back to feminism. I mean, I think the root of SJW was feminism. You know, it always goes back to that. And I understand no society has really survived as a feminist society. It doesn't. And you can see why. But it can just as easily be reversed because once the jig is up and you realize it's a bunch of bullshit, then everybody will hate feminism for a few decades or, you know, like for a while, and then it will go away. But it's like, you don't need to be, just because feminism is bullshit doesn't mean that women are not human beings and that you shouldn't be like, it's okay to be an asshole to women. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's like a whole ass middle ground.
It doesn't mean that men should dictate every moment of women's lives and prevent them from learning to read.
Exactly. It doesn't mean you have to go from feminist hellscape to, you know, Gilead. Like, there is a land in between that exists where people can just be okay.
And every conservative who complains about the fact that the left complains about like the Handmaid's Tale society, they should be pissed at people like him. I'm sorry. He's not the only one, but he is one of the people that perpetuate this whole Handmaid's Tale thing. He is.
Well, he makes more leftists, you know, and I don't know if maybe he's sinister. Maybe he does know what he's doing. You know, there could be that layer to
I
it.
doubt it. He's 23. He doesn't, I'm sorry, his brain is not even fully evolved yet. He doesn't know shit about shit. He has no life experience. He has a YouTube channel. Like,
so he's just pushing people away on accident.
He's just, you know what? I bet it's incredibly fun to be a YouTube celebrity when you're in your early 20s, but I would really like to have a conversation with him in about 15 years as he looks back on some of the content that he's made and see how he feels about it then.
Watch him turn leftist, I swear. If that happens, I am prophet. Like, I am a prophet.
God.
I'm just saying, all the hardware is there. It can quickly shift. So I'm just saying.
Sexual deviancy, which would logically result in the promotion of pedophilia in a long enough timeline. And then now you've destroyed the individual components of the family along with the family unit as a whole. That'll help you cement the perpetual childishness of the society. You're going to want people basically distracted by superheroes and dogs and video games until they're in their like mid 30s, basically just dependent, not worried about starting a family, etc. For context, think about it this way. Imagine there's an emergency. You need somebody's help in a public place. What is the approximate age of somebody in 2021 that you look for to where you'd be confident that they could help you in an emergency? Now compare that to where you'd be confident like 30 years ago. I can tell you that I wouldn't be confident approaching anybody who appears to be under the age of about 37 to help me in an emergency. Anyone younger is too likely still effectively a child. They're too likely to have Peter Pan syndrome.
You're
Whereas 30 years ago, I'd
23,
imagine
John.
you'd be okay approaching anyone who appears to be like 25 or older, maybe even younger. But yeah, do that. Destroy the family. Remove anything else that they might be compelled to care about: pride and country, God, heritage, all of that. Replace it with celebrity worship, consumerism, aka money worship, literal Satanism. I don't know. It's all the same. But yeah, then at that point, you'd have a society filled with mentally ill people. They're insomniacs, they're anxious, they're depressed, they have mood disorders, they're committing suicide. At that point, it's so destabilized, they'll beg you. They will be begging you to take everything away from them just to bring about a sense of control and order into things. And then you're just good to go. You will have effectively bred and weaponized mental illness as a means of consolidating power. That's what I would do if I were the guy who does things. You know what this means? People are going to be like, oh, that you're the guy who does things? No, it means that there's no scenario where we survive if these trends continue. It just doesn't compute. Pornography, among many other things, breeds mental illness. And mental illness breeds leftism. It's unavoidable. And even that aside, let's get back into how it affects families, because it makes you as a man less able to fulfill your role in that family. And that's basically because it makes you less of a man. And that's something important to internalize. Women want men who don't watch pornography. And that's not to say that you shouldn't do it because women don't want you to do it, but rather that not doing it will make you a better man and results in women will be more attracted to you. Do you think women actually like knowing that their boyfriends or husbands are getting off to other women? Even ignoring that it makes your dick stop working? No, they don't. And frankly, they shouldn't be expected to. But society is preaching the opposite message. And so women have now just come to expect this of men. And they're told that, well, it shouldn't be a problem. And, it can actually be something good for your relationship.
I'm sorry, as someone who has been married about half as long as John Doyle has been alive, then I had to say, you have to do some things to spice it up every once in a while. You do. It's just the way it goes. Anyone who's in a long-term relationship knows exactly what I'm talking about. And so, no, there is nothing wrong with watching porn together. I'm sorry. And I don't care. I don't care if Victor thinks that the woman on the screen has better boobs than I do. I don't really care. That's not the point. Because guess what? He's not going home with that woman. It is just fantasy. It is a tool. It is an asset to the relationship. I'm not saying we do it all that often, but every once in a while, there's nothing wrong with it.
It's just weird. I don't know. I don't think he's ever been in love or anything.
Do you think he's had sex? Do you think he's a virgin?
I'm starting to think so.
I kind of do too, to be honest. I didn't think so at the beginning, but I kind of think he is.
I just think he's not attractive. So I feel like his energy is so off. I can't really see a woman going for it, especially when women have so many options.
Sorry, I don't have that problem. I think he's not a bad looking guy. I think he looks a lot older than he actually is.
It's the energy of it though, because again, women are gonna have so many other options. You know what I'm saying? And if he's making a girl anxious, if he's like, oh, you're like a sinner, and oh, you're a whore, and he has all these weird feelings, it's gonna be weird.
LK is kind of hitting the nail. I think that this is what it is. If he has had sex, it was with an older woman. He's never had sex with someone his own age. I would have a hard time believing he's ever age that he was in love with. And I think if he has had sex, it was with a That would be my guess. I could be wrong. I could also be just really tired and just being really irresponsible at this point with what I'm saying on YouTube. I'm just expressing an opinion.
I kind of agree. Just because I don't think he hasn't been in love or anything. He doesn't even believe a woman can be in love. I think he's just taken in a bunch of manosphere BS and I don't think he's talked to women very much. Because he has zero understanding of women. Like most guys, they don't understand women all that well, but there's still like at least 50% there, you know?
And if it is the case where maybe he had an older woman take advantage of him, maybe an older woman took his virginity or something, like I could absolutely see a scenario where he would then backlash against all women. You know what I'm saying?
I hope that didn't happen.
I hope that didn't happen too.
Yeah. Oof.
Poor guy.
Yeah. That's sad.
That's a cope. And we'll explain why later. But the bottom line is that that in itself, even ignoring how many divorces and breakups can be traced back to pornography, I think it's like 56% of divorces are partially caused by it. But the fact that you as a man can't control yourself enough to prioritize your wife or even your girlfriend is a huge problem. And maybe you think it shouldn't even be a big deal because, well, they're not real women and you don't do it that often. And you've got all these logical reasons laid out. But look, man, you're not explaining this to me. You're explaining this to a woman. And if it makes her that upset, which it probably does, just get over yourself and quit doing it. Quit coping. Stop victimizing yourself. Like, my girlfriend's trying to control me by saying it makes her upset when I watch pornography 5 times a week. A lot of guys are going to be right now, they're going to be like, bro, are you simping right now? And it's like, first of all, my dissertation on the psychology of the simp got over 250,000 views, which makes me the authority on this. Secondly, there's nothing epic about degrading women. And it's not white knighting to acknowledge
that. Was
okay.
That was.
Just not contact with a lot of girls, to be honest. It's the same reason why there's nothing good about women being in the military. Feminists have brainwashed women into thinking that it's like all empowering. And weak men will be like, haha, how do you like it? Or something like that with pornography. And it's like, dude, do your job. As a man, whether you like it or not, your job is to protect and cherish women. Let me be very clear, though. That applies to women, which means women who behave like women. I'm not saying these bitter, resentful feminists, these high-T feminist types are worthy of that respect. But I'm also not saying that you should be worthy of respect as a man just because you're a man. Because if you're not willing to live up to those societal obligations, frankly, you're not a whole lot
bad
better.
For women to have.
What does it say about a society that's
he literally is telling us right now that he is afraid of women who are more powerful than he is.
Well, and the thing too is it's not an issue of women having too high of testosterone. Like a woman's not going to have that unless if she's like taking steroids or something, you know. It's just if your estrogen is too high as a woman, it can make you really bitchy and harpy-ish. So, but you has to go down. But when it comes to testosterone in women, that's what gives women a sex drive, you know, but it's going to be less than in a man, obviously, you know what I mean? So that was uneducated. He would want, let me put it to you this way. He would definitely want a girlfriend that has a bit more tea than one that doesn't have any, because she won't want sex at all with him. She'll be a huge bitch, you know? Yeah. Testosterone is important for both sexes.
And this explains too why he made this public show of wanting to debate me. And then when I actually reached out, I was like, I'll do it. He never responded because he wants people to think that he can handle powerful women, but he really can't. He really can't at all in any way.
He can't.
Nope.
Sends its women to die in wars, or that whores its women out for the weakening of the masses, that grooms its daughters
women are dancing
at very young ages
fun.
to start producing pornography of themselves. It's not progress. It's abhorrent. It's your job as a man to stop it. And if you're not willing to do that, it's because you're weak or because you think it's funny or something. You should just start an OnlyFans too. Mix your SSRIs and your soy lattes every morning because you're just as bad as the women who are refusing to be women. That's why MGTOW is a cope. This movement of men who are like, "Grr, we're mad at women, so we're just gonna do our own thing. We're gonna do whatever we want." It's like, dude, cool, I get that, but that's not what a man would do. That's what a boy would do. You're basically pouting. You're like, "Grr, girls are the worst. I don't need them." Whereas a man would just put them in their place. That's literally all you have to do. Just be a good man, and nature will take over.
Try to put me in my place sometime. See how that goes for you.
Every time. So just keep in mind, going forward, that's what you got to do. That the only reason that women suck right now, particularly white women, is because men suck right now. So yeah, you can't just give up on women. Like, how do you think America survives without people, bro? We need families and we need children and we need them to be good. But in order for that to happen, we need our men to be good. And if you're a Christian, I ask you this very simply. How can you expect God to put a good woman in your life if you yourself are not a good man? You have to earn her. It's that simple. Dudes be like, where's my trad GF? But then they're like 30 pounds overweight. They have a subscription to black.com. The point being that since we already know that married people are the happiest in their marriages, and it's actually the marriages that make them happier, and since we know that families are the backbone of society, we need you to be in a position to optimize the long-term stability and happiness of those relationships with women. We also need you to start pursuing women, etc. You know the list. We've gone over it like 10 times. Quit watching porn. Start kissing more girls. Are women annoying? Yeah, but we need them to make everything function. So we got to work together here. 1, 2, 3, break. That's the game plan. 2007.
Yeah, that's a huge
But we have to
turn
go
on
over a
for
few more
women.
things. Starting with some of the common copes. The common copes of
God.
pornography endorsement. There's two things that we have to mention before we get into those. The first is that very few people will try to make the case that it's good for you. Most people will just say, what? No, it's not bad, which I think is even stupid on the surface because of how much of a change has occurred in society, how pervasive it is. Like the idea that it could just be neutral is
Yes,
stupid.
John,
But
there's
people will even
nothing
say, well, it's
else that's
positive for
happened in
you. And that gets
society
into the
that's
second
caused
thing that I
those
wanted to
changes.
mention,
Nothing
which
else
is
at
that I
all.
acknowledge that I might come
Like
off as
the
apathetic
internet.
or cold towards those who are coping, to the people who are pro-pornography. But the reason for that is very simply that the sympathy for them
Like
just doesn't
two very
exist. I
bad
just have no sympathy for those people.
Yeah.
And it's because pornography is so obviously wrong and dangerous and harmful that any public endorsement of it can only be due to pernicious or corrupt intent. That's it. And that's repulsive to me. So yeah, I'm going to take it pretty hard on those people. Literally, I see no difference between them and the people who used to shill for the tobacco industry. And I actually think that these people are even worse. As it would turn out, though, the science is on our side. Basically, you've got these sex positive psychologists who claim that there's no such thing as porn addiction. It's not bad for you, etc. And they always cite the same two studies from 2013 and 2015. And you'll find these two studies in any mainstream article you can find about, oh, it's not real, it's not bad, whatever. The problem is that the results of those studies were actually in alignment with what we're saying, not what the coon brains are saying. And many experts have come forward to say this, and we could break down exactly what they did incorrectly, what they misinterpreted. My voice is getting tired, so I'll just say for now that no less than 5 peer-reviewed studies have come out proving that what they found in the 2013 study is actually in alignment with what we're saying, and then 6 for the 2015 study. So yeah, their information is garbage, which is why it's been excluded from recent reviews of the neuroscientific literature, and that's really all we have to say right now. Maybe another time we'll actually break it down, their research, explain why it's bad, but for now we'll just state the fact that it's bad, which has been thoroughly corroborated by neuroscientific experts. Plus,
I don't
we
doubt
basically
that,
just explained the entire thing.
I don't doubt
in the
what he's
last
saying.
hour or so. I mean, I became a neuroscientific expert the other day just to make this video. So yeah, sex positive psychologists take the L yet again. They've got 2 studies that they couldn't even do correctly because they were too focused on the next time they were going to go touch their pee-pee. We've got like 40 neurological studies, like a dozen reviews of the literature, then 23 linking it to making your pee-pee stop working, with about a fifth of those establishing causation, and like 50 linking it to ruining your relationships and sex life, and like 40 linking it to destroying your brain and making you depressed. And we just explained in detail the neurobiology and neuropsychology behind all of this because, like I said, I became an expert the other day, and the coon brains are seething. Coon brains on suicide watch. The boys take the dub yet again, and by extension, Western civilization as well. But actually, one thing we just mentioned, the fact that our PPs aren't working anymore, deserves elaboration. I know we mentioned this really startling figure earlier, which is that there's literally been 1,000% increase in erectile dysfunction in young men throughout the last 15 years. What could possibly be causing that? Because historically, like between 1948 and 2002, the rate was always at a casual like 2 to 3%, and it didn't start to significantly increase until you got to be about 40 or older. So what happened? The coon brains will say, well, it's because of unhealthy lifestyle choices, but not porn, but things like diet and substance abuse. The fact of the matter is that all of those trends have either decreased in the last 20 years or have not increased at a rate that would cause a 1,000% increase.
Eat, like fat hogs.
Obesity is up like 4%. Drug use has been relatively stable in the last 15 years. Smoking is down, obviously, way down. Do we really need to guess? Some people say, well, no, it's actually because of anxiety and depression. That doesn't seem to be the case either. You've got studies showing that sometimes anxiety increases sexual interest by like 21%. Sometimes it decreases it by 28%. And the studies on depression and erectile dysfunction show that it's not the depression causing the erectile dysfunction, but rather the erectile dysfunction that's causing the depression. Plus, even if it were true, the disproportionate increase wouldn't square regardless. And another one that they'll say is, well, you have to watch porn because you need to know what you're doing because sexual chemistry is important. That's why you need to have sex on the first date. You need to see if these sexual chemistry. Yeah, that's a cope. I almost feel bad for these people. They've ruined themselves sexually, just totally. If you have a high IQ, it means you're good at sex. I don't make the rules. It's not rocket science. You'll figure it out. That's why it's a cope. You've got all these women like, wait a minute.
No.
Why didn't the guy who I let use me for my body care more about my sexual experience? What the heck? Because it's not that he was bad at it, sweetheart. It's that he didn't care about your experience because he has no respect for you because you have no respect for you, dummy. You played yourself whole. Now no one wants to marry you. Oops.
Did he just call a woman a hole? He just called her a hole.
Gosh, I mean,
what
dude,
a jackass.
Making more feminists, making more leftists. Thank you, John. Thank you. That's all we need is more feminists. Jeez.
Wow.
He is. I wonder why he's having an issue dating. I wonder why.
I wonder why no woman wants to be called a hole. I can't imagine. I mean, this is really where we should have started the video because now he's running out of steam.
Yeah.
He's losing his voice, and he's like,
doing the woke
"Bitch,
lefty
I'm gonna say
thing.
what I really think." And they,
Yeah,
yeah, but I have a tone,
Yeah.
Alex. But I have a
Well, of
tone.
course. I'm sure I do too, you know. Oh, this poor tone. Gosh.
Highly religious married people have the best sex, by the way, and they don't even need to use these like elaborate accessories and fetishes because they haven't ruined themselves totally like you guys have. Also, the idea of sexual chemistry is a perfectly emblematic feature of the pathological narcissism that has polluted our culture. This idea of needing to derive immediate physical pleasure in order to justify the existence of the
Not what
relationship. in
sexual
whatever
chemistry
capacity. Here's the
means,
truth.
dude.
You're going to get old eventually. Eventually, those experiences are going to go away. What's always there, though, is the character of the person, their commitment to you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that attraction and chemistry aren't important. I'm just stating the fact that sin makes women age like milk, which is why girls are coming out of college now looking like they're 35. So ironically, the women who act like whores in the name of sexual chemistry are empowered.
I had a disgusting amount of sex in college. Disgusting
I'm
amount
just
of
kidding.
sex.
You dirty whore.
And I think that at 41, I don't look anything close to 41. I'm just saying.
I just think feminism ages women like milk, and hating men every day will make them age fast.
Well, I agree with you. What ages people is anger. John Doyle is going to look a lot older than I am when he hits. John Doyle is going to look older at 30 than I look at 40.
Probably. Yeah.
Or whatever are actually dilating the inlet in the hourglass of their natural beauty, which means that they're going to arrive at the inevitability of their sexual obsolescence much faster, and they won't even have anyone to be with by that point. All the good men will be with all the good women who are still just as graceful, but hey, you know, they'll have their cats, right? But anyways, there's a couple more. The idea that, oh, well, it's good for you because it decreases your risk of prostate cancer. First of all, this is just ad hoc justification. They want to promote pornography. They'll plug anything that they can think of in as the lie. The end result is that it's going to be promoted. But the science on this is total garbage as well. Basically, it boils down to lab coats thinking that asking baby boomers to recall how many times they were masturbating every day each decade is actual science. And in 2016, there was a review done of all this data, and it confirmed that it's garbage. And the last thing I want to go over here is actually more commonly something that you'll hear from people who are supposedly right-wing, and it's another ad hoc, which is pornography is free speech. That's not even remotely true.
It is.
Washington,
it literally is.
So that your daughter could start an OnlyFans retard. Do you actually think it's about free speech? You think that all of a sudden they're concerned about free speech? They barely let us talk about politics. That's our First Amendment. But you think they really care about the Bill of Rights when it comes to pornography? No, they don't. But the
Supreme Court has literally ruled on this on multiple occasions. It is free speech. You don't have to like it, but it is free speech nonetheless.
The thing is, you don't have to. I mean, just because leftists are hypocritical and stupid doesn't mean that it isn't free speech. It doesn't actually change the meaning of the First Amendment. You know, just like with him, it's like, just because he doesn't like porn, even though he uses it probably every second of every day, so he's just virtue signaling. It doesn't mean that it should be illegal because it is First Amendment protected. Just
does
like
he have? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's all I was gonna say. But
does he have a poster on his wall that has a swastika on it? This is a swastika.
Oh my gosh! How did
that is a swastika?
He is not conservative.
What the hell?
Conservatives don't support literal Nazis. How did we not notice that?
I don't know, because we were so baffled by how fast he was talking that it's like we were distracted by the obvious swastika that he literally has hanging on the wall behind him.
Oh. What does it say? Is it like a poster?
It says, "Don't let the shadow touch them" by war bonds. Oh, it's a swastika shadow. Okay, so I guess it's probably like a World War II like poster to try. Okay, so he's not. We're gonna be ethically honest.
Okay,
he is not promoting Nazism. This is a World War II photo. But why did he hang that one on his wall?
He's done dog whistles though.
That seems like a dog whistle to me. I'm sorry. That seems like a dog whistle.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Myriad. It was a lot. He's throwing a lot at us. Okay.
you, Sam. I appreciate that.
Wow. No,
Thank you. John Doyle looks older at 23 than I did at 30. But no, it's all
I
the
think
porn.
at this
It's all the
one he
porn.
was younger. He was probably 22 or 21. Like, I think this is old.
When was this? This is only last year. It's a year ago. So he was 22 in this.
22. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is right after your debate.
It
Gosh,
was.
aren't you glad?
I'm so glad that I was able to inspire this out of him.
They know what it does to you. And they know that once the country is completely demoralized, they can do whatever they want to do without impediment. So keep that in mind. If you are okay with pornography because you support free speech, eventually your free speech will be completely gone. I mean, look at the last 15 years as an example of that trend already manifesting. So that's that. Now I want to go over a few of the most common questions that I was asked after posting the last video on the subject. And the first one is, what can I watch if not porn? Is hentai okay? Are pictures okay, etc.? And the first thing I need to say is that if you're watching hentai or anything adjacent to that, I can't help you. You need to be institutionalized. That's a joke, but seriously, the answer is nothing, frankly. And the reason for that is that your brain is still adaptive and those pathways that you've conditioned are still sensitive. And basically anything that you do to stimulate those pathways, even remotely, is going to eventually cause you to relapse and get right back to where you don't want to be. It'll just reinforce and strengthen those things that we're trying to break you free of. And right off the bat, you need to understand that the reason you're trying already to find these loopholes to just totally quitting is because your brain has become structured to make you want to just keep going down this rabbit hole. So you need to just accept that in order to liberate and improve yourself and get yourself back to normal, you can never watch or view any type of pornography again. Seriously, hear that, internalize it, get comfortable with that knowledge. And it might even make you upset to hear that, because that is your brain reacting to something that it regards as literally central to its existence. But we can't sugarcoat these things. If you want to be free, then it all goes. No exceptions. That gets into the next question, which is something to the effect of, well, what if I just don't watch it as often? What if I just decrease? You know, it's like the same answer to
We
the
gave
same
you
question.
some good
basically.
hints.
Like anything that you do to activate those pathways that you've created will just strengthen and reinforce them and will eventually get you right back to square one every time. Even if that weren't the case. Remember earlier, we cited research proving that even minor exposure to these types of stimuli will alter your brain's composition, because it's not about the level of consumption, it's about the pattern of consumption. And that pattern will inevitably lead to greater addiction. It's a rabbit hole with one axis. You can either go deeper or you can get out of it. There's no alternative. And the last question is, do I have to stop masturbating in general? And I think that question presupposes that masturbating is like something that's actually important in your life. What you'll find if and when you quit pornography is that masturbation really isn't necessary. And that's not to say that you don't get horny, but like you'll find out that the reason that you were masturbating so much is because of pornography.
God. He is a liar.
Those urges and then you
Really, John, really,
Liar.
you're just fine. You discover in your journey of not masturbating that the reason that you were masturbating so much was you were watching too much porn in the first place. Really, John, tell us more about your life experience. Is that what you discovered, John? Because if you're not speaking from personal experience, then why are you giving this advice? That was fully from personal experience. I'm sorry.
Wait, what did he just say that was? I'm sorry.
He said like when you stop masturbating, what you discover is that the reason that you were masturbating was because you were watching too much porn and that you don't really need to masturbate.
Look, low T, he doesn't have a sex drive. I'm sorry. I'm calling it. I've called it this whole stream. If you are a teenage boy and you are not horny, you have hormonal issues. If you are 22 and you are not horny at all, you have hormonal issues. That is abnormal.
That's your sexual prime, dude.
That
you
is
went
when
through
you
your
are
sexual prime.
Horniness, because your testosterone is highest when you're younger, and you can keep it higher doing certain things as you get older. But typically people don't, so it starts to go down after 25. And the thing is, he has serious issues. If you have no desire to do so, especially as a man, and especially as a man under 25, dude, get some help. You need to get tested. I'm serious. This is insane. Dude.
The observing otaku says, John here would use the force of law to force people to behave the way he wants. I've heard many dictators say the same thing. I agree. And this is part of my problem with this whole movement. It's like, they're not any different from the left. They would use the state to try to force people to conform, just like the left would. It is no different. If you don't want to watch porn, don't watch porn.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. No one is forcing you to. Literally, no one cares. Except maybe your partner. That might, I don't know, depending on what type of relationship you have.
Use pornography to supplement them. That's kind of like the opposite of true. And it's also an issue of activating those pathways, because even without porn initially, it could cause you to relapse. So I would say best move is just to totally detox for as long as possible. Plus, to be honest with you, masturbation is kind of cringe. And that's probably an explanation for a later time. But basically, as a man, I feel like masturbating is the equivalent of like going to a movie by yourself. Like, yeah, you enjoyed it, but you look like a loser. It would have been better with a girl. You never want to be caught.
Why are you worrying about what you look like when you're masturbating? Why does it even matter? No one's there. No one's watching you.
Is he doing it on camera or what?
Where are you masturbating, John? What's going on?
Dude,
I have so many questions
so
from this section of the video. It's like, it's raising more questions than it's answering.
He really has gone off the deep end, like at this point.
Wow.
At a movie by yourself, just like you never want to be caught masturbating. It's 1-to-1. So what's the solution? Find a wife, because then she has to have sex with you and she has to go see movies with you. Those are the rules. Problem solved. Oh, but I can't find a wife. Yeah, because you're too busy touching your pee-pee. Get it together, my friend. The window is closing. You're about 7 years away from not being able to find a woman who hasn't produced some form of pornography of herself. So act quickly. Plus, the mainstream narrative is that masturbation is good for you, it's healthy, all that rhetoric. And I think a general rule that will serve you well is to just pay attention to what is being pushed the hardest by the institutions that are the most likely to be run by people who hate this country, and then just do the exact opposite. Vice News says I should be masturbating. Cool, I'm never touching my dick again. Not even to pee. Here's a red pill. When you don't consume the toxins of the satanic media, you actually don't even have to pee anymore, like physically, because your body will be able to just filter itself adequately. Few know this. But anyways, there's more specific answers to more specific questions online. You can find those at your own accord.
That was really weird.
There's also a lot of good strategies and advice for quitting, but I was asked to give my advice.
I think it was an attempt at humor.
I'd also advise you, though, to do some research on it yourself, because there's more information out there. But I'll start with a very basic point, which is that you have to want to quit. You really have to want it, because it's going to come down basically to willpower. And the way to do that is to psychologically frame it properly. You need to understand that what you're fighting against is a weapon. It is something that has taken control over you.
Oh my
It is a
God.
weapon that is against you,
It's
against
so
your family, against
victimizing.
everything.
It's
The country,
not that big of a
you
deal,
need to beat
dude.
this. So think about that.
It's really not that hard. Z McKnight says, John never been touched in the first place.
Maybe not. Look,
Maybe
you
not.
want to quit porn, you go be a hoe, or you get a steady relationship and you just have sex. That's about it. It's not that hard. It's not that deep. My friend's a hoe. He doesn't use porn, but he's a hoe. So there you go.
It's really not that hard. It's not that hard. Or you just, I mean, you can actually masturbate without porn.
You can do that too, yes.
You can do that.
But that's you're a little more likely to just use it anyways. But if you just focus more on having sex, that's about it. Like the code has been cracked, it's over.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, we have less than 10 minutes left of this video. I think we're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're good. We're good. We got our second win as soon as we fast forwarded.
Got the Bible
when
here.
You see the ads, when you see girls being promoted on TikTok, Instagram, understand that is all designed to control you. It is a weapon. It's a strategy. Whether intentionally or not, that's the effective purpose. Doesn't matter if it's because they want to destroy the country or because they want to destroy you personally or they just want the ad revenue. End result is the same. This needs to make you angry, not depressed, not defeated, angry. That's the proper psychology.
What the
List all the
hell?
damage that pornography has done to you, everything that you hate about yourself and your life that can be traced back to pornography. Crush it into the ground with your heel. Understand that you are being prevented from flourishing. Understand that you are destroying yourself. You will never get a good woman with this pattern of behavior. And if you have one, she won't want to be with you for much longer. You weren't supposed to view yourself as what you are, which is a man who is inexorably flawed. View yourself as innocent and in need of protection. Picture yourself as a child. Find a picture of yourself as a child. Understand that you are still that person. You still need to protect that person. Every time that you participate in destructive behaviors, you are hurting that child. You don't want to do that. While you're going through the family archives, print out a picture of your great.
Is he actually saying that every time you watch porn or masturbate, you hurt a kid? Is that the argument that's being made?
Think of yourself as an innocent child, and if you look at
it's like
then you're violating that child.
It's an inner child thing. Okay, I get it.
But I'm like, this is bad advice. Just go get a girlfriend. It's not that hard, or go be a hoe, I guess. But there are risks with that too. Or like you said, just use, masturbate without it. Put your phone in the other room. Okay, there you go. Problem solved.
So stupid.
Crazy.
grandfather. Hang that up next to the picture of you as a child and understand that if he were here right now, he would break your teeth with his belt upon seeing you lower yourself to such a level. Is that the type of man that you want to be? Is
What
that
the
type of
hell?
man that your ancestors?
That was a little aggressive. Naruto says John should join Mike Rowe on a dirty job.
Yes, that would be great.
Sacrificed for, the men who came before you sacrificed for so that you could be weak? No, get a hold of yourself. And as far as how to do that, I have a few things. Firstly, you need to avoid things that trigger you, especially in the first stage of it. Remember, your triggers aren't just going to be pornography. They're going to be environments, activities, all sorts of things. So here's a good way to reduce this.
People
Think
watch
of the most
this
common
and took
places
notes.
where you usually watch pornography
Think about that.
and avoid
They
those
watched
places
and
for at
took
least 2
notes.
weeks, no matter what. No exceptions. You do it in your bed. Guess you're sleeping on the couch. But I can't sleep on the couch. Yeah, you can. Tell your family you're experimenting with something because you're trying to reset your spine or something. I don't know. They'll believe it. The point being that you need
He
to
knows
be
he's
honest
talking
with
to
yourself.
young men
You need to figure out
that
where it
live at
happens the
home
most
with
and
their
then
parents.
avoid those places no
He
matter
knows
what
it.
for at least 2 weeks. Try to keep yourself out of the house. Go on walks, go to the library, wherever you have to go. Stay occupied, stay out of the house as much as possible, because if you're just sitting at home bored, your cravings are going to be a much bigger problem for you.
Oh my God. Okay. I
You
just
also
have to
need to avoid
give, I
visual-
have to give a Brooklyn Way a shout out because she said, yes, Karlyn, there you go. He's really on one. He's like Phil Donahueing out bit like the angry Michael Alec version. And I just have to give a shout out for a Michael Alec reference. Like I love that whole thing. Well, not, I mean, I don't love murder and all that, but like that whole freaking Club Kids thing, I always found it really fascinating. So shout out for the Michael Alec reference.
Yeah, it
triggers.
is really
This I would
weird.
recommend staying off.
Have you ever watched those old Phil Donahue episodes with the Club Kids?
No, I haven't.
Oh God, we should totally do a reaction sometimes to the old Phil
we could.
Donahue episodes. We can also watch old Sally Jesse episodes.
I'm down for whatever, Karlyn.
Maybe I'm just getting silly because it's almost midnight, but I could definitely watch some old Sally Jesse Raphael.
I don't know what that is, but you can teach me the way.
You don't know
I'm
Sally
young.
Jesse?
I'm young.
Alex, we're gonna watch Sally Jesse.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great.
Off social media, the internet for at least 2 weeks. All it takes is one e-thought on Instagram to make you relapse.
E-thought.
The algorithms are designed for that. They're designed to get young men addicted to pornography so they can profit off ad revenue. You need to detox from it. Plus, social media in general is just terribly toxic, so you'll be much happier anyways. And you can even use this to, like give your devices to your parents or
you can
whatever, or
use
your
it to
girlfriend.
turn
Just be
off
like, hey, I want to
John
stop
Doyle
using
and
social
not
media
watch
so
it.
much. Is it cool if I give
That
you
would
my phone or
help.
my laptop or whatever? I can only use it in front of you if I have to answer a text or an email or something. And they'll just be like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. You'll be good to go. No internet access means no pornography. Or you could just tell them the truth, like straight up, if you trust them. I wouldn't necessarily recommend this with your parents because parents tend to be pretty out of touch. So if you tell them
He
you're
knows
struggling with
he's talking
pornography
to
addiction,
young men who live at
they're
home.
just gonna,
That's
assume
sick.
that you're
I'm
watching
sorry.
like 5 times a day or something, or
That's
you're
so
watching like really
bad.
weird material. And maybe you are, but the point is that this problem really is generational.
Really,
And
Sam?
if you think they'd be
Interesting.
helpful, by all means tell them. But if you don't, then you don't have to, because it's ultimately going to come down to you and your will and your resolve. And the best employment of that will and that resolve is to just simply stop touching your dick. It's that simple. In practice, it's a lot harder to do, but the method is that simple. If you don't touch your dick, you'll be fine. You know what I'm talking about. Guys like to touch their dick recreationally. It's just what we do. But with great power comes great responsibility. And if you can't touch your dick responsibly, then you'll have to hang up the suit. Every relapse can be traced back to touching your dick. So if you don't touch your dick, you'll be okay. And I think there's also something to be said about punishing yourself with something that's ultimately good for you. So for example, if and when you relapse, tell yourself that every time you relapse, you're going to run 2 miles. Every time you watch porn, you have to run 2 miles. And if and when it happens, you'll have that guilt and that clarity afterwards. You know what I'm talking about.
Hang on.
So how about literally running 2 miles?
What he's doing is literally a different form of domination. What he's suggesting people do is they dominate themselves. Why does John Doyle want to be dominated so badly? He's literally suggesting it.
So you think he wants to be dominated?
I think he's suggesting people put in place punishment strategies for every time they screw up.
I know. Why is it that everything he says sounds like BDSM? Did you notice that?
Because he wants to be dominated by a powerful woman and he will not allow himself to give into that urge. That's what it is. He's literally telling people to self-dominate.
Oh my God.
That is fulfilling a domination fetish. It is a kink. I guarantee you he's
Yeah,
into
there has
BDSM.
to
I
be.
guarantee it. I
He
guarantee
says
it.
too much. There's something going on. It's
Yep.
very bizarre.
Man.
miles. Working out in general helps with this too because it occupies your time, makes you confident, disciplines you. But seriously, hold yourself accountable to that because it'll be easier to do that at first than it will be to quit pornography. Every time you watch it, run 2 miles, keep a pace. You'll feel a lot better afterwards, even if you hate running. But the last thing I'll say is that I have mixed feelings about tracking progress. I think there's something good about working towards a higher number of days. I think that helps. But there's also the fact that if and when you relapse, that framework makes you more compelled to just binge because it's like, well, I won't be breaking as long of a streak now if I binge for a few days. That's not good. Also, something to keep in mind is that the whole framing of like keeping track of milestones sort of implies that this is a big part of your life or that it's worthy of that mental volume or there's, I don't know, there's utility to that. But ultimately, you want to work towards a state to where you don't even have to think about it because it's just not a part of your life anymore. And of course, as a man, there's only so much that you can do there.
Not good advice.
You get what I'm saying, though. Bottom line is that you have to quit. The specific technique by which you do it is less important, but you do have to quit because our society is dying. It is dying. And history suggests that we should be able to bounce back from this. But the difference now is that our men are demoralized. They're weak. They're completely pacified. And never in the history of the world has this been the case. That's what's different. And if we don't do something to change that, we're just on our backs with our necks exposed, begging for mercy that we know won't be given to us. And it starts with you. You watching this right now, be that change. Send this video to all the guys you know, even if you don't know if they're struggling with this, they probably are, but still, it's like, this is the single biggest problem that we face because it makes us less able to deal with all of our other problems. It literally robs you of your manhood,
We're almost
your
done.
spirit, everything about your
My
essence as a
advice is
man,
way
and it
better.
needs to be crushed into the
Way
ground and
better.
buried forever.
Yes.
It's the only way for us to take our country back. It is a necessary step. And I hope I've explained it adequately. It makes you weak, it corrupts you, it corrupts your children, destroys families. It's nothing less than an attack on our civilization, and we have no choice but to treat it as such. So if you're still watching, thank you. The future's ours. Me and you, big guy, still have a lot of work to do, starting with ourselves, as expected. Hey guys, if you like this video,
Alex, we made it.
I can't believe we made it.
We're done. We made it even before midnight. We're coming up on 6 hours of streaming.
Yeah.
Those bitches on Twitter are like, they're probably reaching out to John Doyle right now. They'll be like, did you know that Karlyn is streaming about you for 6 hours?
Like I said, for the men out there, I'll reiterate my good advice. That was amazing. If you are having issues of porn addiction, try not to load so many pages. So lessen that amount. You'll likely have your favorites or whatever. Just go to that. You don't need to explore and do 5 million different pages every day. That's going to cause issues. Secondly, if you don't want to use it anymore at all, you can just use your imagination. You can like only do it in the shower, only places where you can't have your phone, for example, or you could do it with an actual live woman. I know that's really radical.
Or man, we don't judge. Or even a Zim, a Z, or a Zer, if that's your thing.
Or even both at once, if you're not Christian. Anyways, that is a way to get off of it. You can also hoe out and just be a total hoe. A lot of people that are hoes don't use porn. Or you could get a stable relationship. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the good advice. It matters more so the amount of novelty that you're having. And you can always take a break. You can always not do it. If you're clicking on stuff that's too weird, you don't have to actually click on it. Like you can just go back to something that's normal. It's not that big of a deal. Just do what you need to do, but don't be obsessed with it. Don't be addicted.
I agree. And Sam says, John Doyle is out of control and needs some critical dominatrix theory. I absolutely agree that John Doyle would feel a lot better if he just gave in to the urges that he obviously has and allowed a woman or hired a woman to dominate him. Probably an older woman in his case. But I mean, no, this is crazy. Like, I'm sorry. Like everything in moderation. If you don't like porn, I don't want people to be addicted to porn. I don't want people to be addicted to anything.
Right.
If you feel like you have a problem and it's out of control and you're watching porn all the time, every day, then, maybe just rein it back in. You could even kind of wean yourself off. Instead of doing it 36 times in a week, you can maybe try doing it, 7. I don't know. And then you keep making progress and just do a little bit every day. It's really not that hard. And like Alex said, it's like you can fantasize. There's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with fantasy. And in fantasy, you get to do whatever you want. You literally get to give into every sick kink that you can think of. You get to dream about those things. There's nothing wrong with any of this. There's nothing wrong with sex. I'm sorry.
Right.
As long as you're an adult and everyone is consenting into the thing, there is nothing wrong with it. There's nothing shameful. Addiction is bad, no
Yeah.
matter what the addiction is. It could be porn, it could be liquor, it could be drugs, it could be working out, it could be food. Addiction to anything is bad. Just
It could be
live
you're
in
addicted to
moderation.
hating Karlyn.
Yes, it could be you're addicted to hating me and stalk anyone who says nice things about me on Twitter like Mike Harlow has done tonight. Addiction is bad.
Yes, it's bad. But there are midlines, there are nuanced areas. It's not completely black and white, and you can use it wiser, and you'll be okay. And you don't need to go to like the most extreme version, spend hours and hours a day on it. Like if you're doing that, that is way too far and it will have very negative effects and you'll feel them and you can go back. But just like you said, you can dial it back and you can also choose not to use it at all. It's a choice. Nobody's putting a gun to your head telling you have to.
And don't take John Doyle's advice. Like repressing sexual urges is like
Don't
a
take his advice.
really bad idea. It's a really bad idea. It's going to lead to you doing really crazy stuff that you might not even be able to control and might not even realize that you're doing. So don't sexually repress yourself. There are healthy ways that you can get whatever, like literally whatever you want. Again, you can do anything you want in your head.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. All right. Alex, any final thoughts before we wrap up for tonight?
John Doyle is the fever dream of radical leftists live and incarnate. He is the Gilead person. He is the person that is the marriage between cringe, far right, and white nationalism / alt right. So he is the illegitimate love child of those two things. It's very scarring. This is why I don't like him. So if I ever bitch about him again, you'll know why.
See, I think that John Doyle is a sad case. I think he's extremely young. He does not have a lot of life experience. He has probably never even had a real job. And it's like, I hope that John Doyle grows out of this. I hope that he finds a girlfriend his own age. I hope that he stops hating sex so much. I hope that he has normal experiences that do not involve being an influencer on the internet, because honestly, I think that I truly feel bad for anyone who becomes a prominent internet influencer that early on in life. I would have been a holy terror had I had that many followers at that age. And I don't think it's good. I don't think it's healthy. And I think it's going to make it a lot harder for him to find out who he really is, because he's at the whim of an audience. And I don't think he has the life experience to really be able to, quite frankly, push back on his audience when they're trying to get him to conform to a certain role.
Yeah, and I think too, I wish, and another thing I'm disappointed with Elijah with is that he doesn't give him any guidance, and he should be more of a mentor towards him. And he needs mentorship. He is desperate to be led. He is too young to be doing this on his own. It's not good. It's not helping the movement. He should not be a leader. You have to work your way up to be a leader, usually. And that's the issue with social media, is a lot of super young people that are inexperienced, they end up with all this clout and attention and whatever. And it's not healthy, because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to work your way up slowly. Mm-hmm. So he needs guidance desperately. And I hope Elijah will help him at least not say things that are super weird and dumb. Like, he has some salient points. There were very, very, very few, but I do agree. If the system is telling you you should do something, you probably should do the opposite, because they are out to get us.
Like, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, and I do think having children is important and all this stuff, obviously, but I just wish he would put more action where his mouth is and actually do the work, not to sound SJW, but have some substance and follow your own teachings. It's very important.
Yep. And John, if you ever want to take me up on the offer to debate you, which I did respond to, and then you never responded back, I'm up for it anytime, sweetheart. You just let me know.
I would love to watch that. So, but I don't know if he has the guts.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does
Probably
for
not.
one red second. Well, guys, you have made it to the end of an epic marathon. Sassy Saturday. Congratulations. Everyone who made it to the end gets a free bingo square the next
Yes.
time that I do happy hour. Please mount that like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are not already. And please make sure you subscribe to Graphically Alex
Yes.
and go show him some love on his channel.
thank you.
You're doing what are you doing on your channel now, Alex?
I'm just doing daily vlogs. So some of them are personal and a lot of them are political because I have a lot of thoughts about a lot of things. Like, I don't know. I just might make one about Mike tonight. He might have triggered me enough to do it. But
I cannot believe that asshole.
Yeah.
I cannot, like, it's the attacking of the random people that really bothers me.
Yeah, it's the obsession and not doing any work that bothers me. But, we'll see. We'll see if I do it or not. But I talk about different issues that come up, and I also just talk about my life. So it is a personal blog as well. So if that interests you, please do come. I love to have you. So
yeah. And guys, if you want to connect with me on a more one-on-one basis where I will tell you what I really think, you can join my locals community at kb.locals.com/support. And we are having a community Zoom call tomorrow at 7 p.m. It's not tomorrow, Monday. Almost tomorrow, Monday, 1 minute away from tomorrow at 7 p.m. So you can come and join on our community Zoom call and meet everyone, and that'd be really great. And those calls are not recorded. You can say whatever you want. I can say whatever you want. Alex, you can watch Alex yell at me and put me to task when he thinks that I'm wrong.
We do struggle sessions on these. We had like a tiny mini one today. It was fun. But no. I mean, I don't always yell at Karlyn, but I do. It's fun.
He always wants to. He's always looking for a way to swoop in there and get some words in.
I want her to do the charity boxing for real. So also to manifest, send it out, pray, do everything, light a candle for it.
I challenge Mike Carlo to a charity boxing match.
Oh my gosh. Make it happen. I want Karlyn to do it so bad. So
can you imagine how embarrassing it would be for him to get his ass beaten by a girl when he consented to it? Can you imagine?
I feel like you have so much rage against him. You probably could.
I will donate $1,000 to walk away right now if Mike Harlow agrees to a charity boxing match.
He's gonna tweet and be like, I can't believe she's asking me to do that. Oh, she's so crazy. This is a manipulator.
Well, he doesn't have to agree. The charity boxing match is about consensual violence. Everyone needs to consent to engage in the violence. And then once you consented and papers are signed, then you get to beat the ever-loving fuck out of your mortal enemies. It's a win-win for everyone. And money is raised for charity. All right. I guess that's all we have for tonight, guys. Thank you for spending some time with us. I don't know if we're going to do Sassy Saturday next week. We'll have to see how things go and if we feel like it and if we have things we want to respond to, but we'll let you guys know. I may be streaming tomorrow. I'm not 100% positive yet. I'm going to see how I feel, but just keep an eye on the channel, keep an eye on social media or on locals, and I'll let you guys know what's going on. But thank you guys for hanging out for the evening, and we will see you soon. Bye.